Saturn and Neptune are officially in Aries together as of May 24th, 2025, and they're going to be together until September 1st, 2025, pretty much all summer. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime astrological event. This hasn't happened in 320 years, and it's only happened, this will be the 7th time in modern human history, all right? So while this is going to have a significant impact on your life, every sign is going to feel it in different areas of their life, especially the next 2 years. This is the pivot point. This is the strongest concentration, all right? Because you see what else is happening, and I'll walk you through this, but I want you to know that, I did a video on Neptune and Aries, so please watch that. I'll leave it at the end of this video or the description box, and I talked in length about Saturn moving into Aries for the first time in 30 years, right? In your May forecast. So take a look at that if you need to, be reminded of what that means for you, because there's so much information there. And here's the thing, I'm going to tell you what all of this means. So it's a good idea to just have a little bit of an idea. Now, remember what I said, Saturn and Neptune together all summer long. So what does that mean? They're going to give you a preview of where you will be in your life, or where you will want to be in your life by February 2026. When Saturn and Neptune actually meet, okay? So the other thing is, before you go to your sign, please just watch this intro. Everything is gonna make sense, but I'm gonna break it down for every sign, what you can expect for the next 2 years. There's something else happening that I'm I can't believe, but nobody's talked about this. So I'm going to tell you something really big happening. And that's why I really want you to pay attention to what I'm going to tell you now, and some enormous things that are also happening around that time when we get to February 2026. Now, Saturn and Neptune, they're in Aries, they're conjuncting, and that just means they're pretty much merging their energies together. You're feeling it now. You're already feeling it. And like I said, all summer long, it is February 20th, 2026, when they officially meet. Now, I've given a lot of different analogies for this, but, the best one, would be two actors, okay, working on the same movie. They're on the same set, but they're not filming any scenes together. They don't have any dialogue with each other right now, all right? That will happen February 20th, 2026, okay? Kate and Leo, whoever, right? It's just, that's when that magic happens. All right. So when they meet February 2026, that's going to be at the 0 degree point. So that is the beginning of the beginning. This has never happened before. Ever. You can't trace this back, and that's what astrology is. It's pattern recognition, right? So 0 degrees is the world axis. It's the creator degree. Like I said, the beginning of the beginning, this nexus point, a cosmic restart, if you will. The great reset is what I've been calling it, what a lot of people are calling this, okay? Think of the Fool card in tarot, card 0. There's that pure potential, being eager to start this new journey, all right? This has enormous implications of what you can do with your life, all right? This fresh new beginning. And again, work on it now. Where do you want to be by then? Put yourself on that timeline, okay? This is also not just for you. This is for the world. This is for humanity. We will talk about this. So I want you to consider this also a collective rebirth, all right? And by the time we get to February 2026, you are going to be a new you. The old you's going to be gone. The old world is going to be gone too. And I've been saying it for months, to expand your consciousness out with the old, in with the new. I want you to, make a dance with that. Just a little jingle every day. Out with the old, in with the new, because I want you to start preparing now. You have a perfect window of opportunity. Look at this right now, all summer long. All right. So keep that in mind. And again, everything will have changed by February 2026, and you're going to see bigger changes happen around that time. And I will tell you something that's happening in January leading up to what's going to be happening in February. Okay. Even something enormous in February that's happening right before that conjunction at 0 degrees. So this is one of the biggest moments of our lifetime. I just want you to know that. This has never happened. Nobody, this has never happened. And I talk about this, even in your annual forecast for 2025 for your sign. So you could also go back to that. But we're here, mid-decade, the biggest event of the decade, but of our lifetimes. Okay. So just remember, summer is a preview of what your new life is going to be like from February 2026 and beyond. Okay, because Saturn and Neptune at these early degree points, 0, 1 degrees, all summer long, those are the degrees of fresh new beginnings. So this is this enormous new cycle happening for you. All right, brand new you. Think of you as an actor. Okay, you got the gig, you got the role. You're going to be getting into character this summer, method acting, whatever you want. All right, you're preparing, immersing in this new you, and the curtains go up. February 2026. You're on, okay? You're on. You're taking on that role of your new you. And it feels so good. All right? You're going to love it. So put the energy and the effort and inspired actions in now this summer, because this is a landmark moment. And with that said, we could talk about Saturn-Neptune conjuncting in Aries because it hasn't happened, right? We can talk about it for hours, but this is what makes the story. This is what's important. You can't talk about this without talking about the fact that's going to sextile Uranus and Pluto. But Uranus is also going to trine Pluto. And this is for the next 2 years. Yeah, buckle up. This is big. Okay, so why is this big? Yeah, you want me to tell you? These are the 4 outer planets. The 4 outer planets connecting. All right? This is fire and air, okay? Fire and air, whoosh, right? This is all masculine energy. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. Again, I'm going to condense a 4-hour video here into as short as I can, because throughout your weekly forecast and your monthly forecast, of course, we're going to talk about this when you really feel those moments and when they have those really big aspects. But again, you can't go back in history. Listen, Saturn was the last traditional planet. Yeah. Ancient astrologers didn't even know about Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Their recent discovery, Pluto hasn't even been 100 years since Pluto's discovery. What was that, 1930? So with these planets, yeah, these archetypes didn't even exist. Beginning 1781 when Uranus was discovered. By the way, why is Uranus the Great Awakener? Why is Uranus a planet of surprises and the unexpected? Because it had been hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years before they discovered that planet. All right? It was surprising. It was unexpected. And then Neptune, that was 1846. Yeah? And so even though they were recent discoveries, sure. Astrology, like I said, pattern recognition, so we can see their archetypes throughout history. Okay? You just do the math. Astrology is math. And so when I say you're working with brand new energy, no one on this planet has ever lived through, you better believe it. All right? Now, planets are energy too. So I want you to remember that, all right? Aspects are energy when they have aspects like conjunctions and trines and sextiles. And so with Saturn and Neptune in Aries, with Uranus in Gemini and Pluto in Aquarius, Uranus is going to be moving into Gemini very soon, okay? That's going to be July 7th. And I've told you this in your weekly forecast and your monthly forecast for all 12 signs. Uranus does so much better in Gemini than Taurus. Even Pluto does so much better in Aquarius than Capricorn. You're going to feel a shift. All right. Now, what else does this mean for all 12 signs? All 12 signs? This means that's going to be 3 areas of your life that are going to change dramatically. All right. I can't even say that word. I'm so excited because they're all interacting. They're all interacting. They're all conversing. It's these aspects, all that, the early degrees of fresh new beginning, 0, 1, 2 degrees, 3 degrees. So what does this mean? They're giving you this huge opportunity to make enormous life changes. Remember, sextiles are windows of opportunity. They're harmonious. But you've got to take the action. That's the thing. You've got to take the action. It's right there for you. You got to go get it, right? So in the next 2 years, there's going to be some peak moments where you're going to feel these aspects very strong. Of course, we'll walk through that when we get to those moments. And of course, there's going to be some times where maybe, a little bit, right? So we'll talk about that when we just know it's going to be the next 2 years. You're going to feel this, okay? The next 2 years, that's why this is so strong. And the first big surge of this energy, it's going to be August. It's going to be August, even July, when Uranus moves into Gemini. So, keep that in mind. You're going to feel this right off the bat. And just to let you know, because a lot of y'all, here's the thing. If you know your birth chart, here's the thing. You know how I tell you what signs are going to feel what the most when we have these aspects in your weekly forecast? Every sign is going to feel this. You've got the mutables, you've got the fixed, you've got the cardinals. Every sign, okay? Everyone's going to experience this in very different ways too. All right. Now, the other thing is, if you know your birth chart, if you have any planets, because we look at this, the angular aspects, especially in these signs, but any planets between 0 to 5 degrees for the next 2 years, like, you are definitely going to feel some change. Okay. For instance, just to give you a little bit, and this is good. I'm glad that we're talking about this. All right. Listen, if you're a subscriber, you may know that I have a Gemini rising. I'm an Aquarius. I'm a Gemini rising. So I'm going to feel this. All right. Pluto's already conjuncting my sun, right? And my natal sign. But here's the thing. 0 to 5 degrees, any of these signs, you're going to feel. Any of the mutable, cardinal, fixed signs, you're going to feel. So any sign, all right? Just know you're going to have some changes. But Uranus, I'm a 0 degree Gemini rising. Uranus is going to move into Gemini, 0 degrees. So again, you're going to see that I'm going to be going through change. You're part of my journey, and I thank you for being part of my journey. So it's kind of interesting because I'm going to let you know that now, and you're going to see the changes that I go through because Uranus is going to be right on my ascendant, okay? Starting in July. So that'll be fun. Now let's break this down a little bit. Okay, I don't want to take too. Oh, all right, we're going time. Here's what I'm going to do for you. Let's just break these down a tiny bit, okay? Because again, the video's already out there. You got them. Saturn and Aries for every sign. And this is for the collective for every sign. And then, of course, when we get to your sign, I'll go deeper on what it means for you and the area of your life. But Saturn and Aries, remember, Saturn is Chronos, Father Time, the authority, the taskmaster. He's all about discipline and hard work and maturity and structure. He's a pusher, okay? Think Tina Fey in Mean Girls. I'm a pusher, Katie. I'm a pusher, okay? And so, maybe Saturn has a bad rep, but he wants the best for you. So that's why he tests you. He's karma. So you got to learn from his test, and he is going to test you, especially in Aries. And I've talked about that. Okay. Just again, look at your May forecast or the week that Saturn moved into Aries. But keyword here is learn. This is all about learning, all about becoming wiser. You pass Saturn's test, you get rewarded. That's what karma is. Okay. Saturn is reality checks. He is reality. He can literally be an authority or father figure. Okay. In your life as well. Or your role as that, okay? It's just masculine energy. It could be as a mother, just parental, but he is that archetype. Now, he is in Aries, the beginning of the beginning. That's why this is a big deal, all right? The beginning of the Zodiac, the I am. The Zodiac wouldn't even exist without Aries. So this is consciousness. This is awareness. This is this fresh new start in your life. And Aries is that fiery, independent, and even enthusiastic, like, I got this energy. I'm going to do this energy. You're feeling this. You're feeling this. Hey, take a moment to think about everybody in your life. You will not be able to find one person that does not want something new right now in a big way. And if you find that one person, just wait until July. Oh, they're going to have a big breakthrough. They're going to have a big moment of clarity. Okay. Now, Aries, we're talking about the warrior god, right? He's Mars ruled. And so all that action, passion, drive, that leadership I talked about, leadership, entrepreneurial, that pioneering, self-sufficiency, a fire in your belly energy. This is what I call mastery of self. All right. So this is you just getting in your groove on this new journey. It's willpower. It's taking life by the horns. It's also changing your mindset with everything that's happening here to have more self-belief, okay? Yeah, so making sure that you are being your authentic self. So here's the great thing about Saturn in Aries, because I told you some things where Saturn in Aries is like, you know, it's Saturn's old, Aries is young, Saturn is slow, right? Time. And Aries is just impulsive. He wants to go, right? But here's the great thing. You will want to do the work. That is Saturn in Aries, especially with all these favorable aspects. Okay. You're going to want to put in the work for something that is long lasting, long-term commitments. That's Saturn. All right. Remember, it's all about the actions you take, identity that you want for yourself. And the biggest takeaway with Saturn in Aries right here with what's happening right now, practice patience. I told you that, okay? Because there can be a little bit of impatience. So remember, Saturn is karma. That's why we say actions have consequences. And now you've got karma in the sign of taking action. So keep that in mind. All right. Take that action. Take that inspired action. That's true spiritual growth. You connecting with the divine, which comes through inspired actions. And as I've said, in Sanskrit, karma literally means action. All right. So Saturn sure will be here until 2028. But again, these are the pivot. These are the strong 2 years. Okay. Now, the other thing is all these new things that you're doing. Remember, you can't plant a seed and expect a tree the next day. You're going to have to work with Saturn's energies because throughout the next 2 years, yeah, there's going to be moments where he's still going to be like testing you. All right. He's going to be testing you. So just keep that in mind. But again, you're going to want to put in the work. It's just this, yes. All right. Now, what for the greater good, All right. And the other thing is, even though I do say practice patience, there is going to be what's happening here. And this is what is just so bonkers. You're going to see that I've told you that time is speeding up. I've told you that, right? You're feeling that, right? Just wait. Just wait. I mean, can you believe that we're in June already? Can you believe that? So when I say February 2026, that's going to be here like that. All right. So again, just take that inspired action. Where do you want to be by then? Okay. Now, Neptune, we're going to leave it very simple. Neptune and Aries, I did a whole video on it, right? Neptune, we talk about Poseidon, but Neptune is compassion, music. Oh, music, it's healing. All right. Spirituality is going to be a big thing for the next 2 years. Now, remember sound, okay, with Neptune being music. Sound is the key to the universe, right? And remember, the universe didn't create you. You create the universe. This is all energy. Sound is energy. It's vibration, all right? So it's divination. Neptune is divination, spirituality, creativity, the arts, imagination, ideals, multimedia, film, right? Photography. There's a sense of glam and, visualization. Remember, I talk about this all the time. Visualize, vision boards. Visionary, all of that, okay? Vision. Picture yourself. Where do you want to be? What do you want to be by February 26th? 2026, put yourself there. Put yourself on that timeline. And I'm sorry, I do have to talk fast because there's a lot to go through and I'm cherry picking right now. All right, again, a lot of these we're going to talk about later. So the other thing is, Neptune's dreams. We know that by now. All right, if you saw the Neptune and Aries video, Neptune is a higher octave of Venus. There's love and beauty here. Remember what I say about Poseidon, Neptune, the ruler of Pisces, water, emotions. This is emotionally moving for you. Neptune and Aries, I love it, but charged up. It's that spiritual warrior energy. Okay. Now merge the two together. Saturn and Neptune conjuncting. Yeah. They're merging their energies all summer. So I want you to think of the conjunction as a seed. Yeah. This one. All right. Because it is this new cycle. So this is you planting a seed all summer long. All right. And this is your opportunity to turn your dreams into reality. Okay, that is Saturn and Neptune together, taking inspired action for what you want. But remember, you got to earn it. It's Saturn. You got to earn it. He's going to say, you got to work for this, and then I'll reward you. All right. And in return, it's you growing. It's you becoming more confident. It's you stepping up to the plate. It's, this is when you don't wait for things to happen. You're going to feel these energies, and it's a surge of energies. Okay. So it is very much, if you're a subscriber, you know that I'm a Survivor super fan, except for the last season, but I still watched it. Oh, and who's excited about Survivor 50, by the way? Okay, so I digress. Tell me, I wanted Spencer on that. But anyway, here's the thing. This is the best analogy for Saturn and Neptune in Aries, okay? You are a Survivor super fan. You watch it. You binge watch it from the couch every day. Yeah. You hear the call. I'm going to be on that show. I can win that show. I'm going to win. So you do everything to be on that show because you feel it in your bones. But then you turn in an application, you get rejected. Next season, you turn in an application, you do a better video. You send in a better video. You get a call back, but then you don't get on. Yeah, that's Saturn, okay? But you feel this in your bones. You know you want this. So you don't give up and you keep going, and then you get that call back and you make it on the show and you win. You win $1 million because you had that belief and you worked hard for that journey. All right. $1 million, right? Take out the taxes. But anyway, everything is also divine timing. I want you to know that as well. Yeah, I've talked about that in live streams too. But anyway, this is the thing. Neptune, okay? So that is that creativity, that imagination, that spirituality, everything that you feel, right? But remember what I said, the lower expressions here with Neptune can be delusion, confusion, escapism, illusion, deception, wishful thinking without action. It can be fantasy. It can be a little foggy. So if you're moving in the wrong direction, this is why I say always trust your intuition. If you're moving in the wrong direction, if you're sitting on the couch and you say, you're watching Survivor, I'm going to be on that show. Oh yeah, they'll call me. I'm that good. They'll call me. I'm just going to wait around for that. All right. Well, Saturn, the hard, cold authority. Oh, he's going to give you that reality check in some way, because Saturn and Neptune together in Aries can be harsh compassion. You're going to learn something softly, but you're going to learn something if you're moving in the wrong direction. Okay. So, it can also be things that are, pushing you into escapism. That's why I say you've got to have that self-belief. You've got to trust your intuition. But again, with what's happening here, I don't even doubt that this is going to happen. When I say spirituality is going to be off the charts, intuition is going to be off the charts. Yeah. All right. Just remember to have that compassion, that self-love. You will be rewarded. Now, these two together, what I've been saying for months, out with the old and with the new. Okay. Why is this interesting? Because Saturn builds, right? Neptune dissolves. Neptune is boundless. So, very interesting. You are going to have to learn how to work with that energy. Okay? You will have to learn how to work with that energy. Saturn's borders, likes to remember that structure. Neptune's just like work with these energies and it'll be beautiful what you see. Okay? Because I'm going to tell you the lowest of the lowest expressions with these together. Saturn and Neptune basically want different things. All right? So it is kind of like Love is Blind. Okay, you saw that show. Two people talking. There's a wall between them, Saturn. There's that fantasy and the ideals and what you're thinking. Neptune, right? And then they fall in love. They fall in love. They get dressed up for their first meeting. You see that wall dissolve, right? They meet. They see each other for the first time. There's your reality. There's your reality, okay? And the fantasy with it. So the question is, how are you going to make this work? So again, there are going to be moments for what you want for the next 2 years where you're going to have to put in some effort. All right. And for the things that you want. And it doesn't matter what the work is. At the end of it all, you got to feel it in your bones. You got to really want it. And once we hit July, there's got to be a big awakening that you're going to have. So that's a really great thing about these sextiles. Okay. So either way, that's the other thing. It's like, yeah, you see each other. How's this going to work? Which direction do I want to go? Which direction do we want to go? All right. How's it going to work? It doesn't matter. You are going to make it work because you signed a contract with Netflix. You got to make it work. All right. You're here for a reason. You're here for a reason. All right. And there's all these life experiences that you take with you. And like I said, Saturn and Neptune together, they can work beautifully. Saturn bringing structure to your dreams and imagination and creative projects and pursuits. Neptune softening Saturn's hard edges. So yeah, you can definitely make this work. So put all your energy into the things that you feel in your bones. Feel it in your soul. All right. And take those risks you know you need to take, but realistic risks, right? Because of Saturn and Neptune. But shake things up too. I say that all the time. This is a time to reach your full potential, and you will. All right. It's all about your growth. All right. Your new you, your life purpose right here, going with your soul. With Neptune, very transcendent. Saturn bringing that stability. Oh, and the breakthroughs. All right. So let's talk about that. All right. First, all of this, again, spirituality is going to be really heightened. You're going to see that in a really big way once we hit midsummer. Really heightened, like you wouldn't believe. And you're going to feel yourself being moved in that direction. So start doing things that inspire you, empower you. And again, you will. And, opening up your heart, your chakras, we all have biofields. Everything is energy. So vibrate at that high frequency of love and compassion and kindness and gratitude and self-love. And give yourself permission. And chakras, yeah, there are these energy points. Like, right? So you get all this. Connect with the ether. At the end of the day, it's always continuing to be the best version of yourself and your authentic self. Okay? Because, whoa, the spiritual upgrade that's coming for the next 2 years, that's also saying you don't have to do this alone. Remember, I said the 4 C's of 2025, the collective, consciousness, courage, community. Okay? So, and big healer energy. A lot of y'all are going to be becoming leaders and gurus and healers. It's a big thing. It's a big thing. All right. So, all right. So let me look at my notes here. Oh, okay. So yeah, now we're here, right? So here's the other thing with Uranus and Pluto. So when I say out with the old, in with the new, it's because you're going to see a lot of that happening anyway. And it's going to be you adapting to that. There's going to be a collapsing of old systems, old traditions, old ways of thinking, old belief systems, old patterns, old structures, all of that. Yeah. And within you, your beliefs, your habits, the dreams that you have. Okay. Out with the old, in with the new. All right. A lot of y'all are going to learn that there's a higher calling or you have a different purpose. You're going to learn all that now. All right. And if you are on your calling, and I'm not saying none of y'all are, but if you are on your calling, upgrade. That's that paradigm shift. All right. So again, really big. Now, Uranus and Gemini trine Pluto and Aquarius. Trines are harmonious. They make things easy for you, effortless, they let things grow. So you got that for the next 2 years with Uranus and Gemini, Pluto and Aquarius. Now, Uranus, like I said, the great awakener. He's like lightning. He's the higher octave of Mars. So you got that energy here. He is your wake-up call. And again, this is all summer long. He wants you to shake things up, and he brings those big breakthroughs that you need. And you're going to see it just happen gradually. All right. Some of y'all got to feel it like, right? Like, again, 0 to 5 degrees. Now, again, the fact that this sextile is happening, just remember, these are all opening up these opportunities for you. That's the simplest way to say it, because that's another, 3-hour talk here. At the end of the day, Uranus is innovation and change. Okay. So again, you're going to be seeing things in different ways. You're going to be a lot more innovative, a lot more inventive, right? And you're going to be seeking change. And with Uranus and Gemini, yeah, that's your mindset. So again, remember, you're going to be having the spiritual surge, changing your perspective, your mindset. Remember, Gemini is Mercury ruled. It's all up here, but it's also communication, all forms of it. So the next 2 years, not only will you be doing something brand new in your life, whether it's starting a business or selling things or travel related, but everything, just there's going to be a shift up here, right? Uranus is freedom. So this is freeing you, right? In the direction that you want to go. But you're just going to see it in the world, on the world stage too, okay? Because of Pluto and Aquarius connecting with Uranus and Gemini. Yeah. And Pluto and Aquarius, you've been experiencing. All right. Remember, we're just at the tip of the iceberg. This is and perfect, right? Iceberg, because Pluto is cold. Pluto is so far out there, didn't get any sunlight, right? And that's why Pluto is death and rebirth. Pluto is, ruler of the underworld. We're talking about here regeneration, transformation is the biggest thing. Okay. Phoenix rising from the ashes. In the year 9, we're in the 9 year where you're shedding skin, the year of the snake already. So just expect big transformation in your life. Pluto excavates and reveals. This is your truth coming to the surface. With Uranus and Gemini, come on, this is big. Now, Uranus, right, can break things down for your breakthrough, but Pluto can too. Okay? This is happening. Uranus trine Pluto at 1 degree. This is big. The new beginnings. Uranus and Gemini, Pluto and Aquarius. Why is this both breaking things down? Because Uranus is the ruler of Aquarius. Yeah. And Gemini, remember, Mercury ruled. Mercury is the lower octave of Uranus. And Saturn is the other ruler of Aquarius. So you see how this Aquarius story in your life, again, it's every sign is going to feel it differently. Do you see how it's going to be strong? With Aquarius's 2 ruling planets at play. And what I have to tell you about February, just wait. Oh, I'm excited to tell you. All right. So anyway, you just can't make this up. This is really big. Pay attention to the Aquarius part of your chart as well. This is going to be major. And again, Saturn in Aries sextile Uranus and Gemini alone. Neptune sextiling Uranus and Gemini alone. But then you throw in Pluto as well, the sextiles of Pluto. This is a tight orb of degree that we're through 2027. All right. And again, some months are going to be stronger. Yeah. Because of the motions of the planets. There's also retrogrades and things like that where you don't feel it as strong. But just remember, this is big. And you can go back to the November 2024 monthly forecast I did for you, or even that weekly reading when Pluto did move into Aquarius, where I talk a lot about it. So the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway, remember transformation, but also Pluto is power. It's your empowerment. And then Aquarius is the masses, is humanity and the future. All right. So a lot of this has to do with your future. Okay. Now, and Aquarius has that, independent, Aquarius and Aries share a lot of similarities and qualities, like that rebellious energy, that independent flair. So you truly are going to be doing things on your own. And it's like, I can't wait for them. I got to get this going. Now, the thing about humanity. So I've talked about this in a lot of live streams. You're going to see humanity change in the biggest way that you've never seen. Again, what in your lifetime, right? So this is power, Pluto power, to the people, Aquarius, humanity, the masses, the collective. Power to the people, rise of the people. You can track Pluto's orbits, right? Every 250 years being in Aquarius, it was all about the people. Now, this also means right here with this trine, you're going to be meeting and connecting with new people, all right? More than you would ever believe in ways you could never imagine. I told you that forms of communication is going to change. It's all about the future. Aquarius rules space and technology, right? So this is a big deal. Again, Uranus being Aquarius's ruler in Gemini, the sign of communication. So even if you at this point are like, no, I'm an indoor person. Oh, yeah. You gotta have some people in your place, maybe through hologram, whatever it is, but you're gonna want to meet people. That's what this is. You're gonna want to. So this is really amazing because it's all going back to the collective. But when you have Uranus in Gemini, trine Pluto in Aquarius, this is your personal revolution, your evolution in fast motion. This is fast. Remember, fire and air, things are going to be happening fast. You're going to see things opening fast for you. Okay. Light speed. So this is 2 air signs and a trine. This is stimulating. It's connecting. It's communication. It's thought. It's intellect. It's movement. It's even consciousness. Okay. This is going to be big. All right. So there's a next level changes happening. Uranus in Gemini for what? 7-8 years. Pluto at Aquarius, 19 years. All right. But again, this is the most pivotal time. 2025 to 2027, the most pivotal time. All right. Now, what else can I tell you? And Uranus is going to trine Pluto, by the way. This is going to be happening pretty much till like 2029. All right. So until the end of the decade. So yeah, you're going to see a lot of advanced technology, science, UAPs, all of that we've talked about, right? Aquarius is all about the future, space, technology, AI, consciousness, humanity. All right. So communication in new ways, literally. So this is why this summer, start doing things to expand your consciousness, be open-minded to new things. They're going to expand your consciousness. Okay. So again, you're going to see and hear things that you never have or never thought that could ever happen. Okay. Through this summer, through this year. So start expanding your consciousness now, because this quartet, they're going to be bringing new things into your consciousness. All right. So it just makes things easier. And I've said, and I'm probably going to, I'm going to bring this into more of your, weekly forecasts, depending on what's happening for you, for your sign or the spread. But I want to remind you, 90%, okay, up here, 90% is the subconscious. Only 10% is the conscious. So we got to expand that. But what did I just say about what's happening for the next 2 years? This form of communication and ideas and thoughts and consciousness expanding. That's the whole thing here. The irony of it all, we don't even know what consciousness is, right? That's a good majority of what we know in this world are theories. Big Bang, right? Gravity. Why do we have it? Why do we share the same dreams? Why does time move in one direction? It shouldn't. So those answers you just may have in the next 2 years. There will be a big shift. As above, so below. Okay. As today, as before. 2025, year of the Great Awakening. So truly visionary energy, even transforming old structures into the new. All right. So just know you're going to have some breakdowns for your breakthrough, for your brand new beginning, for your new hero's journey. All right. For your new hero's journey, your role as that spiritual warrior, that spiritual leader, that visionary artist, that whatever role that you're going to take on, because all these planets together aspecting, all the 4 outer planets aspecting, when for this long, when in these signs, when never. So very, very new energy. And yeah, this is you again, really embracing you. All right. It starts with self-love. Remember that. And this is you're like, again, even just Saturn, Neptune and Aries alone, that again, everything I said, that compassionate leader, hero, everything, role model for your family, for your career, for global scale, however you want it. But it is the reality that you're creating for yourself now for the greater good. This is all about co-creation. And that is going to be another big theme that you're going to see for the next few years. It's the humanity is going to be front and center. and we are co-creators. And so let's co-create this amazing new timeline. Trust your intuition the most. These planets are going to be helping you. North Node in Pisces is helping you. Jupiter, sextile Chiron, Jupiter in Cancer, that's all helping you. This is great. This is a great time for you. Okay? So be your authentic self, know thyself, and, embrace your ascension and your awakening. All right? And the other thing is, okay, let's wrap this up. The other thing is, for the world, I said there's going to be big changes. When I talk about paradigm shift, big changes, okay? Enormous changes, once in a lifetime as well. That's a whole other video. It's a whole other video. And I will talk about it. I'll even talk about a lot of the things that, because I got your message loud and clear. And yes, I am going to do it. If you are new to my channel, by the way, I do channeling, do psychic predictions in my live streams. That's a whole other thing. Okay. And there are a lot of things that I do see behind the scenes. There's a lot of things that I say that I know that, I can't say at this time, but I can say maybe later, maybe a month later, maybe 2 months later. Sometimes I have to leave things vague. And at the end of the day, a lot of it is for my safety. So I will be doing those videos. I'm just going to bring it to my website, and that way I can speak a little bit more freely. You know what I mean? Like, on a different channel, on my own thing. So anyway, back to the last thing I'm going to tell you. The last thing I'm going to tell you is that, let me just see here. I told you if you got any planets between 0 to 3 degrees, I'm going to give it a wider orb. I'm going to say 0 to 5 degrees, but 0 to 2, 3 degrees, up to 5 degrees. And any sign, look at your birth chart, or more specifically in Aries, Gemini, or Aquarius. Even Cancer. Remember, Cancer throughout June going to be that 0, 1, 2, 3 degree point as well throughout June, July. So yeah, even Cancer. All right. So now, let me tell you what's happening in February 2026. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. This is bonkers. I get chills just thinking about this and looking at my notes and the chart. So remember how I told you February 20th, 2026, that is the day of the Great Reset, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, the beginning of the beginning. On that day, okay, the moon will also be in Aries. And so the moon, it's going to be Saturn, Neptune, and the moon conjuncting in Aries. Now, the moon, it's a wide orb, yeah, but still going to be passing over that Saturn-Neptune conjunction, all right? And the Saturn-Neptune conjunction will be sextiling Pluto, as we know. But Jupiter, check this out. This is insane. Jupiter will be in Cancer, right? Exalted. Venus will be in Pisces, exalted. And they're going to be trining each other. So they're going to be in their exaltations, the two benefic planets on that day as well. It's very interesting to see what's going to happen that day. Now, when I say that Saturn and Neptune are going to conjunct February 20th, 2026, yeah, that's the perfection. That's when there it is. But they start February 14th. Okay, they start February 14th. So keep that in mind. February 14th leading up to the 20th. I'm going to tell you something else. Starting January 23rd, 2026, we are going to have, you like that? How dramatic I was? I'm like, we're going to have 5 planets in Aquarius, all conjuncting. What? I told you pay attention to this Aquarius part of your chart. I'm not even done. All right. So that's good. We're going to have the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Pluto all between 0 to 7 degrees starting January 23rd. All right. So keep that in mind. Remember, Aquarius is the future, freedom, independence, and a lot others, community, a lot of everything that I've already mentioned. Now, these 5 planets, they will be in Aquarius through together until February 7th. So that's 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks. All the personal planets, come on. This is big. Future, humanity, Pluto, transformation, regeneration, death and rebirth. Big. Why is this even a bigger deal? Because February 17th, we will have a new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius at 29 degrees. That anaretic degree. It's a critical degree. Right. What comes after 29 in astrology? 0. So this is 3 days before the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. Nobody saw. I'm like, why has nobody talked about this? Is huge. This is huge. So when I say your life is going to be changing, oh, get ready. Get ready. All right. And that's the other thing. When we get to July of next year, if we're going to talk about 2025 to 2027, let me tell you about July 2026. That's when the North Node moves into Aquarius, okay? Until 2027. So there's a big storyline and transformation and your spiritual journey and your karmic journey, okay? Your life purpose happening in a really big way from now until 2027, all right? So this Aquarius area of your chart, which again, we'll break it down when you get to your week, or when we do this, when I do all signs, just pay attention, okay? The fact that you got Uranus, Aquarius' ruler, trining, yeah, Pluto. So just remember, this is big. And when you got the eclipses, remember, we have that shift. The fact that not only you've got Uranus and Saturn, Aquarius' other ruler, these 2 years, you got the eclipses that are going to be happening in Aquarius, the nodal shift, right? You're going to be leaving Pisces and Virgo, moving into Aquarius and Leo. So again, January, February, big months. Now, again, when we get to July, when you got the nodal shift, North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo. What's really interesting about that, and that's going to be through 2028. What's really interesting about that is that June 2026, Jupiter moves into Leo. So you've got the South Node with Jupiter in Leo and eclipses too. This is kind of a big deal. What are the chances those 2 different cycles just happen to overlap in Leo, right? So anyway, on that day, and you may even want to mark this down in your calendar, August 12th, we're going to have that solar eclipse in Leo. That day, we're going to have a grand trine with Uranus in Gemini, Venus in Libra, and Pluto in Aquarius, okay? Grand air trine, but also a mini grand trine with Mercury, Venus, and Pluto. What? August 12th is huge. 2026. Mars will be trining the North Node in Aquarius. All right. Now, the last thing I am going to tell you, because if this doesn't blow your mind, you're going to be like, whoa, I need to listen to this again. Remember how on June 15th, so whenever you watch this, June 15th, 2025, we have the last Jupiter-Saturn square. Okay, that's part of a bigger story that started December 20th, 2020. Okay, the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. That was a grand mutation. That's a whole other thing that hasn't happened in 100. That's a whole other thing. But Jupiter-Saturn conjunction, that's a 20-year cycle, and that was a seeding point, and it happened in Aquarius. So when we get through these Jupiter-Saturn squares, and again, this is the last one. We had one in August, we had one in December, and this is the last one in June. When we get to 2026, Jupiter will move into Leo. Therefore, Jupiter will then trine Saturn. So do you see these big changes? When I say they're big, they're big. That's going to be 2026 to 2027. And that is a big storyline about humanity, the future. Anyway, what's the big takeaway here? Your life is going to change. Where do you want to be? Where do you want to be? By February 2026, start planting those seeds. I'm gonna let you go. This was so long. All right, so let me break this down for every sign, and we'll do this. Okay, I'm gonna pull some cards, and I'm just gonna tell you some things that you can take away. All right, let's do it. All right, thanks so much, y'all. All right, I'll see you. All right, thank you. Bye bye. Hello, Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. So clearly Saturn and Neptune moving into your sign. Everything I said in the intro is all about you. This is happening at your first house. I mean, this is a big deal. This is you. This is the role that you play. This is your identity, your personality. You may even change physically in the next 2 years, right? We're focusing on 2025 to 2027. You're going to have a lot of change. You're going to have a lot of change, but a lot of it's like bringing your dreams to reality, like I said. So a lot of y'all are going to start experiencing that now. Maybe there are some big fantasies like, like those thought bubbles with a palm tree in it or something. Maybe you want to work overseas. Who knows? You're going to start putting in the work, right? You're going to start taking those steps. And so this is really great. Just be mindful of the fact that Neptune is, there are those lower frequencies of Neptune, which, like I said, is illusion, delusion, confusion. So Saturn will help balance it out. You just have to, practice that patience. You're an Aries. You're charged up. You're on the go. So it really is that learning experience that you're going to have for the next few years, but you're going to enjoy it. It's sextile Uranus and Gemini. All right. So that would be your third house. And so that is all about communication. You're going to be communicating in ways that you never thought you could. And a lot of y'all are going to be the leaders in this as well. Okay. Remember, Uranus is the great awakener, and he brings those wake up calls and those breakthroughs, but also light bulb moments. And so I love what's happening for you. I absolutely love, and I want you to think about when Jupiter was in Gemini for the past year. Okay. Just kind of like picking up notes of that area in terms of your life, in terms of communicating. And the third house is also internet. It's social media. So when you've got Pluto and Aquarius, which is also social media because it is the masses, right? And they're all online. They're all on social media. Social media is going to be a big thing for you for the next 2 years. But like I said, there will be new forms of communication that we've never seen. There you go. There you go. And you may thrive on it. You're Aries. You love these new things. Okay. So communication is going to change for you. You're definitely going to be starting something new. It's a guarantee with Saturn, Neptune in your sign, with Uranus and Gemini for 7 years. But remember, these next 2 years, Uranus breaking things down for you to have that breakthrough. It's also your personal evolution, innovation. And remember, Uranus is trining Pluto in Aquarius. And remember, the glyph for that for Aquarius is Ganymede, the water bear. And I forgot to say this in the intros. I'm going to say it for every sign. That is sharing that wealth of wisdom and knowledge for the greater good. Humanity. Yeah. Aquarius is the humanitarian. Your role in humanity, the collective. Now, Pluto, remember, transformation. That's all you got to know. Pluto and Aquarius, that's your 11th house. What? So this is what's bonkers for you, Aries. You've got Pluto and Aquarius in your 11th house, which is your future hopes and wishes and aspirations and goals and dreams. Because remember, the 11th house is Aquarius ruled. And Saturn, who is all about the long-term goals and whatnot, is one of the rulers. And then you got Uranus, the other ruler, that's in Gemini trining Pluto. You can't make this up. This is insane for you. So the 11th house, all about your future. You're going to be hyper focused on your future. Okay. But also remember, 11th house is not only humanity and the masses, but it's your friendships. It's your BFF. It's groups you belong to. A lot of new people are going to be coming into your life in ways, even people that you just never thought would. Like, it's going to be a big thing. All right. So I'm going to just give you a couple other highlights because we're talking about 2025 to 2027. Just a couple highlights. Just remember that there is going to be, I feel like a lot of y'all are going to be getting new jobs or in the middle of getting new jobs, starting new partnerships, new contracts when we get to September. Yeah. So where do you want to be for you by September? Why do I say that? We have that new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. That's going to happen September 21st. That's your 6th house of everyday activities and work. And there may be some health matters here as well. All right. As in, maybe you're going to become a doctor. Maybe you're going to become a nurse. Maybe you're going to become a vet because the 6th house rules pets as well. Maybe you're going to be getting a new pet. But work is a big thing here. All right. Your role, everything like that. Maybe you launching a new business. Now, one of the reasons why you may have one of the biggest changes here before we even get to like winter is, let me pull this up. Yeah. There it is. when we get to October, yeah, October 6th, you will have a full moon in your sign. So you see how that comes after September. So there is something ending for you already for this new beginning. And it's going to be big. And then 2 weeks after that full moon in your sign, we do have a new moon in Libra. That's going to happen. Okay. That's going to happen for you. The 21st. What? I was like, wait a minute. Where'd it go? Okay, so yeah, that's gonna happen October 21st. But what makes it bonkers? This is one of the last best new moons of the year. We have the one coming up in Cancer that's really amazing. So this is really great because you will have Mars trine Jupiter at that time. All right. So a lot of home and family stuff happening for you, but Mars, being your ruling planet. I mean, this is just bonkers. It's bonkers what's happening in October for you. So just keep that in mind. Your things are changing for you now, and I really want you to put that energy into it now. For where you want to be by September, there's going to be new things happening for you September, October already. All right. Now, the other thing is, when we get to February, again, that new moon solar eclipse is happening in Aquarius. The nodes move into Aquarius. Again, this is your 11th house, your future hopes, long-term wishes, goals, dreams. There's something major happening. This is happening right at the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in your sign. So a lot to expect. There's a lot here for you. Aries. So let's go ahead and break it down. Let's see but just again, it's all about you. It's all about Saturn, Neptune, and your side. It's all about you. What do you want? Who do you want to be? Where do you want to be by February 2026? Okay. And then even when we get to, you're gonna love this when we get to July 2026. So a lot of y'all are having babies, by the way. You know that you're having babies. You're doing something here with family. A lot of y'all will move in the next year. Big, okay. I say that now. Some of y'all are looking at me like, no. You will. I'm looking at what's going on for you. You will. But remember, Jupiter is in Cancer. So whatever it is, it's for the better. It's for the better. Everything is falling into place for you in ways that, remember, all this cardinal energy happening right now. So, and if not move, at least there's something here where you're going to buy real estate. Maybe you will become a realtor, or maybe you're going to do some big old renovations to your place because, I don't know, you had a baby. So now you got to build a baby room or things like that. What I was going to say is like when we get to summer, July, August of 2026, when you got Jupiter in Leo, just wait. You are going to love that. And you are going to feel that. Leo being a fire sign like you, but Leo rules your 5th house of joy and pleasure and love and true love and soulmate energy and romance and sex and creativity, procreation. Like I said, like you're gonna be having babies or having babies or things like that, or maybe even grandkids. You got a lot of neighbor stuff happening. So you got your 3rd house, 4th house, 5th house activated. So it could even be like your neighbor is your BFF and they're having a baby or adopted. There's just something big, but also 5th house is also creativity, creative projects. There's a lot happening for you. All right. So a lot for you to look forward to. Let's do this spread. I'm going to use the Aquarian deck. All right. For you, Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising, what you can expect for 2025 to 2027. Okay, yay. Aries, how y'all doing? Let's do this. Okay, so Aries, y'all are amazing. Thanks so much for being here. I'm just gonna do a 5-card spread, and we're gonna take a peek, and then we're gonna. How many cards is that? That's 4. That's 5. Okay, I'll tell you what they mean. All right, so let's see. Let's see here. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. First card, you got the moon. Not surprised. So this is referring to, where have you been? What brought you to this moment? Okay? The moon. Lots been going on up here. A lot's been going on up here. And again, I'm not surprised. Even the fact that you've got Neptune in your sign, remember, can bring a little bit of like those blurred lines as well. But there's something here where I want you, remember the moon is the subconscious, but it's also your emotions. So I want you to really, really have that moment this week, thinking about everything that brought you to this moment and how it can fuel you moving forward. Okay, that's what this is. The moon is intuition, trust your intuition. And the fact that, remember, we had that 5-6 planet conjunction that was passing Pisces over into your sign mid-March, right? You had a lot of activity in Pisces. You had Venus in Pisces. You had like every planet was in Pisces, some for a long time, some for you, a really long time. Yeah, even just Neptune in Pisces. What was that? 14 years you had that? So the reason I say that, the moon is attributed to Pisces, and you've been going through a lot of Pisces energy, and that is spirituality, okay? It's spirituality, and it's also the subconscious. So remember what I said. We're pushing that out to have it inner conscious, okay? So bring things into your awareness. That's all this is. What are the things that you've gone through? What are the things that have brought you to this place where now you're going to use that energy, everything that you've learned, to feel empowered moving forward? Because that, again, at the end of the day, it still is spirituality. So it's filling you with this divine energy. And you do have the North Node in Pisces still all year long. All right? So use this. Now, you got the 5 of Cups. What this card refers to is where you're at now and what you need to work on. So the biggest thing for you, out with the old, in with the new. That is the biggest thing. The 5 of Cups, he's looking back at the spilled cups. Remember, 2025, from this moment from the summer forward, all about your future, not the past. So again, have that moment, think about what brought you to this moment, and use that energy to fuel you. But don't linger on the past. Remember what I said, take those risks that you know. You got to trust your intuition, though, when you take those risks, okay? The universe will take care of you. So this is a big sign saying, we got to let go of the past. Anything that has happened, let's heal right now. You know, you got a bunch of stuff still in your sign. You still got Chiron in your sign. You're still going through that healing. Chiron will change next year, okay? Move into Taurus. So you're going to have, but do that self-healing right now, all right? Can bring those profound shifts. Now, this card is actually attributed to Mars and Scorpio. Why is that a big deal? Mars is your ruler, okay, as well as Scorpio's. Scorpio, that rules your 8th house of death and rebirth. So you see what's happening here, that overlap with Pluto and Aquarius, because Pluto is Scorpio's ruler as well. So you've got to have that change. For that rebirth, you need that death part. There's something you've got to remember. You've got Saturn and Neptune in your sign. There's got to be big changes. You don't want to bring any baggage, all right? But you got to trust you in terms of, what do I have to leave behind? It's going to be cathartic. Don't be afraid of it. It's a lot of emotions here. Okay. Now, there you go. This is the 3rd card, what you can expect moving forward. So in terms of like your future, what you can expect 2025 to 2027, you got the 9 of Cups, the wish come true card. You're going to be fine. You're going to be good. This is a card where I say it's genie in a bottle energy. This is a card of complete satisfaction. You're taken care of. But you got to do that work here. From the 5 of Cups to the 9 of Cups, you've got to remember, he's got 2 cups behind him. So as long as you're moving in the right direction, everything you want is going to happen. And remember, I said we're in the year 9, and anyway, it's completion. It's fulfillment. This is wish fulfillment. You're good, right? Remember, Pluto and Aquarius, trining Uranus and Gemini. This is making your dreams become reality with Saturn and Neptune in your sign too. Now, 4th card, very special card that I decided to do at the last minute. This card is attributed to what you can expect in February when you have Saturn and Neptune, okay, conjunct in your sign at 0 degrees. Aries. I really want you to know that that's going to be a big thing for you. That's in your sign. And yeah, and then the new moon solar eclipse that's happening in Aquarius just a few days before. Yeah, the Three of Pentacles. The Three of Pentacles is a vibration of the Empress card 3. And so this is the birth of new things. Okay? There is going to be a new thing for you happening in February, where it's already in the astrology. Now this is affirming it. A lot of it will have to do with money, with wealth as well. Okay? But Pentacles are your physical world, your physical reality. So 3 is all about the new. Remember, birth of new things, creation, but also growth and learning and advancement. Now, you see the Pentacles are actually in the structure of the building. There's something here, long term. You're good. You're good. Okay? The last card I decided to do last minute too. We're going to look at July and August of 2026. But this is just the next big thing. This is when the North Node does move into Aquarius. South Node moves into Leo. And then Jupiter will be in Leo at this time too. July and August with a new moon solar eclipse in Leo as well. 3 of Wands. You got another 3. You're good. You're absolutely good. So you see there's a big new beginning, this rebirth happening for you. Okay? In February 2026, when we get to July 2026, you got the 3 of Wands. There's still new things. And that's what's happening in 2025, 2026, 2027. Remember what I said, even just Uranus and Gemini with trining Pluto and Aquarius, there's going to be a lot of breakthroughs, a lot of different breakthroughs, a lot of new things that are coming into your consciousness and that you're going to be doing in your physical world. 3 of Wands. Wands have the spirit of you. Wands are fire. And it's energy. It's invigorating. A lot of career stuff here. Yeah? With the Wands. But it doesn't have to be. It can just be what you're honestly like proud of, right? And really ambitious about, this hunger to explore more. All right, gain new ground. You see, it's all sky here. We say the sky's the limit. So again, these 2 3s are enormously special for you. You're going through big changes. But when this happens in July, August, remember, we're looking at July, August, okay? Jupiter, South Node, and an eclipse in Leo in your 5th house of joy and pleasure. This is going to explore for your spiritual growth as well. Okay? Meeting people, learning new things, starting a business, growing things. You're good. You're absolutely good. So really just take that time out to do some healing. Yeah? Do some healing here. But absolutely let things go, because there are going to be some things that, based on what's happening even in June, when we get to July, you're going to have to. Because you're going to feel it. You're like, I can't be at this job anymore. I've learned enough. I can start my own thing. I'm nervous about it, but I'm going to do it because I'm not going to let the past hold me back where people told me I couldn't, right? All about empowerment. You're good. You're good. Look at what happens. 9 of Cups, 3 of Pentacles, 3 of Wands. Aries. I love y'all. All right. Thanks so much. I will see you next week. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, Taurus. Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising. You've got a lot to look forward to, and you've got a lot of change. A lot of change. I'm going to give you some dates too, okay? We're going to go through 2025 to 2027, but listen, just the fact that you got Saturn and Neptune and Aries all summer, remember, where do you want to be by February 2026? It's in your 12th house. Now, why is this so interesting for you? Because the 12th house it's so nebulous. It's everything beyond the physical plane. And the 12th house is spirituality. The 12th house is healing as well. This is going to be very interesting for you because you're going to really embrace those Neptune energies. Yeah, because Neptune rules the 12th house. So creativity, imagination, sound, love, compassion, everything that I mentioned in the intro. amazing. All right. So that's kind of like your big life lesson here, is just really embracing more of that spirituality within you, in everything that you do and anything that you do. Remember, this is where it's an Aries. So it's that stepping up, being that leader in any capacity. It doesn't, even matter. It can be like toward your family, toward your community, toward a global scale with, the thing with Aquarius. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. But anything that you do, it's having that level of just like, I feel this in my bones. I'm trusting my intuition. And whatever I do, there is a sense of service to others and helping others. It's really interesting because you're going to go through some healing yourself, okay, with Saturn, Neptune, and Aries. And that's giving you wings. That's giving you wings. The other thing is Chiron, actually, remember, Chiron is an Aries. So Chiron, the wounded healer, is still here, right? So you're going to do some profound healing in this area of your life. But this is where it gets a little crazy. Next year, Chiron will move into your sign. Okay? So, and it's not a bad thing. It's just like, it's constantly like just everything that you're doing. It's anything that you've held on to. The 12th house is also the subconscious. Anything that you've held on to, even as a child, you're removing it now. So do you see how this is actually a really great thing for you? Just do not fall into those lower expressions of Neptune where it is like not doing that healing, right? Or, convincing yourself you don't have to and things like that. Like, it's just, that would be, that deception, that illusion that Neptune can bring within you. But you're going to be just, it's so special what you have. Run with it. Use it. It's going to be amazing. 12th house is also rest and retreat, a little bit of solitude. So you will definitely have some time to yourself to just process things. You had Uranus in your sign for 8 effing years. Process, okay? Process some things in terms of what you want moving forward. All right. So, and that's the good news. Uranus is leaving your sign, moving into Gemini. Now, this is, and I've told you this is where it gets bonkers for you. Uranus in Gemini for the next 7 years. Remember, Uranus does so much better in Gemini. Uranus being Aquarius's ruler, air sign in Gemini, air sign, right? Those are BFFs right there. All right. So Uranus just naturally does better in Gemini for every sign. Okay. And Uranus is leaving your sign. Uranus is better in Gemini than your sign. But anyway, that's your second house. So when you add the two together, Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your 12th, very spiritual, a lot of healing. And then Uranus and Gemini in your second, which is self-worth and self-value. The confidence that you are going to have will be off the charts. And what you do, you will never, well, I wouldn't say never, but if you have any moments of doubting yourself, that's done. That's done. Okay. Now, Uranus is the unexpected surprises. Yeah, there could be moments, but you've got Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your 12th house. Feel it in your bones. Okay. Trust your intuition. I say it all the time. We all have intuition, right? So it's a matter of connecting with it that makes the difference. Yeah. And there's some psychic level stuff here. When I talk about healers, a lot of y'all could become doctors, psychologists, tarot readers. It does not matter. It's just, again, there's something here that's really special. All right. So you are part of that brigade with Saturn, Neptune, and Aries. Just, again, remember, the next 2 years is going to be very spiritual. There's going to be this really big shift in the collective. Now, Uranus and Gemini in your second house is also things that you value, right? Things that bring you pleasure. There's also your material possessions. And because remember, you're the native ruler of the second house, Taurus. So this is your home. And it's money. So money is going to be a big thing for you for the next 2 years. You're going to have like breakthroughs. It's Uranus. You're going to have big breakthroughs. You're going to have really big light bulb moments in terms of maybe how to make more money, right? Remember, Uranus is freedom, okay? You're freeing yourself from anything, even if you're telling yourself, oh, I'm not good enough for this role, or I can't launch my own business. Nope. All that's going to be gone, all right? Just see for the next 2 years. And again, over the summer. Yeah. Work with this Uranus and Gemini energy and have your moments. Again, You've got Saturn, Neptune in your area of like solitude. Go sit by a tree. Have things come up. Bring out a notebook. All of that, right? Connecting with the earth. You're an earth sign. You get it. All right. Now, this is what's special for you. Everything's special for you. But when you see Uranus and Gemini trining Pluto and Aquarius, so what did I just say? Uranus and Gemini, second house of money, finances, income, salary, all of that. When you got Pluto and Aquarius in your 10th house of career, yeah. So remember, these are all harmonious, wonderful windows of opportunity, growth. But Pluto and Aquarius in your 10th house, that's not just career, that's fame. So out of all the signs, Taurus, you got Pluto, which is all about power and empowerment in your 10th house of fame. Now, when I say that, yeah, however you want it, it's where you put that energy. It can be your family, being recognized for being the, super mom. It can be your local community, wherever you want it. It can be career, like I said. If you're not here for career, it doesn't matter. It's the 10th house is your reputation. It's public recognition. So it's whatever you want to be recognized for whatever you do, right? It's very public facing, that 10th house, but it can be a global scale, right? And remember, the emphasis on humanity for the next 2 years. So buckle up, Taurus. Buckle up. This is insane what's happening for you. And, the fact that you have Jupiter in Cancer for the next year in your 3rd house, like communicate, you're going to be the communicators. You're going to be communicating a lot. So when I say you're going to be the leader, you're going to be leaders. You're going to be having these spiritual downloads with Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your 12th. And then, Jupiter in Cancer, 3rd house is kind of like you've got the megaphone, you got the microphone. Yeah. 3rd house is also writing. It's signing things. It's agreements. It's launching new businesses. Y'all are set. Just work with these energies, please. They're all harmonious. They're working for you. Now, the last thing I'm going to say, Taurus, is that Pluto natively rules your 7th house. So when I talk about your career and money, all of that really amplified, that's your 7th house. Yeah? That's partnerships, relationships. There can be something where you're going into business with someone, yeah, for the next 2 years. There could be you maybe doing something with your partner, okay? Maybe y'all are going to start a podcast. There's legal matters here too. I told y'all, a lot of y'all are getting married. If you haven't already, you're getting married, okay? Congratulations. And there's just so much happening for you. And you're the only sign. Okay, so before I even get to that, just know that you're going to have this big, everything's happening for you. Pluto in Aquarius in your 10th house. You're going to go through a lot of transformation. When you got Uranus and Gemini in second your house, there's going to be a lot of things that you do. Okay. You're going to have a lot of different opportunities, a lot of different breakthroughs. And you could go through a lot of different cycles too with Pluto and Aquarius in your career sector. Okay. And things can move really fast. So, it's like you're an intern for like 6 months. You've proved yourself that you're even, you do more work than the assistant, so you're gradually moving up faster than others. Yeah, it's just like you got a lot of power. Okay, don't be afraid to go deep. All right. Now, the other thing that I was going to say, I'm giving dates for every sign, and every sign is different. So I'm giving different dates for all the signs. If you're watching for your rising, your moon as well. I want you to pay attention to, so remember I said over the summer, everything I said in the intro is all about the summer, where you want to be by February 2026. Well, when we get to September, we immediately hit eclipse season. So when I say everyone's lives are going to change dramatically this year, there you go. Look at what's happening over the summer, okay? And then boom, right into eclipse season in September. So your life truly will be changing. Now, you are the only sign, and I'm just like, Taurus, you're all set, is the fact that, and get out your pens, right? September 7th, we have the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, yep. And then September 21st, we have the new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. This is exciting for you. because that September 7th full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, remember, that's where the nodes are at. Pisces, Virgo. You've been learning a lot in these areas of your life. The North Node in Pisces, that's your 11th house of your future hopes, long-term goals, wishes, dreams, things like that, right? So a lot of you are going to be ending things that you thought you wanted. And now you're like, actually, I'm really good at this. Or actually, like, I want to do this. And that's like every Taurus is different. Remember, everyone's going to experience this in different ways, okay? But what's really interesting for you, what's happening here, Neptune and Uranus are just vibing so well. Pluto, Uranus are vibing so well. There's something here where you have this epiphany, all right? Something is ending or you're having a turning point for gains, okay? Use this. It's a big one. Remember, lunar eclipses are endings, turning points, but it's a big one. It's in your 11th house, okay? So your future hopes, long-term goals, wishes, dreams, aspirations, but also friendships, your communities, groups you belong to. So a lot of it will be ending. There may be some ending of friendships, and it's not in a bad way. It's just like maybe that, reach an expiration date, things like that, right? It's everyone's always evolving, okay? And then on the 21st, you got that new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. In your 5th house, only you, Taurus. The 5th house is joy and pleasure and true love and romance. And so that's why I see a lot of y'all getting married or even getting into, maybe starting something with someone else that's just really fun. Maybe you are taking one of your hobbies, something that you love doing, a recreation of yours, playing darts, whatever it is. You find a way to monetize it. There's just so much happening here for you over September. That's bonkers, okay? It's bonkers because even in September, we move into Libra season. Then we got that one of the best new moons in Libra. That will be your 6th house. 6th house is everyday activities and work and whatnot. You got Mars moving into Scorpio in its domicile. That'll be September 22nd. That's your 7th house of partnerships and relationships. So you see that there's something really big happening there. And it can be love, it can be career, or it can just be one-on-one, right? Wherever that energy is, maybe it's with your neighbor, maybe it's with, I don't know, your sister, doesn't matter. It's wherever that energy is, but there's this one-on-one commitments and then also legal matters. So contracts, signing something, but it's 7th house is marriage. A lot of y'all are getting married. Congratulations. And having babies because like I said, you got a new moon solar eclipse in Virgo, September 21st, in your 5th house of sex, procreation, having babies. Yeah. All right. So, you've got a lot happening for you. All right. I really love it. And then you get into Sagittarius season. That's your 8th house. You're just having big transformations all year long. All right. Now, the other thing that I was going to say is that, and again, remember, 5th house is true love. So if you're single and looking, you better, but remember, where do you want to be? You got a lot of opportunities, wonderful opportunities. Now, the last thing I'm going to tell you, Taurus, is why it's Taurus of all the signs, right? Why are you going to have some of the big changes this year? Is because everything that I just told you for September and October, yeah? And if you wanted to know the date of the new moon in Libra, that would be October 21st. If you want to mark that. Remember how May, we had one of the best new moons in Gemini? And then June, we're going to have one of the best new moons in Cancer. Well, now in October, we have one of the best new moons of 2025. This is a new moon in Libra. Okay, so again, something that has to do with partnerships, relationships, legal matters. Also, work is a big thing here. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of you are shifting things, expanding things. We have this amazing grand trine with Uranus in Gemini, Pluto in Aquarius, Moon in Libra, this amazing air trine. And the reason why this is what, again, a big thing for you is because then we immediately move into Scorpio season. And remember, I already told you about Mars in Scorpio. And then you have Mars trine Jupiter on the 27th. You got Mercury trine Saturn again. You got Mercury trine Jupiter. There's so much great stuff waiting for you. Okay? Now, the last thing I'm going to tell you, I know, I just get excited. I want you to make the most. I always want the best for you. You've got, when we get to November, Uranus is going to go back into your sign. All right. And so you're still, it's almost like, you know, because it's just going to be at those late degrees. There's just still something here that you're finishing up. And it does feel like something that you really have to communicate, something new that you're doing, something new that you're in, right? The other thing is, mark this in your calendar, okay? And all of this is in your 2025 forecast, where I talk a lot more about this for you, Taurus. But when we get to November 5th, yeah, we have a full moon in your sign, okay? So there's something truly coming to an end in your life around this time, or a turning point, or something just illuminated for you. It's kind of a mixed full moon. We'll talk about when we get there. But there is something here that, again, it's gangbusters for you when it comes to money and career and partnerships, because Mars, on the same day of the full moon in Taurus, in your sign, okay, or the day before, Mars will move into Sagittarius. I told you about that, right? And then we're going to be moving to Sagittarius season. We're going to have a new moon in Sagittarius. It's just the cycles. Oh, you're not even supposed to see that, Bob. Well, it's just water and crystals. So Sagittarius rules your 8th house of death and rebirth, of transformation, but also partnerships, can be business partners as well, and money. Okay, but money as in shared resources, assets, all of that. Okay, bonuses, commissions, inheritance, investments, royalties, loans, taxes, all of that. You got Mars there. Okay, you're going to be changing. You're going to be changing in a big way. All about you and your role and the role that you're playing. But also, when you got Mars sextiling Pluto right at your full moon, oh, stop it. Stop it. All right. So again, something really big in terms of, well, that's a lot of sexual energy. And I already told y'all you got bunny stuff happening. Anyway, this is rare when you got Mars sextile Pluto, but that's how, remember, Pluto and Aquarius in your 10th house of fame. There's a new you. All right. And then remember, Uranus is moving back into your sign. And then, remember, I talked about partnerships and relationships for you, and that's going to be a big thing for you. It's going to be a big thing for 19 years. To be honest, you've got Pluto and Aquarius in your 10th house, but Pluto natively rules your opposite sign. All right? So 19 years. But anyway, we're just focusing on the next 2 years. When we get to, when we get to just November, okay? Mark this in your calendar. November 19th, that new moon in Scorpio, there's something really wonderful waiting for you. Okay. And remember, I said everything in the intro that I was talking about, the aspects that we're having with Saturn, Neptune, right? Sextile Uranus and Pluto, all of that, how you're going to feel it strongly certain times throughout this year. You are going to feel that with the new moon in Scorpio, November 19th. Oh my goodness. In a way where, again, I talk about it a lot more in your annual forecast, but just know we have a Mercury Cazimi at that new moon. When have you seen that, right? On top of that, Uranus sextiling Neptune, because Neptune's gone back into Pisces. Uranus has gone back into your sign. So you are really going to feel this new moon. And this configuration here, the way that it's happening, it's been since the 60s. I mean, talk about fresh new energy you're working with. And don't forget, when you got Uranus sextiling Neptune, that's back in Pisces, North Node in Pisces, all in your 11th house of your future hopes and long-term goals and wishes and dreams. Whew. We're good. All right, Taurus, let's do this. How much? Oh gosh, I am going. All right, so, Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Okay. Taurus, how are y'all doing? Oh, look, this guy, this guy's ready to come out here. All right, so Taurus, I'm gonna do a 5-card spread, and I'll walk you through it. Okay, Taurus, y'all are amazing. Y'all got some big stuff happening, and you know I do want you to get excited because it's just like, listen, when you have a planet that doesn't do well in your sign for so long, since 2018, sometimes you just don't remember it's there. It's leaving. And then when it comes back into your sign later in the year, just know that use it. Have those breakthroughs. It's in your sign, your personal breakthroughs, because these are auspicious aspects it's having. Okay? I love y'all. Y'all are amazing. All right. So what? Yeah. Okay. Are you the only one? No, you're not. You're good, but you are the only. Yeah, you are. You're the only one. Okay, so far. And I'm using the Aquarian deck. All right, because we're on the brink of the age of Aquarius, and you know there's a lot of Aquarius energy happening, and I'm going to tell you something that's happening for you in July 2026, and you want to hear this, okay? So the first card you got the page. Oh yeah, right. The Page of Wands. So this card is attributed to where you've been, what you've been going through the past few months, what you've been experiencing, those life experiences. Something new's come through, all right? But also imagination, whole other level, the things that you want, the things that you're thinking about. Oh, wow, you're in it to win it. And the Page of Wands is that fresh new energy. It's a page, and there's this enthusiasm, and there's this willingness to commit for the long term. And so this is showing that, yeah, a lot of things have already happened for you in the past few months. Amazing. All right. The other thing is, some of y'all remember, just wait until we get to that new moon in Cancer, but that new moon in Gemini was amazing for you. All right. Your second house. And remember, these are cycles. So see how things, as long as you were, putting your energy out there, planting seeds, vibrating at that frequency. Oh yeah, you're going to see it. Right. But remember, these are cycles. So you're going to see it. Things unfold for you in a big way. And that's the Page of Wands. So this is really more about your past, right? So everything that you've been going through, the good and the bad. It's just like, what have you learned? Take that with you, okay? 2025, 2027, there's something clearly new that you wanted. A lot of y'all got it. A lot of y'all are getting it, right? And all of it is you taking that action. This is amazing. Wands, again, career is so big and highlighted for you. Wands, yeah, career and profession and enterprise and whatnot. But also, and a lot of y'all are launching new businesses, especially by the end of this month into, the summer anyway, if you haven't already, right? Or doing something big, change, right? This is just your passions, okay? If you're not here for a career, it's just, what is that thing that is moving your soul? That is what it is. Don't let that go. All right. Now, the second card, Page of Swords. You got another page. You got back-to-back pages. This card is attributed to kind of like now, where you're at now, or even what you could be working on now too, right? So Page of Swords. Whoa. Now this is up here. Swords are the mental suit, right? Communication, logic, thinking, analyzing, processing. What did I just say? What did I say about, like, you got Jupiter and Cancer all year in your third house up here. Okay, the physical mind, right? And so that's amazing because Jupiter brings that expansion, blessings. It's this big shift that you're going to be having. But the third house, communication, you're going to be communicating a lot. Third house is also launching new businesses, right? You got 2 pages here. It's launching new things, it's third house is Mercury ruled. Mercury is the mercantile, right? Selling things, but also travel. There's likely travel, but you got this fresh new energy that's shifting things. Yeah. You got Saturn and Neptune in your 12th. So it's both physical mind and higher mind. Amazing. All right. So you are in the process of, if you haven't already, you're starting something new, thinking about something new, bringing something into your consciousness. The Page of Swords, he's like a sponge. He loves learning. He loves learning new things. So it could even be like you took on a new role. And now that's a whole, you're obviously things are shifting up here, adapting to that new role. And it just, wherever you're putting that energy. Wherever you're putting that energy, but it really is a lot of this Uranus and Gemini energy that you're going to feel really strongly. Because when Uranus moves. Yeah? And then, by the way, just looking at your chart, a lot of you are going to be very physical too. I like that. There's going to be something big in terms of this. When we get to October with health, you may have a big focus on health, as in like you could become a nutritionist, personal trainer, things like that. Maybe think about going to the gym, maybe thinking about starting Pilates or whatever it is, right? But Aquarius does rule, the ankles, right? And then you've got Gemini that rules the hands. So that's just like a lot of motion, right? And then Saturn, Neptune, Aries, which is that's that Aries energy right there. You're already feeling it. You're good. This is all about the new. Now, third card, what you can expect for 2025 to 2027 for the next 2 years. You got the 7 of Wands. Now, this is part of that. I got something to tell you, Taurus. This is part of that, and I'll tell you when we get to the end. All right. 7 of Wands, very interesting. If you're a cross watcher, a lot of, other signs have been getting this card. 7 of Wands is valor. Remember, what did I say about this year? The 4 C's, the collective, consciousness, community, and courage. That's what this is. You're going to be bold AF. You're going to have things other people want. Yeah. The other thing is, and he's, there's this energy in this card, like this competitive spirit as well. And you're going to have that. Look at what's happening for you. All right. The only thing that I have to say is, again, don't be afraid to go deep. You're going to have moments where you're going to be going deep, especially with Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your 12th. The lower expression of that can be self-sabotage. So you want to avoid that. Remember, with that Neptune energy, illusion, delusion as well. So don't be afraid to go deep, please. All right. Chiron will move into your sign. And we can't tell Chiron like, oh, can you wait? No, Chiron's going to move into your sign. You're going to do this profound healing. You're going to walk down the street. People are going to see your aura. That's what I'm saying, Taurus. You're good, all right? But you see that you're going to have things that other people want. And there's this competitive spirit here, okay? I remember I said, like, I'm going to be famous, all right? You got Pluto power in your 10th house of fame. So there you go. But this is, it's fun. But at the same time, it's like drawing a line in the sand as well. So you're going to get to that point where you have that confidence, that courage where, no, this is where I draw the line. Okay. You're Taurus. You do that anyway, but you see that the next 2 years, it's like, yeah, there's got to be some things where you are the leader and you have to, and that can be like, even like your family, they want this and that, and colleagues or your employees, whatever it is. You're the one who's always going to be at the top of the hill. All right. And so just learn how to manage and work with those energies. That's why I'm saying everyone's going to be a leader in a different area of their life, but everyone nonetheless will become a leader. So already, adjusting to that energy. And it is a Leo card, by the way. Leo rules your 4th house. So a lot of it may have to do with home and family. All right. Your domestic sector. Now you've got the 4th card. I mean, you're good. So why is this? Because the 4th card is attributed to February 2026, what you can expect when you have Saturn and Neptune in Aries conjunct at 0 degrees, the Great Reset, just 3 days after the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius, where you already have Pluto in your 10th house of career and fame and honors and achievements. You got the world. Your life is changing in a big way in February. This is the merging of your journey up until February. Everything that you wanted. That's why I'm stressing this summer. Where do you want to put that energy? Where do you want to be by February? This is a huge achievement. All right. You're here in this card too. Okay. Because the 4 fixed signs here. And there's a bigger story with that, but it just brings that stability. Anyway, this is the end of the major arcana, the end of the hero's journey, something really brand new. All right. Because February is bringing that new era You're good. All right. Big. A lot of lessons that you learned and everything. Anyway, oh yeah, and the fifth card. So the fifth card is attributed to July and August 2026. All right. You got the Knight of Cups. I'm not surprised. What did I say about partnerships and relationships? This is the knight in shining armor. Okay. This is the one who he's extending his cup. He wants to share it with someone. And this is, you're already on that journey. For a lot of y'all, you're already going to be in that journey, but taking a partnership relationship like to a transcendent level. All right. In July. All right. Especially with love. Why? Because July and August, that is when we have the North Nodes changing, right? North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo. But also Jupiter in Leo. And then August, a new moon solar eclipse in Leo. Leo rules your fourth house. That is your domestic sector, home, family. You have Jupiter in Cancer up until that point already, blessing your home and your domestic sector, relationships, children, all of that. So you see how you have a lot to look forward to. You have a lot to look forward to. And this is like very partner in crime. Like, let's do this together. Again, it can be career, business partner, however, okay, you want it. But at the end of the day, a lot of creative energy here. That Neptune energy, imagination, creativity, use it. It's in your 12th house where it's at home. That's a lot of creative energy with the Knight of Cups. And the Knight of Cups, sure, this is going on a journey. Knights are all about action, right? So it's you moving forward with another person or someone coming into your life around that point that's just like, soulmate, right? Twin flame, all of that, but also like meant to be. Even if you don't want it, this is just you looking to fill your cup in a way where it's, again, transcendent when you get to that point. So that's when you could possibly be looking to, have a significant other or, get married or things like that. Things that have to do with the home space. Again, maybe you find the perfect realtor for a place because, again, that home part of your chart, your domestic sector, it's activated for 2 years, all right? Your career activated for 19 years, but feel it strongly. You're going to feel it strongly when the North Node moves into Aquarius. Again, that's in your 10th house of career and fame. So you got a lot to look forward to. You have a lot to look forward to. You can see, what it's going to say is you got the most court cards so far, these three. And then you got the World, Major Arcana. Wow. Oh, and the Seven of Wands. Remember, I said this is a Leo card. All right. It's the third decan of Leo. Therefore, like Saturn in Leo. Very interesting, right? So, again, that is your domestic sector, home and family, home and family. And so there could, and like even neighbors, yeah, with Jupiter and Cancer. So there just could be something here where it's just you're on top. People want what you want. Maybe you're working from home too. That could be a whole thing too. But either way, there is this competitive spirit. I feel it feels more fun. Yeah. I'll even clarify that 701s for you. Oh gosh, that's the last thing. Yeah. And yeah, it's going to be because you got the King of Cups clarifying it. Like you're going to be fine. This is so much like emotional stability. This is so heart-filled, leading with your heart. This is doing what your heart desires. This is you being the rock for other people. So that, again, I just felt like really fun. And it can be career too. Yeah, he's a leader. This is you leading with your heart. You're good. You see, you got another court card. I mean, all courts. Like this leader, what you're moving into, the world, Taurus, you're good. Thanks so much. I will see you next week. All right. Thank you, Taurus. Bye-bye. Hello, Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Rising. This is going to be huge. You've got Uranus moving into your sign. You've never, unless you're over 80 years old, you've never experienced this. Okay. This is going to be, well, let's start with Saturn and Neptune and Aries. So again, everything that I said in the intro, but this is your 11th house. So this is amazing. Because you're already a social sign. You're the social butterflies. You're the communicators. The 11th house is other people. It's the masses. It's humanity. It's just when you see what's happening for you, you're just going to go through the biggest change that you ever have, ever. It's enormous. 11th house. So is Aquarius ruled. Remember, you have Saturn, Neptune, and Aries, that's going to be sextile Pluto and Aquarius. So you have that connection there. So there is something here that's very public facing, very for, for the greater good, for humanity, but it can also just be your community. It can be, wherever you want it, your industry, whatever it is, there's something here where it is you connect. It's just you being in your comfort zone, connecting with other people. And the 11th house is also your future hopes, long-term goals, wishes, dreams. So what makes this great is that you've got Saturn here. Saturn natively rules that 11th house. So you've got a lot to look forward to. A lot to look forward to with Pluto in Aquarius as well. In your 9th house, that's the house of the gods. That's the house that Jupiter rules. And so this is bringing that inner wisdom. This is bringing a fresh new perspective. Your perspective on everything, it's going to change in the biggest way. And it's going to be so spiritually moving for you with this 9th house activity. You have a lot of travel too. You've got enormous travel on the books for the next few years. It can be long distance. It can be, locally. Travel of the mind as well if you're not physically traveling. There's also, I think I talked about this. You got Pluto to Aquarius for 19 years? A lot of you are going to be writing books. Geminis are the writers. So publishing is a big part of that 9th house. Now, I think in my last live stream, I've told you this. I'm a Gemini rising. I've been working on a book for 10 years. That young adult novel I've been working on. And so I've seen your comments. A lot of y'all, listen, publishing is going to be a big thing. You rule the 3rd house. You're going to have Jupiter in Leo next year. And so the 3rd house is online too. You could be starting websites, doing things online, selling things online. You've just got so much happening in terms of you being in your element. Now, the fact that Uranus is moving into your sign, that's the big thing here. All right. Again, this is Uranus, all about innovation, and you're going to embrace this. Remember, you're Mercury ruled. You're all up here, right? And so you're going to be the thought leaders. You've got so much happening for you. And it's so hard to, just for Geminis, the fact that you have the North Node and Saturn in your 10th house, a lot of shifts and changes in career. Also, fame or your reputation, things that you want to be known for. If you're not here for career, if you're retired, whatever you're just passionate about, wherever you're putting that energy. And then Saturn natively rules your 8th house. And so you are going through true transformation. A lot of it work related because Pluto natively rules your 6th house, which is work. Okay. So basically, when I see what's happening for you, a lot of y'all are going to have these big breakthroughs, these big light bulb moments, these big wake-up calls, but big callings. You're going to have this big calling. And then remember with Pluto and Aquarius, all about this freedom, all this freeness, trusting your intuition, being more, again, spiritually motivated and inspired. But there's definitely a lot of y'all are going to even with the fact that Uranus is in Gemini, you could have physical changes. You could change your appearance. There's so much Uranus and Gemini. When we get to it, we'll talk. Okay, we'll talk. It's got to be a big thing, but you will be trailblazers for sure, especially with Saturn and Neptune and Aries as well. I think there's going to be a lot of people that look up to you. Remember, a lot of your dreams are coming true right now. Remember, Saturn and Neptune in Aries. What did I say? That's, your dreams turning into reality with Saturn and Neptune. That happens to be in your 11th house of your future hopes, long-term goals, aspirations, wishes, and dreams. No one else is yours, Gemini. Yours. All right. So really pay attention to the next 2 years where you have this combo really activated. And because we're talking about the next 2 years, I'm just going to let you know now. Pay attention to September. Remember, I said you're going to go through this big transformation throughout the summer on where you want to be by February 2026. Well, when you're at the end of that point and you're feeling that energy, September, we have eclipse season. And these are going to affect you enormously. We have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, September 7th. And then we have that new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. All right. That will be September 21st. So look at what's happening for you. And when I say this is going to affect you, yes, this is on that mutable axis, your mutable sign. All Geminis are going to be affected in a really big way. So here's the thing. There's something ending for this brand new beginning, and a lot of it will be work related, and a lot of things with home and family, as well as real estate. Remember, you also have Jupiter in Cancer in your second house, your material possessions. So when I say real estate, you could be buying properties. You could be expanding your home. You could be having kids. There's so much here, especially when we get to September, because we do enter Libra season 2, and that is your 5th house of, procreation. So anyway, September is going to be a really big month for you, really big month of change. Now, another big month for you this year would be December, when, let me pull up the date here, December 4th, if you want to mark that in your calendar, when we have the full moon in your sign. So remember, we just had that new moon at the end of May in your sign, one of the best new moons. You got that full moon in your sign December 4th. So whatever you started, there's this moment with the full moon, okay, where there's something ending, there's something coming to completion, but there's also a turning point as well. This is all in the fall. Now, remember December also, and if you want to know more about this year, remember, just check out your annual forecast, because I did say in December, that is when we have a lot of other aspects that are challenging. We have a lot of squares and oppositions. But your full moon, honestly, Uranus will have moved out of your sign at this point. You're still going to have some things wrapping up in your 10th house of career and fame and your reputation and achievements, social status. Leadership is just such a big thing for you. But you will have Venus sextile Pluto at that time of your full moon in Gemini. Remember, you will have Jupiter and Cancer in your second house of income and salary and finances. When you've got Venus and Pluto together, there's money stuff here. There's money and love. Big, big things for you. And then at that time, you will have Mercury, your ruler, trining Jupiter and Saturn. So remember, whatever you manifested, whatever intentions you were setting around that new moon, remember Mercury also conjuncting Jupiter, everything, it's all here in December for you, okay? Now let's get started. Let's break some things down. I mean, that's a lot. You've got a lot to look forward to. Let's break things down. A lot of money stuff. And just you're going to go through enormous change. Uranus going into your sign. And even if you asked a Taurus, remember Uranus was in Taurus for the past 7-8 years. They went through change. They went through enormous change. Okay. You're going to go through the same thing they did. However, remember what I said in your monthly forecast, or maybe several times. Uranus in Gemini is a whole different energy. It is very different. It is very different. And it works a lot better in your sign, right? A lot better. The fact that Uranus is Aquarius' ruler, right? And Aquarius is your BFF, fellow air sign. Works a lot better. All right. So let's see what's going on for you, Gemini, for 2025 to 2027. And we'll pull some cards here. All right. Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Rising. I'm so excited. There's a lot. I'm going to tell you a couple other things too as we go along, but I'm going to do a short spread here. I only just 5 cards. Let's take a peek. I'm using the Aquarian deck too. I mean, we are moving into the age of Aquarius. And I love David Palladini. So, one last thing with Pluto and Aquarius, and this is why y'all are going to be big leaders. Remember, Pluto is that death and rebirth, that transformation. But don't forget that Aquarius, the glyph is the water bearer, right? Ganymede. So it's sharing that wealth of wisdom and knowledge for the greater good to humanity. So when I see what's happening for you, There are things you got to say. There's things that you're doing that's going to be whoosh, out there. That's going to be out there for the world. Okay? This is big. All right. So let's see. Yeah. Yeah. I like, you're really good. When I say, listen, this is very special. Okay. So, you get the first card. You got the Five of Wands. This is a conflict card, but it's the least conflicty of the conflict cards, right? So Five of Wands, not seeing eye to eye. This is even up here. There could have been a lot of tug of war happening with you, especially when you see what had been going on. So this card is attributed to where you were at. Everything that you experienced that brought you to this moment. And there could have been just maybe disagreements, not seeing eye to eye with other people, communicating with other people, not getting what you want, or maybe too many cooks in the kitchen. Someone had to rise up, right? And that's the whole point of the Five of Wands. This card is all about ego, right? It's like no one's, moving through the heart. And I'm not saying that that's you. I'm saying that's what this card is, but also they're children. So this card is just basically saying there could have been things that happened, the past year or so that maybe you were involved in some situations that were just not worth your time. And so this is kind of like I said, where you were at. All right. So this is saying learn from it, right? Someone's got to rise up, be that leader, and let all that fall away. Remember, out with the old, in with the new. And if you have been going through moments where you didn't know which direction you're going, again, think about any experiences that you went through that were challenging and use that to inspire you, to empower you, and for you to say, I don't ever want to be in that situation again. And I create my reality. So I'm going to make sure I'm never in that situation again. That is rising above, right? That's being the better person in the situation, the better version of yourself. So that would be what you're taking with you, all right? Using anything that happened that could have been challenging, not seeing eye to eye. It can be with a partnership, relationship. It can be with career. It's wands, right? But just your passions where you could have felt a little stuck or things were moving a little bit slow. I explained January to, May anyway. But again, it's over. But learn what do you have to learn from it to rise above? All right. Now, you do that. Second card. You got the Ten of Cups. So this is what you can expect when you do that work. What you can expect where you're at now. Ten of Cups is happy everything. It's so much joy. It's enjoyment. It's enjoyment. It's your birthday season, by the way. As I do this video, happy birthday, Geminis. Enjoy it. You got Jupiter in your sign still. Yeah. At that 29-degree point, it's going to be bearing you gifts, moving into one of the best years with Jupiter in your second. What? Ten of Cups, the only rainbow in tarot. This is big. This is, when I say happy everything, you can expect that. A lot of y'all are experiencing it. And I've tried to leave as many congratulations comments as I could with all your comments. So many of y'all like new jobs, new careers, new love. Everything's happening for you and you deserve it. Okay? Remember Jupiter moving into Cancer exalted in your second house, your physical world. You've got so much to look forward to. But just be prepared to make those changes with Uranus in your sign. All right. A lot of this is going to be career for a lot of y'all, or, profession, or maybe you launching a business. It's clear as day right here. All right. So just keep that in mind. That's going to be a big, big thing that you'll even have moments at the end of the year too. All right. But there's this new you emerging. Now, the third card. You got Temperance. Amazing. You have an archangel. This card is attributed to what you can expect moving forward from now until 2027. Temperance. How amazing is that? Temperance. Temperance, the first thing that's coming through is mix. You're gonna anyway, but just shake things up, mix things up. Don't be afraid to, right? Take those risks, those, realistic risks with the Saturn, but take those risks. nonetheless, right? Because Temperance, formerly the Alchemist. So remember, even in the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, but pouring the water between the two cups. So alchemy, yeah. It's bring everything in: spirituality, mind, body, spirit, everything within you, but also within your physical world. Temperance is just saying, hey, enjoy this. You're going to be good. I'm Archangel Michael. I'm taking care of you for the next 2 years. You're going to be good. But when Jimmy says practice patience with Saturn and Aries for the next 2 years, do that too. And just know everything that you want is going to happen. Okay? This is saying, I got you. So just believe in yourself and make those things happen. Uranus, like I said, being in your sign is going to be, you have no idea how big that's going to be. And you're just getting a taste of it. Remember, Uranus is going to move back into Taurus at the end of the year. You're just getting a taste of it this summer. All right. And then next 7 years, Uranus is going to be in your sign. So Temperance is just saying, enjoy life, enjoy the ride, take it slow and steady. You're going to be fine. Don't worry. Okay. Create the reality that you want. Visualize it. I'll make sure you get there. All right. Partnerships, relationships, also too. Big thing. Career, love, maybe one-on-one commitments. That's going to be a big thing. All right. You're signing so many you're signing a lot of things. So that can be like a new job, maybe new clients, maybe a lease on a house, maybe just, there's so much signatures that I'm getting. All right. So the other thing is with Temperance, yeah, it is saying like avoid extremes too. All right. You'll be fine. Now, the fourth card. This is a special card. This is what you can expect in February 2026 when we have the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius. And then 3 days later, Saturn conjunct Neptune in Aries at 0 degrees. You got the Ace of Pentacles. So when I say you've got some really big new things to look forward to when we get to February 2026, oh, there's your affirmation. The Ace of Pentacles, Aces, new. This is the hand of spirit offering you something new. Pentacles, I told you about money. Okay, so Pentacles are money, wealth, but also your physical world. Again, y'all are buying things. You're all getting things. There's things expanding your physical world here with Jupiter here. So it could be something in your physical realm as well. And remember, Pentacles are, linked to the vault of heaven, right? The 5-pointed star, the golden ratio. It's huge. Consciousness is going to be a big thing. Do you know the Vitruvius man? The Da Vinci. It's based on the 5-pointed star. Anyway, it's a big thing, and it's like we can go on for hours. But the fact that this comes up in the most important month of the decade for you, the Ace of Pentacles, that's good. That's good. Okay, so you see that a lot of great things happening for you. Now the last card, because we're going up to 2027. I wanted to see July and August for everybody. So that is when we have Jupiter in Leo, the South Node in Leo, and the new moon solar eclipse in Leo. All right. You have the Four of Wands. So this is a card of milestones. It's a card of celebration. It's a lot of domestic energy. Again, home and family, like getting married, maybe, proposed to, having a baby, things like that. But they're wands, so work-related matters. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, wands are just your passions, okay? They're invigorating. They're that fiery spirit. They're, fire. You're good. You're good. The Four of Wands it is an Aries card, all right? And remember, you got Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your 11th house of your future long-term hopes, wishes, and dreams. You got Archangel Michael telling you, oh yeah, I'll take care of you for the next 2 years, all right? This is amazing. You even see the couple here. I think I mentioned partnerships, relationships is coming in strong. And again, it can be career. It can be a new business partner. It can be love and romance, whatever resonates. It's just one-on-one connections. All right. But signing things, making things official and multiple. I'm feeling a lot more than, you know what I mean? Like, so you are really good. You are really good. Gemini, look at you go. You can get no swords. All right. Which is, again, when you got Uranus in your sign, by the that yeah, you're gonna be thinking, but you're gonna be so in the zone. You're gonna be so in the zone. In this more, it's like this great merging of the physical mind and the higher mind. Now, this last card, just real quickly. Remember, I said it's attributed to July, August, right? 2026, when all that activity in Leo, South Node in Leo, Jupiter in Leo, eclipse in Leo. That is your third house anyway. All right. Leo rules your third house. You're the native ruler of the third house. Third house is communication. It's launching businesses. It's, Mercury ruled, like I said, Mercury, mercantile. It's starting things online. It's social media. You have a lot of social media stuff, by the way, when we get to next year. Again, y'all are, and that's the thing. I say that now. There may be a new form of social media by then with what's happening. It's bonkers, but you're going to be ahead of the game because Uranus is going to be in your sign. All those changes. You're good. You're absolutely good. Gemini, thanks so much. Oh my gosh. All right. Y'all are amazing. Thanks so much. I'll see you next week. Bye-bye. Hello, Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising. What a time for you. All right, so let's break this down a little bit, okay? Saturn and Neptune in Aries. You're going to feel this 1,000%, 1,000,000%. I'm looking at what's going on for you. First of all, this is in your 10th house. And so you are going to have humongous changes when it comes to career and fame. Okay, that can be on a global scale. It can be within your industry. It can be wherever you want it, because the 10th house is very public facing. And there is a sense of leadership here in your cardinal sign. This is happening in Aries in the 10th house. That is also, that's Capricorn rule. So when I say, remember I said in the intro that, this is a time where everyone's going to be stepping up, being that spiritual leader, compassionate leader, hero, role model, all of that. Really you. And if you're not here for a career, it doesn't matter. It's just whatever you're passionate about, that you're putting your energy into, that you want to be known for. That's the 10th house. It's honors, it's achievements, it's, social status, it's leadership at the end of the day. And the wheels are already turning. And they will be this summer in a really big way. And so use that energy from Neptune, that creative energy, okay? You're going to have a huge spiritual awakening with Uranus and Gemini. That is your 12th house, all right? And you're comfortable with that. That's the Pisces house. It's, ruled by Neptune anyway, and Jupiter too. So that's just spirituality. That's healing. There's so much here. The fact that you also, just when I look at what's going on for you, remember you still have Chiron in Aries as well. So a lot of Cancers right now, you're going through a process of healing old wounds where if there's something that you dreamed of, right? We got Neptune here. Things that you wanted, things that you deserve. This is the time right now where you're healing those old wounds, where you have been telling yourself, or there's been something up here telling you you're not good enough, or you can't have this. All of that, you're ripping off the Band-Aid. Because what's happening here, y'all are really going to lead the way. Okay? This is your 10th house. And again, especially if you are here for career, this is enormous. This is really big. So just expect that. And remember, where do you want to be by February 2026? Yeah? Saturn will test you. But Saturn's in Aries. You're going to want things. You got Jupiter in your sign as of June 9th. You're going to have the biggest expansion, the most luck, Jupiter's luck and good fortune out of all the signs. Use this. Your entire world is going to expand in ways you couldn't believe. Okay? Remember, practice that patience, though, with Saturn in Aries. Everything's going to unfold for you. This is pretty big. And even in a sense, with the 10th house, again, if you're not here for career at all, or your profession or work or anything like that, it could even just be the smallest thing of you making that difference, that impact on the collective humanity, people you know. There can be something here where maybe you have a beautiful garden and this is, you make it public. And that's what heals people in your neighborhood or in your city. And it becomes a thing, and you become, and the news wants to, interview you for this. There's gonna be something where you get a spotlight, is all I'm saying. This is gonna be big, and it's gonna be really big. Now, Uranus and Gemini, again, that is your 12th house. That is very spiritual. The 12th house is everything beyond the physical plane. Remember, Neptune rules this house. All right, so use this. This is profound healing too. Y'all are going to be healers. You're going to have big wake up calls in terms of spiritual awakenings, these even spiritual reckonings that will be happening because you already have the North Node in Pisces in your 9th house, which is very spiritual. That's Jupiter's domain. All right. So have these wake up calls, right? Have these moments, these light bulb moments, these spiritual moments. The 12th house is healing. And when you combine all of this together, y'all really will be the healers. And it can be on a big scale. That's all I'm saying. Even if you're at a corporate job, it's you that's, people come to you. They're like, oh, I feel good around Sheila, right? She imparts the best wisdom. And then word gets around. And then, do you know what I mean? And then you become, anyway, it can manifest in so many different ways, but this is definitely healing. Now, the one thing I am going to say with Uranus and Gemini, this is going to be really good for you, but you've got to, you just have so much in this 12th house activity, Saturn and Neptune in Aries, and then you've got the North Node in Pisces all year still. That's a lot of spirituality. So the 12th house is also the lower expressions would be self-sabotage, right? And so again, use more of that Saturn, Neptune, and Aries energy, right? Even Chiron in Aries. Aries is right with Chiron, doing that healing. And again, if you're going through a process where you don't feel good enough, or there's something in your subconscious telling you that, use Uranus. I always tell you, use these aspects. Don't let them use you. Uranus will be trining Pluto in Aquarius in your 8th house. Pluto rules the 8th house natively, okay? And that is transformation. That's death and rebirth. Like I said, it's empowerment. So do you see how you are going to go through a huge process of this spiritual evolution of all? This is big. Now, Pluto in Aquarius, by the way, when Uranus trines Pluto in Aquarius, this is big. Pluto's at home. And this is only for you. Pluto's in Aquarius in your 8th house, Cancer. So Aquarius, remember the glyph is the water bearer. It's Ganymede. Pouring the water, sharing that wealth of wisdom and knowledge for the greater good, for humanity. And this is in your 8th house. So when I say death and rebirth, transformation, you are really going to see this new you, okay, unfold in a very powerful way. You've got so much partnership energy too, because Saturn natively rules Capricorn. That's your opposite sign. And so the fact that you have Pluto and Aquarius trining Uranus and sextiling Saturn and Neptune, these truly show there's something here with partnerships, relationships, that's going to go deep, okay? Going deep to discover who you are and what you want out of it. And it can be career, it can be love, it can be one-on-one. And then, when we get to next year, 2026, it is money, 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 money. All right? So, and we'll talk about that. I'm going to talk about that after I pull some cards. But the last thing I'm going to tell you, 2 more things. Remember, everything that I said in the intro up through the summer, then when we do get to September, we will have the eclipses, right? The September 7th, full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, and then September 21st, the new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. So, And write these in your calendar. You're just going to go through some massive change because this is all happening the month after everything that I said, okay? And then Pisces and Virgo, I mean, that is your ninth and your third. There's something you're learning. There's something where you are becoming that wise one where people are listening to you. There's something here that's putting you on this platform. There's something here where I would not be surprised. There's something that you're going to be signing. There's something that you may be teaching. Travel is a big thing in September for you. Okay? Now, the other thing, the one last thing, just to give you a little bit of a preview, is please pay attention to October 27th. And I'm giving different dates for different signs, by the way. A lot of these are going to be overlap, but just I'm looking for you, Cancer. The reason why October 27th is going to be really special for you, especially when it comes to the home sector too, but in general, you will have, so we do have a new moon in Libra. It's one for the history books. Yeah. Remember, you got a great new moon coming up at the end of June. So we have that. And then, so there's just something big happening for you, especially your domestic sector, your significant other, children, family, grandparents, ancestry, home, real estate. But here's the thing. You have Mars trine Jupiter at this point. Remember, you got Mars sextile Jupiter, but now you got in June, but now you've got Mars trine Jupiter. It's a higher vibration. This is happening at the new moon where Jupiter is in your sign. Yeah. Trining Mars. But Mars will also trine Saturn at this time too. This is going to be one of the best times for you. Mars trine Saturn, where remember, we had that back in April, but it was a different energy back then. This is going to be one of the best times for you in October. Okay. Yeah. I like November 16th for you as well, if you want to mark that in your calendar, when we're going to have the sun trine Jupiter in your sign, at the same time that Uranus is going to sextile Neptune in a really strong way. Remember, it's happening all year, but this is when you're really going to feel it. All right. Not since 1968. I mean, this is big. And by the way, Uranus will have moved back into Taurus at this point. Okay. So that is your 11th house of your future hopes, long-term goals, aspirations, wishes, and dreams. Cancer, you got a lot to look forward to. Let's see what's going on for you. All right. For 2025 to 2027. Oh. Let's see what that card is later. Yeah, you got a bonus card, Cancer. All right, so. Cancer, wait a minute. Happy birthday if you're seeing this after June 20th, 18th, 19th, 20th. Anyway, Cancer, y'all are amazing. I love that you got Jupiter in your sign. That's been 12 years. That's been 12 years. All right, so I'm going to do just a short 5-card spread, but I'm going to walk you through this, all right? I'm going to walk you through this. And if we do need to pull clarifiers, you know that we will. All right, so, all right, let's see what we got. And I'm using the Aquarian deck. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's get started. The first card, you got the 4 of Wands. So this card is attributed to where you've been, everything that you've been experiencing up until this point. So if you want to consider it the past, you can consider it the past. All right. And so the 4 of Wands is a card of celebration. It is a card of milestones. It's a card of like getting married. It's a card of meeting someone, having a baby, you know, those big milestones, starting your own business, things like that. So I want you to remember those joyful moments that brought you to this moment to inspire you moving forward for what is about to happen 2025 to 2027. This card is attributed to Venus and Aries. Remember, you had Venus and Aries a lot this year. Okay. Remember, it was flip-flopping between Aries and Pisces all year long. So, and remember, Aries rules your 10th house of career and your reputation. So there's just so much here. There's so much here where in the past, just think about the past moments that just brought you a lot of joy, or even just this expansion and sense of freeness. All right. Hold on to that energy moving forward. Okay. Because even if there were some things that maybe you're still waiting for, look. All right. Second card, you got the moon. Interesting. So this card would be attributed to kind of like what you need to work on now as you move forward through this summer. And this is the moon. So the biggest message of all is trusting your intuition. That's it. That's all you need to do. Remember what I said. There's a reason why I say the things that I say earlier. When I said for you and you only, Cancer, the fact that you have, a lot of 12th house activity, this Neptune energy where you can doubt yourself, where there's things in the back of your head telling you that you're not good enough or you don't deserve this, gone. You got to remember, out with the old, in with the new. And that's what's going to happen. But you've got to vibrate at the high frequency and trust your intuition. That's the moon. Okay. The moon is also the subconscious. What did I say earlier? That's 90% of everything that's going on up here. Bring it into your conscious, your awareness, and then you can work with it. All right. And you're going to be fine as long as you trust your intuition, because the moon in tarot is attributed to Pisces. Remember, you have the North Node in Pisces all year in your 9th house, which is the most spiritual house. All right. So what this is showing me is that there's some things, and you could have had little, milestones of your own, like little ones here and there that you were working on, where it was all this inner wisdom was coming out that's building up to this big one. All right. Let this moon illuminate what you need to see as you move forward. Okay. But trusting your intuition is going to be the big takeaway here, because when you do that, you have no doubt, you have no fear, you trust yourself. Okay. You trust. This is big. Okay. Remember, the moon is in astrology is your ruler. You know how to work with the moon. All right. So it's almost like I don't have to say it now. King of Swords. All right. This is the third card. This is what you can expect moving forward. So you do that work. King of Swords. This is authority. This is true leadership. What I say earlier. Yeah. This is you sitting in that throne. You calling the shots. This is you head above the clouds. People coming to you, like I said, gravitating toward you. You're the leader. You're the decision maker. This is the King of Swords. Swords are up here. This is someone who is the strategist that lays things down. So this is how it's going to be. You're good. You're going to be good. So this is what you can expect moving forward. This power and authority. The fact that you have Saturn, authority, in Aries, right, for 3 years in your 10th house, which I said is very public facing, but you have all this cardinal energy, you being a cardinal sign, this leadership energy. So again, that can be career. It can be your neighborhood. It could be your family, wherever you want it. You are going to, okay? And the fact that Uranus in Gemini, it is just so interesting because Gemini rules the physical mind. It's in your 12th house, which is the higher mind. So it's almost like you've got to see this as this blessing as when you merge the two. Do some hemisync as well. All right. I talked about that. The binaural beats sound big. Now, this card is attributed to February 2026, when we have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries at 0 degrees and the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius just 3 days before. All right. So when we get to February, you see you got the 5 of Wands. There's going to be something here. The biggest thing that's coming through for me is you up here. There's going to be something that you're going to have to keep people in check, right? And it's almost in a way, the 5 of Wands, interestingly, at this point has come up in everyone's spreads. Can you believe that? Interestingly, this is a card where it is a challenge card, but it's just kids swinging the wands in the air. They're not even hitting each other. So this is a lot of ego at play here. All right. I'm not saying that it's you. I'm saying that it does seem, when you look at what's happening here, you may have to really put your foot down on something. Okay. Someone has to rise above. The Five of Wands, you know, the Six of Wands, right? The achievements and being celebrated and recognition, honors. That's your calling here in February. Okay. There's something. It feels like there's something that we've come to a point now in February where you're like, okay, I gotta cut out the noise. Okay. And if you find yourself in a situation where you're still not seeing eye to eye, well, there's your big heads up. Well, okay, let me go with my intuition, out with the old, in with the new. Okay. That's going to bring the biggest, yeah. Well, let me just keep going first. And then your last card is Temperance. So this is saying you're going to be fine and you're going to be good. You have Archangel Michael here telling you that. I've got you. All right. So Temperance is all about avoiding extremes and just remembering, just that awareness, being in the moment. Anything that you want, you're going to get. You're going to get. Remember, it comes with that self-belief and that patience. That's what Temperance, right? That self-restraint, that patience, you're going to get it. All right. And so this is great because this card is attributed to July, August 2026, when we have not only the South Node in Leo, Jupiter in Leo, and a solar eclipse in Leo. That's big because Leo's fun. Leo's that creative energy. Yep. But Leo rules your second house of self-worth and self-value. So there's definitely some learning experience. It's like you're taking on this huge role and navigating it. And yeah, there may be people that, you know, want what you have, or maybe they're, you know, thinking different ways. Again, not seeing eye to eye. You're the one in control, right? Everything's going to work out the way that you want. You just got to really trust your intuition, most of all. Your pineal gland, right? This is great. All right. Now, the other thing is that, and Leo rules your second house, like I said earlier. So that's what I was talking about, like with money. That is insane because you're going to have Pluto and Aquarius in your 8th house, which is other people's money, it's shared resources and assets. So that would be like bonuses, commissions, inheritance, investments, all of that, loans, joint bank accounts. But Jupiter and Leo in your second house too. So it's going to be a big money year for you. Remember, Jupiter expands. Jupiter is profit. It is in your second house of income, salary, finances, all of that. When you get to July, like, you're going to be good. You're set. You're all set. You're set up. All right. So I wanted to clarify that. 5 of Wands. All right. So yeah. Oh gosh, you got to work with that energy. You work with that energy. Okay. Because you got the Tower. Don't let this build up. All right. Remember, you got that King of Swords for 2 years. Okay. Remember, this is for what you could expect. You're going to be the leader. You're going to be you're calling the shots. So this is just saying, like, don't let things get out of hand. Yeah. So there you go. But the other thing is there can be, I'm getting like blessing in disguise too. There could be something here where it just needed to, you needed this. Remember, February 20th, the Great Reset. You needed this reset. It's happening in your 10th house. There just can be something that needed to change. All right. But even still, you still have Temperance there. Now, I want to just look at this card that was popping out for you. Oh my gosh. What is going on here? This is you. Okay. So if you're a cross watcher, you may recognize this card. Another card that's been coming out in everyone's signs. Interesting. So remember what I said in the intro. That's what this is. 3 of Pentacles. Okay. 3 is, vibration of the Empress is all about the birth of new things and creation. 3 of Pentacles is all about teamwork, starting something new, working with others in this capacity where you're building something that's going to be amazing, right? Just, you're the leader. All right. You even see, and I've been pointing this out, the Pentacles are actually in the structure of the building. So a lot of structure here to whatever new thing that you launch. That's what the universe wanted to tell you. You got this card popping out for you. And again, this is all in the name of like teamwork is the biggest thing, like working with others. And of course, you will be with your 10th house activated. You've got Jupiter in your sign that's going to expand a lot of things. You've got, your 8th house activated. It's just a lot. Remember, communication, humanity, all of that, a big thing anyway. Yeah. So it seems like that you're going to be leading something in a big way. All right. You're amazing, Cancer. Thanks so much. I will see you next week. All right. Bye-bye. Hello, Leo, sun, moon, and rising. Okay, let's break this down for you. You've got a lot going on. Saturn and Neptune in Aries. Remember, that's your 9th house. So for the next 2 years, that is the most spiritual house. But what's really interesting, I think I pointed this out for you in your June forecast. When we get to June 9th, when Jupiter moves into Cancer for an entire year, that's going to be your 12th house. So your the two most spiritual houses in the zodiac wheel is going to be highly amplified for you. So this is really great because this is already you being ahead of the curve, you having that spiritual awakening kind of like right away, knowing what you want. You already feel it in your bones. 9th house is, the house of the gods. It's Jupiter ruled, right? So you got Saturn and Neptune there. In your 9th house in Aries for 2 years. I actually really love this for you. There's going to be, you could be tested spiritually, right? And when I say that, it's like a lot of this is like, you're going to go through this process of what can I do to make my life even more meaningful than it is? What do I have to leave behind? What is the old? When he says out with the old, in with the new, what is that? You're going to have a lot of moments like that, but you're going to know. I would even say by, the first week of July, if you're still in that process of like that Neptune process right now, like, what do I want? This looks good. So you're going to be fine. You're going to be good. 9th house is also publishing and broadcasting. So remember, you got this here for 2 years, right? You working on a book? Okay. Are you starting a podcast? Remember, this is that Aries energy, starting something new, even things that you couldn't believe that you're doing, that creative energy that you're going to soak up from Neptune. I love this. Okay. Bringing your dreams to reality is a big thing. It's also like a lot of teaching energy or wisdom, like you imparting wisdom to others. This is going to be pretty big. Travel could also be a really big thing. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something here where there's foreign cultures, foreign lands, all part of this. Now, with Saturn, Neptune, and Aries, that is going to be an education. Some of y'all are going back to school, or again, becoming teachers, or going back to school to become teachers, or an expert in a field. There's so much that you're going to experience. That's really nice. Saturn, Neptune, and Aries sextiling Uranus and Gemini. Now, this is going to be huge for you. Uranus and Gemini. Gemini rules your 11th house. Big 11th house is the house of your future hopes, wishes, long-term goals, and aspirations and dreams. When you got Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your 9th house, where it's almost like you've got this, that's the big picture. There's a lot of like life purpose energy here, but there's a lot of breakthroughs in terms of what you want for your future. Remember, Uranus is a ruler for Aquarius, and Aquarius is your opposite sign. And so remember the intro that I talked about all this Aquarius energy, and with the North Node moving into Aquarius next year, meaning the South Node moves into your sign next year, you're going through some of the biggest changes ever. Okay? Starting now, especially 2026, when Jupiter moves into your sign too. So you have a lot to look forward to. The 11th house is also your friendships and groups you belong to, your community. Social media is going to be a big part of what you do. But that's the thing. It's Uranus and Gemini. Who knows what the next social media thing is going to be, right? So you could be leading that brigade. You could be up front and center in some way. And even with no social media, it still is this connection to the masses. And it can even just be your local community. Okay? It's this community. It can be your LinkedIn community. But you will have this sense of freeing yourself in so many ways and having these breakthroughs. Remember, Uranus will be trining Pluto in Aquarius. So there's that relationship, but Aquarius is your opposite sign. And so there are so many big things happening with partnerships and relationships, because that's what Aquarius rules for you, Leo. Partnerships, relationships. It can be love, it can be career, one-on-one commitment. So it can be your relationship with your agent, with your lawyer, with your babysitter. It doesn't matter. Okay? Because it's going to be many for years to come. It's going to be many agreements. Some of y'all are getting married, by the way. Congratulations. There's going to be big moments for you. And Pluto and Aquarius, FYI, right? And I forgot to say this in the intro. Aquarius is, the glyph is the water bear, right? Ganymede. So sharing wisdom and this wealth of knowledge for the greater good to humanity. So it's almost like there's something here where when I look at what's going on for you, it's almost like you're going to be setting the example for some things, okay? Seventh house is also like contracts and agreements. There's also legal matters. I wouldn't be surprised if with Saturn and Neptune and Aries in your ninth house as well, because that has to do with, legal matters as well, the courts even. So again, I would not be surprised if a lot of y'all get married. If there's something here you're signing, if there's something here that's just big and transformative. Pluto and Aquarius is transformation, right? But in your seventh house, so something here with others involved, or your role in a relationship. But remember, this is for many years and many different relationships. So it can be both work and love and your babysitter, So, all right. Now, some of y'all are going to get married twice. Okay. Some of y'all may be thinking about that. All right. Second marriage. I would not be surprised if some of y'all from this summer, when we get to July to about September, some of y'all are going to go into third marriages too. You're going to have a lot of home energy. You already have that with Jupiter in Cancer. So just know you got a lot happening for you. I'm going to point out a couple of things. September, remember, you're getting a preview of February 2026 and beyond this summer. That's what I said. But when we get to September, just wait. You're going to have some big change. All right. If you want to mark it in your calendar, we do have on September 7th, the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, right? And then September 21st, the new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. So that's change. And these are your two money houses. You're going to have some big change in partnerships and money. Okay. So the other thing that I wanted to point out for you, Leo, because I'm kind of just picking what would be most relevant for I'm not saying all the same things for every sign. For you, Leo, I really think that there is going to be something. I feel like a lot of you are going to have big career changes this year, and you're already feeling it, Leo. You're already feeling it in this big way. Now, again, if you're retired or not working, it's just whatever you're exerting your energy into that you want to be known for, is that passion in it, Leo. So I want you to mark down, let me see, November 4th when we have, November 5th when we have the full moon in Taurus, okay? There's something here. You may have some closure, some ending or a turning point when it comes to career or achievements or your reputation, but also mark, we do have a new moon in Scorpio on the 19th of November, all right? And so a lot of you are doing these shifts, it seems, where there's going to be a lot of new things happening in your physical world, your domestic sector, home, family, real estate. You may be buying property. There's a shift here with home and career, all right? When we get to this point, but throughout the year too, okay? So you got that? Leo, let's get started. Let's see what's going on for you. All right, let's see here. 2025 to 2027. Ooh. Oh, we'll use that as a... All right, Leo. All right. Oh my goodness, Leo, how are y'all doing? I feel like y'all, you still got Mars in your sign. Mars is going at those late degrees as I do this for you. You know, what day is it? Yeah. You got 2 more weeks. Use it. You're feeling amped up. A lot of changes in work, by the way. It's happening. I can see that. All right. Congratulations. You're moving into a... Anyway. All right. Let's see what's going on for you. I'm doing a 5-card spread here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So literally everything that I said. There you go. Okay. So the first card, you got the 9 of Wands. Okay. I'm using the Aquarian deck. We are moving into the age of Aquarius. This card is attributed to where you've been, the experiences that you've been having. Yeah. The past. You got the 9 of Wands. You were hanging in there. I told you, you know that you had Mars in your sign, you know, earlier, then dipped into Cancer. That was not easy for you, right? Pretty much all year. So good for you. This is good because this is saying, I'm not giving up. He's standing in front of the wands. He's protecting everything that he's worked hard for. Okay. This is really great. So that's your lesson here, right? When you think about everything that you've gone through, that stands out. You never gave up. Use that energy as you move forward. Okay. You're Leos. You're not going to give up, right? So this is really great because it's saying, yeah, you went through some stuff, but learn, right? Because that's what makes you stronger. That's why we go through these cycles, these karmic cycles. You got to learn from anything that was challenging. That's going to empower you. It's going to make you stronger. And then look at what happens. You get the 10 of Pentacles. Okay. This card is attributed to what you can expect now. What's going on now as you move into this new 2-year chapter. This is amazing. All right. 10 of Pentacles. You know, in the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, it's the pentacles falling from the heavens. Yeah. From the sky, from the ether, in the form of the tree of life. It's a card of success and prosperity. It's family energy. All right. A lot of family energy. Again, y'all are going to have some big shifts here when we get to the, October, November. But anyway, it's big. This is big. This is great. You made it. This is saying you made it. Be proud of yourself. You made it. You got a lot to come, a lot to celebrate. This is your kingdom come. This is everything in your physical realm. Remember, you got money stuff happening, but with the nodes right now and over September with the eclipses, and this is Pentacles, right? Wealth and money. But at the same time, it's still your physical world. It's things in your physical realm. You had a lot of 12th house energy, and you're still going to have a lot of that, a lot of spiritual energy. But there's this connection to the things within your physical world. What's that fulfillment? Yeah. That feeling of wealth in my family, wealth in home, wealth in my relationship, wealth. So that too, it's ascending this other dimension, to be honest. Remember, 10 is the end. 1 0 equals 1. So there's this new chapter brewing for you. Okay. So third card, you got the 5 of Cups. What is it that this is what's happening as you move into the new. A lot of it can be so new for you, and you have so much happening in your 9th and 12th. Again, a lot of that spiritual energy, a lot of the subconscious, but also the North Node in your 8th. That can be very psychological. That can be very forensic, like going really deep. Do it. What do you have to let go? Okay. This is saying the third card, 2025 to 2027, out with the old, in with the new. He's looking at the past, right? The spilled cups. Nothing you can do about it. You got the 2 full cups behind you, right? You can pick those up. Remember, you got a lot of partnership, relationship stuff anyway. It's referencing the 2 of cups. So, and there, again, a lot of home and family energy. So keep that in mind. There could be some things that are changing, like I said, and shifting. Even with the 5 of cups, cups are emotions and feelings and even relationships. And so I'm not saying that there's going to be some, like, you know, well, obviously for a lot of y'all, if that's what you want, ending it. But turning points or changes, because the world is changing. You are changing. There's this brand new era that you're entering. You've got to let go of anything that's part of the past. Okay? I'll even clarify that one for you, but I'm going to keep going. The 4th card, you got the Emperor. So this card is attributed to February 2026, what you can expect in February for the Great Reset and the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius. Okay? This is, you got the Emperor. Like, you're fine. This is, remember I said Saturn in Aries is mastery of self. Now, when Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Aries at 0 degrees, new beginnings, the new, you're going to be on top of it. And remember, you're going to, there's this, you're going to make a difference. I can easily see that with what's happening for you. And a lot of it will be, again, your role in a certain partnership, relationship, or even humanity with Uranus and Gemini in your 11th house. You are going to rule. This is amazing. All right. But the fact that the Emperor is attributed to Aries, right? This is big. Saturn and Neptune in Aries in your 9th house. So remember, this is all about mastery of self. That is the Emperor, divine masculine. So very public facing, very like, I lay down the laws, but I'm also the ruler of my destiny. Yeah? Big moment. February is going to be big for you. All right? Now, the last one. Yeah, this is all about you. So the last card, the 5th card, this is attributed to what you can expect for July and August 2026 when we have Jupiter in Leo. Yeah? South Node in Leo. And a new moon solar eclipse in your sign. You got the 7 of Wands, your card. Yeah, Leo card. This is saying there's going to be things, you're going to be on such a high level. There's going to be things maybe people want that you have. That's how big of an impression you're going to have. All right. And you can see these wands coming after him. It doesn't matter. This card is all about valor. So I love this story being told here. When you start with the 9 of Wands and then you have the 7 of Wands, like, yeah, that's how big this is going to be for you. I mean, so this is there. It can also be like competitive spirit. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if you're taking up some hobbies, maybe even doing something where you turn your hobby or something that you love doing and monetizing it. But either way, this is just standing your ground, drawing a line in the sand if you have to. But remember, you're on top. He's on top. He comes out victor. Okay? And coming after the Emperor, that's a big deal. So that's what you can expect. That's how good things are going to be for you. But remember, practice patience and always be compromise. Yeah? Because it is the 7 of Wands. There's energy here. That's all I'm saying. And it feels like you're going to have some decisions too. You know, when we get to that point, but like we're talking big ones, all right? There's going to be something where it's almost like it just new things keep coming through. But when we get to that part, when you've got Jupiter in a sign, obviously that's going to be the luckiest year that you've had, right? 2026 to 2027. When you start June to June, okay? In the past 12 years. But it just feels like there's going to be something there that I'm feeling, that picking up on. It's like, there's more for me. Okay. So, what was this card? I need my, oh yeah. Yeah. So, how funny. Remember how I said Pluto and Aquarius, right? That rules your 7th house, partnerships, and relationships. It's a big deal. You got that 19 years. Anyway, you got the Knight of Cups. And the fact that you have the North Node in Pisces in your 8th house all year up until mid 2026. Partnership stuff. And you got the Knight of Cups. This is a card where it's all about, it's even here, you know, he's got the 2 cups, like I said, referencing the 2 of cups right behind him. You got to let go of the past to pick up those cups for this new. You got the Knight of Cups. This is someone who's very romantic. So he's a knight in shining armor. And this is you looking to share your journey with someone. And again, it can be career, it can be work, it can be, you know, love, it can be platonic. It's just up to you. But there's something here that's just really like following your dreams and really creative energy here with the Knight of Cups too. At the end of the day, it's just filling your cup. So even if you don't want anything to do with anyone else, this is just what's going to fill your cup. You're going to go for it and you're going to feel it and it's going to feel really good. And I'm getting a feeling you're already going to have it for the 2025, 2027 season. Okay, Leo, you're amazing. Thanks so much. You're good. You're good. Oh yeah. Was I going to clarify? I was going to clarify that 5 of Cups. Yeah. Okay. So 5 of Cups. Oh, interesting. 4 of Cups. Interesting. Yeah. That's doubling down on the message. You've got to let it go. There's something, if not let go, you've got to change the way that you're seeing something. Okay. But again, something with the past or up until this point, you got to leave in the past. So you've got to decide for you what that is. That's going to unload a lot emotionally for you when you get the 5 of Cups and the 4 of Cups. Yeah. All right. So raise your frequency, have that gratitude. Oh yeah. You got that 4 of Pentacles too. Interesting. Okay. It's so interesting because nobody's been getting swords. I was thinking with Uranus and Gemini, Pluto and Aquarius, there may be some swords, but no, nobody's gotten swords. Anyway, you've got the 4 of Pentacles here too. Now clarifying that. All right. So again, it seems like comfort, security, that's going to be a big theme for you that you're seeking for the next 2 years. That's fine. You're going to have it. You're going to get it. You're going to be on top. All right. Especially with money and wealth. Again, those are big themes here about your physical world. 4 of Pentacles is all, it's just putting things in order. That's all it is. Okay. That's putting things in order, making sure everything's stable as you move forward. Just don't get lost in the sauce and just don't distance yourself from people okay. And that may be the thing that you have to let go if there's something, you know, a certain relationship or, you know, maybe something in a relationship has to change. That's what you would leave in the past, right? But whatever it is, as long as you do that, you're going to start building that stability moving forward, or you become this fierce emperor. 7 of Wands, so amazing, so amazing. Anyway, you're gonna get you're good. But that's the thing. Secretly, there's something where you want someone else involved. And again, with the fact Uranus is moving into Gemini in your 11th house in July, at this point you may say, no, just wait till July. You're gonna see it's in your 11th house. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. You're good, Leo. Thanks so much. I will see you next week. All right. Bye-bye. Hello, Virgo, sun, moon, and rising. Okay, let's dig deep here. You've got a lot going on. I think I told you that you have a lot happening for you this year in your monthly forecast. I'm looking at what's going on for you. Okay, I'm going to give you a couple other things because I'm a Virgo moon and I got you, right? Team Virgo. Anyway, Saturn and Neptune and Aries. That's your 8th house. That's your 8th house. No one else is. That's you, Virgo. All right. What is the 8th house? It's death and rebirth. That's transformation because it is Pluto ruled. And so you, out of all the signs, remember this is in Aries. So there's this new you. There's this new you emerging. Okay. Just remember, out with the old, in with the new. That's all you got to remember. Out with the old, in with the new. Embrace the new, okay? You can't have that rebirth without that death part. So you got to put some things to bed for this new part. This is your dreams. This is everything. Partnerships here. There's a leveling up in terms of partnerships. It can be love. It can be career, like business partners. Because the 8th house is also like shared resources and assets and joint bank accounts. It's inheritance, investments, bonuses, commissions. It's a money house. You've got Saturn and Neptune here. So start preparing, okay? It's royalties, right? You're Virgos. Y'all working on your books. Y'all are writers. Y'all are scientists. Y'all are everything. Listen, this is really great for you. So use it, okay? Remember, there is a level of extremes that Pluto can go in the 8th house, right? And so just avoid those extremes that I talked about in the intro, okay? Of illusion, delusion. And I'm not saying you're going to, I'm just saying there can be some, with some of the aspects that Neptune will have from this point forward to 2027. And then you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Your dreams come into reality. Now, this is going to be a profound change within you. A really big change within you. I would not be surprised if you launch something, if you're starting something, right? Because you got to do all the math here, Virgo. You got to do all the math with Uranus and Gemini in your 10th house. What? That's insane. Happening at the same time that this is happening, right? So Uranus and Gemini, the Great Awakener. This is your wake-up call, wakey in your 10th house. 10th house is career. 10th house is fame. It's your reputation. If you're not here for career, it's whatever you're exerting your energy into that you want to be known for. You got this here for 7 years. And remember what I said, Uranus does so much better in Gemini than it does in Taurus. So the past 7-8 years when Uranus was in Taurus, very interesting, right? But that's in the past. Remember, we're moving into the future here. Uranus and Gemini, 10th house, okay? That's honors, that's achievements, social status, leadership. Again, this is that leveling up. And then remember, Uranus is trining Pluto, and Pluto's in Aquarius. So you've got this overlap here with work. Pluto and Aquarius, that's your 6th house of work and everyday activities and health and routines and lifestyle. And pets, a lot of y'all are going to be getting pets, okay? The other thing is, or becoming doctors. Y'all, let me know in the comments if you're in med school or something. Some of y'all are going to become doctors, true, like healers. Remember that Saturn and Neptune in Aries energy? The healer, the spiritual warrior, spiritual leader. But this is all these aspects with Pluto and Aquarius in your 6th house and you natively ruling the 6th house, but Uranus being the native ruler of Aquarius. Do you see what's happening here? So big time career work stuff. Your everyday activities will change in the biggest way starting in July. Put that energy out there. The other thing I'm going to tell you, Virgo, is we're talking about Uranus and Gemini. Yeah. Y'all are both ruled by Mercury. Y'all have that in common. You're both mutable signs. So the fact that, Pluto is Scorpio's native ruler, that impacts your 3rd house. Yeah, you see where I'm going with this? Write a book, start something on a website, start a website, launch a website, sell things. This is 3rd house activity. Travel. Yeah. There's going to be some short distance travel. There's just so much happening. Communication is going to be big. But the last thing I'm going to say with Uranus and Gemini for you, remember that is breakthrough as well. So it's your freedom. It's innovation as well. Remember, Gemini is the twin. So when I see what's happening for you, it seems like a lot of y'all in the next 7 years may go through a lot of different phases of your reputation, fame as well. You may have 2 careers. You may have 2 jobs. And it might not even be like, remember, it's the 10th house. So it could be like you are, running your own business, but at the same time, you decide to launch like a side business where you make Kindle covers. And it becomes really successful. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. You're going to be busy. You're going to be really busy. But in a way where you're getting that attention that you deserve. All right. Now, Remember, trining Pluto and Aquarius. One thing I didn't say in the introduction is, remember, Aquarius is the water bearer. That's the glyph of Aquarius, Ganymede. Yeah? So this is sharing that knowledge and wisdom and wealth of all of that for the greater good. It's your sixth house. Wow. Wow. So the sixth house, again, you natively rule this. There is a sense of what's happening for you. You're going to go through one of the biggest transformations in the next 2 years, and a lot of it will be service to others. You are going to be really impacted, okay? Remember, the biggest thing here with Pluto and Aquarius for you in your sixth house, that's your house. You're going to feel comfortable here. Don't be afraid to go deep. Pluto likes to go deep. Remember that Mulder, Scully energy, okay? Really goes deep here. But this is all about your role in humanity, all right? You're definitely going to be this big contributor, whether it is you being a writer or you're a doctor or, Kindle maker, whatever I said earlier. Just don't be afraid to go deep. You're going to have some moments where you're going to be going deep with Pluto and Aquarius and Saturn-Neptune and Aries. That is your eighth house. Like I said, that's the house of transformation. Okay. So you got those two areas really amplified. The other thing I was going to tell you, remember, this is for the next 2 years. I'm going to give you some key highlights. I'm giving every sign just a couple things that I'm catching for the rest of this year and the next year for you, Virgo. September, remember I said Saturn, Neptune, and Aries all summer long, right? Up until September 1st. And the trine to Uranus and Pluto, Uranus, sextile Pluto, all of that. When we get to September, happy birthday. But it's eclipse season. So you're Virgos, you got your Apple Pens or whatever it is, mark down September 7th. You are going to have a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, okay? Something's, right, coming to an end for something new. Why? September 21st. You got the new moon solar eclipse, new beginnings in your sign. All right. So the full moon in Pisces, that's your seventh house, right? So partnerships, relationships, it can be career, it can be love, it can be your relationship with your neighbor. It doesn't matter. One-on-one connections, marriage. Seventh house is also contracts and agreements. Yeah. So there's something brand new. You've got this solar eclipse in your sign, September 21st. Remember, this is setting up a cycle, bringing you into January, February, right? You carry that energy for 6 months. It's just so major for you. All right. So big changes for you this year. One last thing. And I really want you to mark this in your calendar. I want you to mark down October 21st. Yeah. And the reason why is because we have a new moon in Libra. And remember, the new moon in Gemini, one of the best, that was in May. The one coming up in June, end of June, new moon in Cancer, one of the best. Now, when we get to October, there it is. There's another one. Whoa, this new moon in Libra, it's huge. One for the books. I talk a lot more about this in your annual forecast. One of the reasons why, for you in particular, is because Libra rules your second house. Yeah. And so you see how you have all this career and work stuff happening. Well, now you got this new moon in Libra. That's, again, one of the best in your second house of salary and income and finances and money. So do you see all this goodness coming, right? And then even on that day, that new moon in Libra, we have this wonderful air trine because we will have Uranus in Gemini, okay? In your 10th house of career and fame. We will have Pluto in Aquarius. We will have the moon in Libra. But I just can't. And at this point, first of all, this is a Venus-ruled new moon. Yeah? Venus will be in Libra. In her domicile, Venus, which represents money, in your second house of money, while you got Saturn and Neptune and Aries in your 8th house of money. Just don't. All right, Virgo? I'm joking. Oh, gosh. Listen, the other thing is Mars will be in Scorpio at that time, too, and that does bring intensity. Remember, Mars is also Scorpio's ruler in addition to Aries. And that's why I just see some contract being signed, something big happening here. Scorpio ruling your third house of launching something new and agreement. And all right, so put those on your bingo card. Yeah. Does that even make sense? Is that even the... Anyway, let's get started. Okay, let's see what's going on for you. And I'm going to tell you a couple other, and I'm going to walk you through some things. I'm using the Aquarian deck, Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. All right. Virgo. All right. Virgo, Sun, Moon, and Rising. What is going on? Wow. Big change. Virgo. Listen, I'm gonna walk you through this. I'm doing a 5-card spread here, and then I'm gonna explain what it means. Okay? Good. I love how I'm like talking to a camera. All right, so let's see what we got. Just okay. You're good. Okay. All right. There's a lot of things I want to do. I'm very excited for you. First card. All right. You got that? 7 of Cups. So very interesting. Very interesting. Because this card is attributed to where you've been going through, the life experiences you've been having. Things have been a little hazy. Yeah. Things have been a little... Maybe you didn't know what you wanted. Maybe you did know what you wanted, but you weren't getting it. Maybe there was just a lot of things that were just a little, maybe even some smoke and mirrors. This is saying you've been going through some circumstances where, sure, there could have been a lot of different opportunities as well. Maybe some didn't pan out yet. It's the key word, right? And the other thing is, maybe you liked something, then you decided you didn't like it. There was a lot of strange energies, right? You also have the South Node in your sign. You've got to use that, please. Yeah? That's part of this, okay? That's part of everything that I just told you. Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your 8th house, death and rebirth. South Node in your sign, what are you letting go? Yeah? Remember, this is the time. Out with the old, in with the new. 7 of Cups. Everything that you've been going through, have that moment. This would be your past, right? There were some fuzzy things. You got to trust your intuition, all right? Maybe you were spending time manifesting things that later you realized, I think I'm better at this, or I actually want this, or maybe, life happened and maybe you wanted to move to Antarctica, but then you met someone, and you spent like months planning that I'm going to live in Antarctica thing. And now you're in a relationship, and you do what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. There could have just a lot of fuzziness is what I'm getting. Neptune also being in Pisces before moving into Aries was a thing. Yeah. In your 7th house of partnerships, relationships, legal matters, one-on-one connections, marriage. What do we got here? You also have... Here's the thing. When I look at what's happening for you, everything makes sense. So basically with this, yes, just get to this point now where you know what you want. And that's what's going to happen this summer. Yeah, you're going to know. Because the second card, so 7 of Cups would be your past, wasn't sure. I can't really commit to this. I'm not sure. Yeah. The Sun. So, you're good. This card would be attributed to like what you can expect now. Okay. It can even be like what you need to work on, right? That optimism. That's the Sun, right? What did I just say, by the way? You have Saturn and Neptune in Aries. That's going to be a really big thing in your 8th house of death and rebirth. Well, you have the Sun, card 19. 1 + 9 = 10. Okay. We know that's a 1. This new beginning. All right. So having that optimism, that joy, that faith, you're going to start feeling it. And you're going to know what you want. All right? Again, out with the old, in with the new. All right? This, now we know what we want. Let's move toward it. And there's no, listen, you got all summer. Okay? You're going to be fine. You're going to be good. The Sun is opportunities. The Sun is the biggest yes in tarot. It's enormous. And it is this rebirth energy that I'm getting. It's like you letting all this light in and you feeling it. This is really great. Don't forget, you got Jupiter in Cancer too for a whole year in your 11th house of your future hopes, long-term goals, aspiration, wishes, and dreams. What? You're good. I love this. I love this for you. Now, third card, Ace of Pentacles. This is what you can expect for the next 2 years, right? Your future. You are so good here. You are so good here. I'm not even done yet. I'm not even done. So Ace of Pentacles, as we know, this is new. This is a new cycle, new opportunities. Remember, I said, y'all are going to have many. When you got Uranus and Gemini and you're going to have many. You're going to have a lot of you are going to have like 15 minutes of fame too. Like those moments, like, oh, I didn't know my Kindle covers would be this. You know, the news team was going to come over and cover this. Talk about sales, right? What did I say about your 8th house? You got Saturn-Neptune here in your 8th house. You got 3rd house. You're good. Ace of Pentacles, money, 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 money. I love it. Remember, pay attention to that. What did I say? That in the new moon in Libra. Okay, that is your 2nd house. But there you go. Pentacles, money, wealth, right? Again, everything aligning for you in this way. It's just so special. Here's the other thing. If you're not here for money at all, this is also your physical world. Pentacles, your physical realm. All right. So it has that spirit of consciousness, the 5-pointed star linked to the vault of heaven. And that goes way back to Mesopotamian times, right? The Vitruvius Man, based on the 5-pointed star, Leonardo da Vinci. Anyway, you're good. There's a lot of new things happening for you that you can expect for the next 2 years. That's going to bring you a lot of comfort. And this is just the beginning. Now, special card for you, Virgo. Well, the 4th card, and I can't make this up when I see, this is, okay. February 2026, remember, yeah, that is when we're going to have the Great Reset, the cosmic restart. February 20th, Saturn-Neptune conjuncting at 0 degrees. Just 3 days after the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius. Yeah. This card is attributed to February. I mean, you just got the Magician. I mean, so when I talk about this reset that's happening for you, big. There's something if you could just please create your reality. Just put yourself on that timeline. Okay. Where do you want to be by February 2026? Like I said, you're going to get it. You're going to have all the tools, everything you need. Remember, you have card 1 here. You have an ace here. You have the sun. What did I say that about? Rebirth, right? 1. So that I can't, you're gonna get it all. You're gonna get it all. The Magician, as above, so below. Okay. Remember, you know what you want at this point, right? You see it happening, everything unfolding for you, this new path for you. Beautiful new path. Okay. Bring it all into your reality. Everything that you want, you got to know. Remember, this is almost like, what is it? Process of elimination. It's almost like there could have been a lot of different paths that just didn't. That's the universe saying, oh, no, we got a good one for you here. So just at this point, know what you want moving forward, and just know you're going to have a lot of opportunities. Okay. Now the last card, because we're doing the next 2 years, I did a card that's attributed to July and August 2026, because that's when we're going to have Jupiter in Leo, South Node in Leo. Yeah. Leaves your sign. And then also in August, we'll have a new moon solar eclipse in Leo. All right. You got Judgment. So, Virgo, Leo rules your 12th house. Okay. And that is spirituality. That's everything beyond the physical plane. It's your dreams. It's the 12th house is healing as well. Yeah. They're just, and I think at that point, Chiron will have moved out of Aries into Taurus, which, rules your 9th house, which is, spirituality as well. But that's more about like, life purpose it's your belief system, how you see things, your perspective, your philosophies, wisdom, things like that. Okay. So anyway, this is a profound spiritual awakening. This is a huge wake up call. This is saying, I feel it in my soul. I know what I want. I know who I am. I hear the blow of the trumpet. Yeah. Sound. We talked about sound, healing, vibrations, all of that. You're good. You're really, really, really good. Virgo. Very excited for you. Very excited for you. From my mom. All the Virgos that I know. And yeah, that's it. Okay, Virgo, this is, you're good. And again, just even looking at the astrology for y'all, I'm like, there you go. There you go. You got Jupiter in your 11th. And you are going to be meeting a lot of new people, by the way. You're going to be meeting a lot of new people, but there's a big lesson for you this year. And please pay attention to this summer. There's going to be a big lesson for you in terms of partnerships and one-on-one connections with the North Node in Pisces still. And then with Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your 8th. And the other thing that I'm just going to tell you real quickly, when we get to July, will I tell you this? When we get to July, you know how Mars is in your sign right now? Mars is actually going to be right on top of the South Node at the same degree point. I think it's like July 19th, 20th. So there is something about you that's like Mars is going to be like a laser at that point. If there is going to be something that you're going to be happy to just like, I'm going to leave this in the past for this amazing new future. You're amazing, Virgo. I'll see you next week. Thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye. Libra Nation. Libra, Sun, Moon, and Rising. This is going to be bonkers for you. I'm looking at what's going on for y'all. You're gonna have some really big changes. Okay, Saturn and Neptune in Aries. Just that alone. Wow, that's your opposite sign. So emphasis here on partnerships, relationships, legal matters. There could be contracts, agreements. There could be marriage. A lot of y'all getting married, and it's official. Congratulations. And listen, when I say partnerships, relationships, yeah, that can be career as well as romance. It can be one-on-one commitments as well. Maybe, something that you're starting with your brother, something that you're doing, something, with your neighbor. There's so much happening for you. Okay. Even if you look at what's happening for you throughout this year, you've got that. Okay. And so just Saturn and Neptune and Aries in your 7th house, that's a big deal. All right. Really, really big deal. That's your house. Okay. That is your house. So there's a lot that you're going to learn about yourself in terms of your role when it comes to relationships in any capacity, wherever you're putting that energy. But then you have to remember, you've got Jupiter in Cancer as of June 9th for an entire year in your 10th house of career. So if you are here for career, I wouldn't be surprised if you're launching your own thing, you're going into business with someone. Just think about what you want, where you want to be by February 2026. Okay. 10th house is also fame. It's your reputation. So even if you're not here for career, it's just whatever you're exerting your energy into that you want to be known for. Yeah. If you want to be known for as, the best turtle feeder in, Des Moines, there you go. Wherever you're putting your energy, but obviously it's going to be bigger than that. This is big, what's happening for you. Now, the other thing is just with Saturn and Neptune and Aries over the summer, just try to avoid those lower expressions that Neptune can bring. Yeah. And there may be some home stuff. You're balancing things with home and the domestic sector as well as career. Now, when I see what's happening for y'all, there also may be big shifts, as in maybe you are doing something where it just seems like the big shift is because you're getting married or you're having a baby, or do you know what I mean? This is the next 2 years. So that could be that shift. So just expect really, really big things. Okay. Now, with the fact that you have Uranus and Gemini, wow, that is big, because Uranus, as you know, like I said, great awakener, right? Big wake up calls, breakthrough, right? You've got this all summer. You've got this for 7 years, 7, 8 years. Uranus is freedom. Uranus in Gemini. Gemini rules your 9th house. And so that's spirituality. That's Jupiter's home. So this is very interesting because Jupiter's doing that handoff. Remember, Jupiter was in Gemini, and then you have Uranus now moving into Gemini. So this is still a big highlight. And it's great. It's Jupiter's home. You've got Uranus here. So y'all are going to have like big flashes of these spiritual awakenings for 7 years. Things that you feel deep down in your bones. Y'all are going to be true leaders because all of this cardinal energy, you being a cardinal sign as well, it's just, that's the 9th house. It's just think of like ancient philosophers, right? 9th house is philosophy. 9th house is education. A lot of you are going to be teachers or role models. It just comes with the package with what's happening for you. You writing books, Libra Nation. You got Uranus here, breakthroughs. 9th house is publishing, broadcasting as well. Starting a podcast. That's, you know, you got a lot of these new things, new directions that you can go. Okay. And then remember, you have Jupiter blessing whatever you do here that you want to be known for a whole year. Nobody else but you. All right. So this is really, really special. Travel is going to be a big thing for you too. Okay. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of y'all are thinking about moving overseas, maybe meeting people overseas. Maybe you're really fascinated with foreign cultures as well. Maybe that's something that has to do with education or going back to school as well. But you know, its higher mind is the 9th house. So I really love this because Gemini rules, you know, the physical mind. So you kind of have a little bit of both here. Now, remember, Uranus and Gemini. Uranus is the ruler for Aquarius, and you've got Uranus trining Pluto in Aquarius. Again, 2 years here. Pluto in Aquarius, you're really going to feel. That is your 5th house. And again, you and nobody else. The 5th house is joy. It's pleasure. It's the house of pleasure. It's the 5th house. It's true love and romance. That's why I'm saying a lot of y'all are getting married. But even, you know, second marriage is very possible for a lot of y'all. When we get to 2026, a lot of y'all may be thinking about third marriage. But again, just so much in the home space, the domestic sector, children, having children. The 5th house is procreation. It is sex, right? So a lot of y'all are going to have kids. All right. Or a lot of attention, like building relationships with your kids, if you have kids, and it can be grandkids too. All right. And then creative projects. The 5th house is creativity. And so creative pursuits, it's going to be amplified. You have Pluto here. You have Pluto here. Remember, transformation. Okay. This is the new you. Really, don't be afraid to go deep too, because the 5th house is like self-expression. Now, when I see what's happening for you when you got Jupiter in Cancer and Pluto in Aquarius at the same time as well, the 5th house also has an element of fame, right? Because it's, you know, ruled by the sun and Leo, right? So there's a lot. And you're just moving into this really auspicious period of your life. But if there's anything that you're going to be tested in, it would be partnerships, relationships, okay? Because you got Saturn there. Just work with this, because remember, it's all about those karmic experiences and you learning all your lessons here. Now, the other thing that is happening for you is legal matters may be really highlighted. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of y'all become like judges. I mean, you are, you know, Libra, right? You're the scales of justice. That's your glyph. And you do see your sign in every courtroom. But You have your 7th and 9th activated for the next 2 years, okay? So there could be something with legal matters. And I'm not saying in a bad way. I mean, there could be something here where you could become a lawyer. You could date a lawyer. There's just so much, something associated there. And I would not be surprised if there's a lot of maybe like legal, like when I say legal stuff, like maybe signing a house, signing a lease. Yeah, things like that. All right. Now, a couple things that I want to bring to your attention is September. So I want you to mark this down in your calendar, September 7th. That's when we're going to have the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. And then September 21st, the new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. Remember, we're on that nodal axis. So September will be eclipse season. So remember what I said all summer long. Everything that I said in the intro, that's happening. But once we move out of that, you move straight into eclipse season. Now, this is your 6th and your 12th. A lot of y'all are changing jobs. A lot of y'all are going to be doing new things in terms of health and lifestyle. And then a lot of things are just going to be happening behind the scenes for you with this new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. Okay. And this is going to be pretty big because I would not be surprised if y'all pick up projects, creative projects, pursue creative projects, but also I wouldn't be surprised if you turn maybe some of your hobbies and recreations into, like, you monetize on it. All right. So just keep that in mind. This is going to be a hot spot September to October, because when we get to October, your birthday season, and I really want you to write this in your calendar. So you know how we just had one of the best new moons that was in Gemini, yeah, in May, end of May. We're going to have one of the best new moons in Cancer, okay? That's going to be at the end of June, right? So there's already something big happening here for a career for you. Now, another new moon that's up there with those two would be October 21st, the new moon in Libra in your sign, okay? I said that. I don't know. That was redundant. Anyway, the reason why I'm saying this is because your life is going to start changing right off the bat. With these eclipses, with what's happening over the summer, with these eclipses, you get to your new moon. Just right around that time, and with your new moon, you will have Mars trine Jupiter. Now, why is this a big deal? Because Mars will be in Scorpio at this point in its domicile, okay? And Scorpio rules your second house of money, income, salary, finances, yeah? And you've got Jupiter in Cancer in your 10th house of career and fame. So when you have Mars trine Jupiter right at your new moon, ooh, that's amazing. Because remember, we had Mars sextile Jupiter, but now we got a trine. And this new moon that's happening in your sign on the 21st, one of the reasons why it's so strong is because we have this amazing grand trine that for your new moon. Because Uranus will be in Gemini, Pluto will be in Aquarius, and the moon will be in Libra. So we have this amazing air trine. And it's just so profound because at this point, for your new moon, Venus, your ruling planet, will be in your sign. You can't make this up. It's just expect big changes, all right? Really great ones. Remember, Venus is also money too in your sign. And you got Jupiter in Cancer exalted. You got Venus in her domicile. Remember, Venus rules both you and Taurus. And then you've got Mars in Scorpio. So you have a lot of money stuff around that time. Don't forget, another thing that's happening because this money stuff is Uranus will go back into Taurus around that time as well. And that's your 8th house of, royalties and investments and inheritance and shared assets and resources. And this is a big time for you. All right, Libra. So those are the main highlights. And I'm doing this for every sign, just kind of like cherry picking what I really need you to know. So if you are a cross watcher, I'm not going to be telling you the same thing. Well, you know, if it makes sense, then yes, but I want you to know those are your life is changing right off the bat. All right, let's get started. Libra, let's get to it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, a lot happening. So Libra, sun, moon, and rising. Libra Nation. I'm going to tell you something else too. Oh yeah, I'm going to tell you something else. All right, so Libra, I'm going to do a 5-card spread here, and I'm going to walk you through it. I am using the Aquarian deck. We love David Palladini, right? His artwork. And we are in the age of, we're moving into the age of Aquarius. Okay, so I'm going to tell you something. I got something to tell you later too. Okay. All right. Okay, sorry. No, I just keep looking. Okay, let's see what's going on for you. Libra. Oh, wow. Okay. You're the only sign so far that this has happened. Let's get started. All right, the first card. You got the Empress. Okay. So the Empress associated with Venus, love, super conscious love, passion, right? This is the Empress. This is the Emperor. This is everything. And so what this card is, you know, associated with is what you've been going through, your life experiences. Okay. And so so you can think about like the past, right? What's brought you to this point. And the Empress, card 3. So 1 + 2 equals this new reality, this creation. Yeah. That's happening with all these new realities that are going to happen for you very, very, like right now, you're experiencing it, by the way. You started around mid-May. Now, here's the thing. The Empress is, she's pregnant, by the way. So when I say y'all are going to have kids, yeah, so you've got Pluto and Aquarius. You just have so much happening. Anyway, this is big. All right. So think about everything that basically your heart desired. Yeah. Think about everything that has grown in your world so far, even if it's just like this tiny little seed where you see the smallest leaf. Okay. Now, all of that energy, embrace it and use it moving forward. Okay. Remember, we're leaving the past behind, out with the old, in with the new. And so all those moments that you had that made you feel really good, think about those moments and how you want to recreate it or take it to the next level. The Empress is, you know, sensuality, sexuality as well. This is everything that she touches turns to gold, but there is a sense of this new reality that's happening that you've wanted too. And that has to do a lot with, even with like the fact that you had Neptune in Pisces with your North Node in Pisces in your 6th house of everyday activities. So there could be, with that Neptune energy, that even just dreaming about what you wanted, right? Now you can create it. Now all the pieces are going to come together, because second card you got the Magician. And so this is the energy of now. As you move into this next 2-year period in your life, this is saying you are on a new journey and you have everything that it takes to build a reality that you want. That's the Magician. It's card 1 in the major arcana. What I say about you starting your hero's journey, the fool's journey, all of that. You've got everything that you will have everything that you need. And a lot of y'all already do now. Yeah. But it's frequency is such a big thing. When you get card 1, card 3 right here, you got the Empress and the Magician. Vibrate at the high frequency. This is all about self-belief. That's confidence, the Empress, and love. Okay, super conscious love, right? That's that high frequency. And then you have the Magician. Okay, You got to have that self-belief. That's how that magic happens. But you got to take that action too, because the Magician is a card of action. And so there is this level of love, money, relationships, creative projects, everything that I just said, that you want to take and build something with it. And if it's something new, there you go. If it's something brand new, yeah, it could even be kind of like a surge in energy in a current relationship or a job or whatever it is. But a lot of you are changing jobs, to be honest. Yeah. So you're going to get that call. You're going to get that call. Anyway, all right. So the third card, you got the Three of Swords. Now, what does this mean? This is attributed to 2025 to 2027. So when you get your card, this is a Libra card, this is saying, yes, for the next 2 years, you're going to have to let some things go. You're going to have to let everything what I said, out with the old, in with the new. And a lot of it is up here. All right. Remember, I said that you got Uranus and Gemini in your 9th house, right? And I said Gemini rules the 3rd house. It's Mercury ruled. So you got a little bit of that, right? When I say it's up here, sure. We can call this a heartbreak card. We can call this the whatever you want to call it. By the end of the day, it's the sword suit. It's up here. Yeah. So whether it is like the way that you're communicating, whether it's something inside you you're holding in, let's work on that heart chakra, but also up here, having that change of mindset, because it does look like there is going to be something where it's going to end. And if you're not ready for it, or if that something happens, like, for instance, I just told a lot of you are going to be getting new jobs, right? So let's just say like you are let go of your company. Okay. Let's just hypothetically, that can be a little bit heartbreaking. Yeah. But there's something, as you can see, waiting for you on the other side. All right. And so that's what I'm saying. Don't hold on to that energy, because there will be some endings. Yeah. Really going to be some big stuff happening for you. Oh my goodness. I'll clarify that in a second. I'm going to show you something here. You got the High Priestess, and this is card 4. Now, before I even tell you what this card means, I want you to know how rare it is to get the Magician, the High Priestess, and the Empress. You got card 1, 2, and 3. This new journey, listen, Libra, are you listening to me? You're going to go through this big metamorphosis. You're going to go through some experiences that I said in the intro. Everyone will, but you, now it's affirmed, are going to go through some experiences that maybe you didn't even believe could happen. Okay? You didn't even believe. This is magic. This is huge. This is huge. All right? So anyway, okay. High Priestess, as we know, this is, you're fine. You're guarded. Okay. She is a guardian of the subconscious. So don't be afraid, like I said, to go deep. You're going to have Pluto in Aquarius for this summer. You already have Pluto in Aquarius, but when you have the aspects that we're having this summer, you are going to have big moments of going deep, asking yourself, does this bring me joy? Does this move me? Is this really what I want? Is this what I have to leave in the past? And then this new thing will come through. And then when you're vibrating at that high frequency, when you're trusting your intuition, that's the High Priestess, right? Then you know something's coming through, and it's going to be enormous, and it's going to change your entire life. So trust your intuition. The High Priestess, yeah, there's a sense of mystery with the High Priestess, but there's that fun, right? 2 things, Pluto and Aquarius. Again, you're going to be asking yourself, what brings me joy, pleasure, fun, okay? And you're going to fill that space, all right? Secondly, the High Priestess, when I say like there's that sense of mystery with the High Priestess, the veil, right? Pluto is, I said he excavates, he goes deep, he reveals, and he can be very psychological. And so don't be afraid to go deep. Give yourself permission to have that fun and that joy that you deserve. Know that you're going to be protected, because it does seem like there may be something here where it's just like, oh no, I'm going straight to the, physical mind. All right. And that's when you may be overthinking, overanalyzing, staying with a certain energy. But remember, this is life lessons, right? Okay. What comes after the Three of Swords of Four Swords? That rest and that retreat and building up your energy and having that peace of mind, right? So this is really great. I'm saying don't be afraid to go deep. Everything's happening for you with the Hangman. With the High Priestess, whoa. All right, so High Priestess, card 4. This would be attributed to February 2026, where we have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees, 3 days after the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius. All right? So, again, when you see what's going on for you there, again, there's something here that's going to bring you so much joy and pleasure. That's your 5th and 7th house. And it is likely going to have to do with partnerships, something with marriage, something with, even a creative partner, business partner, whatever you want, something with children, having children. Remember, that's a big new beginning right there. All right. Just know it's you being you, your authentic self. Trust your intuition through the whole process. You're protected. You're guided. That's amazing. That's amazing. Now, the other thing is, you got the Hangman. So there you go. When I say you're going to have a really big shift in perspective, you're going to get to a point where when you've got Uranus in Gemini in your 9th house, and you still have the South Node in Virgo in your 12th, right? All year up until July 2026, which is what this card is attributed to. Yeah. So there is going to be this element of just really, really, it's like you're going to crave it. You're going to crave it. I want more. I want to see things in different ways all the time. The Hangman, that's what this is. Oh, where was he? Yeah, the Hangman. So he's hanging himself upside down. That's how dramatically he wants to see something in a different way. Okay, he wants to see the world in a different way. And again, you will. We got Uranus and Gemini in your 9th. 9th is your, worldview. Yeah. All right. So really great. Preparing yourself for this big change, this big shift that's happening in your life. But again, more on a spiritual, like this is so meaningful. And there's all these changes that are happening. And there is this sense of surrender with a Hangman, this sense of sacrifice. And that even comes with, Pluto and Aquarius, Uranus and Gemini, Saturn, Neptune and Aries. Yeah, there's a big, making sacrifices for humanity, for the collective, for the greater good. I'm going to stop doing this to do this. I'm going to help in this way. So there is that sense of like service to others. And you're going to really understand that because you do have your North Node in Pisces in your 6th house and the South Node in Virgo in the 6th or 12th. Because that is that Virgo energy, and 6th house energy anyway is service to others. So there's something big happening here. All right. But just prepare for big shifts in the way that you're seeing things, in partnerships, relationships, and you having fun and in a big way, a lot of stuff at home. And then with Jupiter and Cancer, right? That's your 10th house. Just y'all are going to become famous. You're going to be like the leaders that people know in your industry, your neighborhood, whatever you want. Now, the last card, by the way, the Hangman would be attributed to July and August 2026. Okay. because that is when we will have the South Node in Leo. We'll have Jupiter in Leo. In August 2026, a new moon solar eclipse in Leo. And that's what I was going to say earlier. Your story's not done. This goes into 2027. And from that point forward, right, when you get the North Node in Aquarius, oh my goodness, South Node in Leo, but Jupiter there, all right? Jupiter in Leo, that is your 11th house. That's 11th house is your future hopes, long-term goals and aspirations and dreams, and right? Because it's Aquarius ruled. And Saturn, being Aquarius's traditional ruler, is all about that long-term commitments. So the fact that this is happening July and August of 2026 for you, just know you're going to have big change. Your dreams are going to come true. You got to put the energy and action into it. But the other thing, the 11th house, remember, it's Aquarius ruled, all right? So when you got Jupiter and Leo for you, whoa, that is a really, really big deal, because that is humanity. That is the masses. That's your community. That's your friendships, groups you belong to. It's benefactors. It's allies. You're going to be very social. You're going to be meeting a lot of new people. All right, Libra? So, we'll clarify. Oh, okay. We'll look at that too, but we'll clarify that Three of Swords. Interesting. Yeah. 7 of Pentacles. Okay. So again, that has to do with, you can't be on the fence on things anymore. And you see that, even the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, 7 of Pentacles, you get the man leaning on his hoe. He's raked in everything in. He's like, is that it? Right? So they're both looking back to the past at this point. It's all about your future. Okay. So there may be something that, happens here where you just have to, it is something that you have to learn, and it's something that you just still have to move forward. All right. There's a lot of great things happening for you. I'll clarify the 7 of Pentacles too. And remember, Pentacles are finances, money, wealth, but your physical world. So it can be a relationship. But what have you invested your time and energy into? There could be something that you're not happy with. Okay. And so, and then you get the 6 of Cups. That's great. 6 of Cups is everything's harmonizing for you in an emotional way too. Cups, emotions, and relationships and feelings. 6 of Cups is long hair, no care. It's letting your hair down. This is saying, remember how I said you're protected? Just, if there's one key takeaway, you are going to be protected. All right? This entire time. So don't be afraid to go deep. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable. Don't be afraid to do any of that. All right? With that 6 of Cups energy, you see there's 2 people here. Okay? And so there's a sense of kindness and compassion all here as well, but sharing things with someone else. Do you see that in the deck? There is 1 card poking out. Oh, you got 2. Oh, 3. There's a lot. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was like what I said. Well, let's take a look. You're probably going to be the longest one here. They must be poking out for a reason. I feel it. Yeah, I'm going to do a quiet time check. Okay, let's do this. Oh gosh. Okay, Libra, we'll go there. Is that it? Is that you? And put these here. Yeah, is that it? That's it. Okay, so that was the universe is trying to tell you something. The universe is supporting what I'm saying. You got the Lovers. Of course you did. But what did I say about partnerships and relationships? And then remember Uranus going back into Taurus. End of the year. That is your 8th house. Okay? So really, really just emphasis, partnerships, relationships there too. But you got the Lovers. Okay. What did I say about that 3 of Swords energy? What comes after? 4 of Swords. You can't make this up. you're good. You're good. Whatever that is, you gotta learn from it, but you gotta take some action on what is gonna bring me joy and pleasure. Okay? In a work capacity, relationship, whatever it is. It will. It will. You take the time you need. And then so what the fax machine, like, I told, all right, your new journey. There you go. The next 2 years. Again, I couldn't even get through your chart because there's so much happening. I'm just looking at it and I'm just like, where do I even start? Because you're coming out of a period that was, and moving into this amazing next 2 years. You got the Fool. Don't be afraid to take those risks, those leap of faith. But you got to have faith in yourself with the Fool card 0. All right? Remember everything that's happening this summer at that 1 degree point. This is your new journey. Now, you can't make this up. I pulled out those 3 cards earlier for you. Now you throw in the Fool. You got card 0, 1, 2, 3. I mean, what? And then you also got the Lovers. And then you also got the Hangman. But, I mean, that's a golden buzzer. You see how much your life is going to change? This new journey, whether it's love, relationships, marriage, career, everything is activated for you. Even health and lifestyle. Everything is activated for you. Children, home, money. Everything is activated for you, Libra. That's what I'm saying. It's like you're good. You're good. Okay, Libra, y'all are amazing. I'm gonna let you go. Oh my gosh. Okay, Libra, y'all are amazing. I love y'all. I'll see you next week. All right. Thanks so much. Bye bye. Hello, Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Let's get into this. What is going on here? I'm looking at what's happening for you. I got some things to say. All right. First you got Saturn and Neptune in Aries. That's going to be your 6th house. This is a big deal. All right. The 6th house is your everyday activities. It's your routines. It's your lifestyle, all of that. So there is going to be a big emphasis for you for the next 2 years, right? So just for this summer, though, with that preview where you want to be by February, work, it's going to be big. And there's so much cardinal energy happening when you've got Jupiter in Cancer as well, which you're going to feel tremendously as, that fellow water sign in your 9th house. That's Jupiter's home. I told you in your monthly forecast. That's big. That's big. There's so much for you to look forward to, okay? Because don't forget, you've got the North Node in Pisces still for until mid 2026. That's your 5th house of fun and pleasure and recreation and creativity, creative projects, creative pursuits, true love, romance, sex, procreation, all of that. When you got Pluto and Aquarius in your 4th house as well, so you got a lot of home and family, children energy, all right? So remember, we're just focusing on the next 2 years, but when you've got Saturn and Neptune in Aries, all this cardinal energy, everything that I see happening for you, a lot of y'all are going to become like the healers. And when I say that, you're going to have so much influence, yes, with work, okay? Creative projects. It can be through art. You've got just this Pisces North Node is so special for you. Okay, remember, that's just for you. No other sign in your 5th house. And then your 6th house with Saturn and Neptune there. All right, so just know that there may be, a lot of y'all may be picking up new work as well. But also, there will be emphasis on health. And pay attention to that. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying you're going to have a focus there. As in, maybe this summer you decide to join a gym, or maybe you decide to, I don't know, switch things up and do Pilates instead of yoga. You know what I mean? There's going to be some emphasis there, but with this cardinal energy, again, there's just something here bringing your dreams to reality. There's something here with the sixth house where I would not be surprised if a lot of y'all become healers of some type. Again, you can be like a doctor or nutritionist. I mean, we're talking about the sixth house here, all right? Something where you're working with your hands. So even artistry, there's music, there's so much happening for you. It's really wonderful. It's really nice. Now, here's the other thing is I remember, practice that patience, all right? Practice that patience. Now, Saturn and Neptune and Aries, really visionary. You're going to see things. With this sixth house activated, the one thing that I want you not to do, and yes, I'm channeling as I do that, and this is the first time that y'all have seen me do this. I don't want you to take on too much, but I don't want you to, trick yourself into thinking something's not too much when you intuitively know it is, all right? Because you could be taking on a little bit too much this summer. It might be too much for you. Just trust your intuition, because I don't know you, right? So it could be the perfect amount, but it really is. The sixth house is service to others. So you are going to feel, with all this cardinal leadership energy, it's almost like there's going to be a part of you that's going to want to please others in a way where it's just, maybe it's like, remember that illusion, that delusion that Neptune can bring, like, right? So just trust your intuition. If you start feeling like, oh my gosh, there's just so much happening, maybe lighten your load a little bit. And that's all it is. All right. But otherwise, you're great. You're good. Now, Uranus and Gemini, big, big. And the reason I say that is because you know that Uranus and Gemini, that is your eighth house. Scorpio, that is your home. Okay. That's your home. And so what's happening here for you in particular is so interesting when you see Uranus and Gemini in your eighth house. But then Uranus is the ruler for Aquarius. Pluto is your ruler. Throwing that back over to you. There's just so much like, what's it called? Musical chairs that's happening with the planets and there are signs and whoa. So basically, Uranus and Gemini, right? You are going to have profound change. You're going to have change that you never believed you could have. Every sign is going to have that, right? With Uranus and Gemini. But you particularly, this is your eighth house. Uranus and Gemini in your eighth house. So a lot of this is going to be the mindset, how you think, how you communicate. And remember, you're going to see a lot of new technologies, communication, all of that, things that you've never seen, all right, in the next 2 years. But at the end of the day, the eighth house is transformation. So you've got Uranus, the planet of breakthroughs and innovation and freedom, right? The Great Awakener in your eighth house of transformation for 7-8 years. So you're going to be constantly evolving. This is so big. And there's money. You're going to make money. So Uranus brings those surprises. Eighth house is shared resources. All right. It's money that you don't earn. And so it's inheritance, it's investments, it's bonuses, commissions, it's maybe joint bank accounts, like royalties, like I said, loans, things like that. That's all eighth house stuff. Taxes, that's all eighth house stuff. You would know this. You're the ruler of the eighth house. So yeah, a lot of this is definitely going to be big for you in surprising ways that you just never saw it coming. All right. So please start doing those things when you've got Jupiter in Cancer for an entire year in your ninth house. Listen, ninth house is publishing. All right. What I say about you got Uranus and Gemini in your eighth house of royalties, you better write a book. Okay. I'll read it, even if it's about toothbrushes. Now, the other thing is the ninth house is also like broadcasting It's podcasts. So again, you're set up. You've got so much to look forward to. Travel as well. 8th house, relationships. You've just got so much relationship activity as well. Partnerships, relationships. All right. Now, and you're going to have a lot of depth in relationships. And when I say that, it can be business if you're not here for love. It can be both. It's Gemini, all right? Gemini's a twin. You can have more than one, all right? But this is definitely going to bring you more than one options as well if, you're single. And anyway, well, and of course, we'll talk more about this when we get to, Anyway, Pluto and Aquarius. So you got Uranus and Gemini. That's going to be trining Pluto and Aquarius. That's a chef's kiss right there, because you've got this in your 4th house. Pluto rules your, and Pluto and Aquarius, that's your 4th house. And remember, Pluto's your ruler. Yeah. So insert self, right? Right here. Things are changing. And a lot of this, again, is mindset. The 8th house, again, even with Uranus and Gemini, that can be very psychological, really going deep to have these profound changes. Again, a lot of it up here, but Pluto and Aquarius in your 4th house, so a lot on the domestic front. So just the fact that you have Jupiter in Cancer, that's what it already represents. You got Pluto here bringing that power, that transformation in your 4th house. So yeah, a lot of y'all are getting married. A lot of y'all are, or already did, by the way. With Jupiter in Cancer for the next year, a lot of y'all are going to move into second marriages. Okay. Now, Pluto and Aquarius, and travel too. All right. Y'all maybe meet people from overseas. All right. Now, or go steady with if you don't want to, you get what I'm saying. All right. Pluto and Aquarius, just 4th house activity, domestic sector, home, family, your roots. That's what I'm saying. You're going to go really deep. Maybe you're going to go do some, what is it? 21 in me, or I don't know, but 4th house is also real estate. All right. Y'all gonna be buying properties. It is 1000% guaranteed. A lot of y'all are going to be moving. Okay. Because of possible expansion, right? Having a kid, grandkids, or, there's just so much home activity. 4th house also like parents. And so, yeah, you have a lot having, or, maybe major renovations or selling property. There's this, you're good. Remember that 8th house energy, bringing in royalties and commissions and things like that. You're good. All right. Now, some things I'm going to tell you. All right. And I want you to mark these in your calendar. All right. That's how important this is. Remember what I said in the intro about this summer, right? Where you want to be by February 2026. Now, when we get to September, when all that, is on pause a little bit, we move right into eclipse season. And so mark down September 7th, when we have the full moon, lunar eclipse in Pisces. Yeah. And then mark down September 21st, when we have the new moon, solar eclipse in Virgo. So why is this a big deal? A, it's eclipse season. B, there's something you're letting go in the way that you see things. There's this almost like a spiritual awakening as well that you may be having, as in, now I know what brings me that joy, what makes my heart sing. There's something here, this clarity that I'm feeling with that first eclipse in Pisces. It's in your 5th house of pleasure and joy anyway. And then the new moon solar eclipse, that's new beginnings. So the solar eclipse, as we know, that's a lot of energy. This is a new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. Virgo rules your 11th house of your future hopes, wishes, long-term goals, and dreams. I hope you see, I hope you're doing the math here. Everything is happening for you. Of course, again, you got to put in the work and the effort, but this is huge because your 11th house is also your community, groups you belong to, friendships, humanity. Remember, Christ rules the 11th house. So there is something really big happening for you in September. And it's overlapping. Remember, that's a 6-month cycle. September, October, November, December, January, February. Overlapping where you want to be in February 2026. All right? The kicker that, and you just can't make this up for Scorpios, the kicker here, that new moon solar eclipse in Virgo, Mars, your ruling planet, is going to be moving into your sign that day. So buckle up. Buckle up. Your life is your life is going to change in enormous ways by the time we even get to your birthday season. I cannot. So, what else do I see for you? Yeah. I would also mark for you, when we actually get to your birthday season. Oh, you're going to love this. You're going to love this. Mark down November 19th, okay? Because we are going to have a new moon in your sign. But what's a little bonkers about this, it's an interesting new moon. But what's really bonkers, charged up about this new moon for you, and again, you're going through some big changes here. It's happening right after the sun trines Jupiter and Saturn. I can't even, and we're in your birthday season at this point. So the sun is in your sign, trining Jupiter in Cancer. At the same time, the sun's going to trine Saturn, which at this point will have moved back into Pisces. So you see all this water energy, right? And then Pisces, that's your 5th house of joy, pleasure, romance, true love, recreation, procreation. But when we get to your new moon, you're going to have Mercury in your sign. And you will also have Venus in your sign for this new moon. Sun in your sign. I mean, you're good. You're good. All right. So even when I say, where do you want to be by February 2026? Even ask yourself and plan, where do you want to be by your new moon in November? Because right at this new moon, you have a Mercury Cazimi on your new moon. Scorpio, when was the last time you saw that? And remember, Uranus is sextiling Neptune. But remember, we talked about this. Uranus is going to be back in Taurus at this point. Neptune is going to be back in Pisces. So you see that that's your 7th house of partnerships and relationships, and your 5th house of pleasure and joy and true love and romance. You've got an insane new moon, all right? You have an insane new moon with that Mercury Cazimi in your sign on the day of the new moon. I can't. All right, so you're good. You're really, really, really good. And then, let me see. I don't. That's it. Okay. So, yeah, those are the main things. All right. So let's do it, Scorpio. Let's break it down. Let's see what's going on for you, Scorpio, for the next 2 years. Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising. Scorpio, listen. How are y'all doing? I'm going to do I'm going to pull 5 cards. I'm going to walk you through this, okay? And I'll let you, and if we need to pull clarifiers, we will. The other thing is, I am using the Aquarian deck. We're on the brink of the age of Aquarius. And remember all this Aquarius energy. I'm going to tell you something. Oh, there it is. Yeah. I got you, Scorpio. All right, let's see what's going on here. You're good. All right. Oh, wow. All right. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, the first card. This card would be attributed to everything that you've been going through. Okay? Past few months, even this year, right? Everything that you've learned. And you're fostering that energy. All your life experiences up until this point. Yeah, you can call it the past if you want, but everything that you have been going through, that you've been experiencing, harnessing that energy of that Queen of Pentacles. All right. So the biggest thing that's coming through is that maternal energy. There's this side of you where, again, it just makes sense when you've got Saturn and Neptune in Aries in your sixth house. You have the South Node in Virgo. I mean, again, that is just, it's all about service to others. All right. And there is a sense of the Queen of Pentacles with that. But the great thing about this, again, Saturn and Neptune in Aries, building that reality, right? Turning your dreams into reality. Now, the Queen of Pentacles has the resources to build the world that she wants to live in. She's the rich queen. Okay. And so this is pretty amazing because this has to do with money and finances, right? And so there is a sense of this selflessness that's amazing. And that could be the biggest takeaway from the past few months. I'm not in this alone. I'm doing this with others, whether it is love, whether it is children, whether it is your company, whatever it is, whatever resonates with you, right? And so I really love this because you are already in that preparation mode in terms of, yeah, I have all the insight, that inner wisdom to get to that point, to build the world that I want to live in. Okay? With the people within my orbit as well. So I really love what's happening here for you because second card is the Ten of Pentacles. You're getting it. You're getting everything, right? This card would be attributed to like now as you move into this 2-year period. All right. So even in June, remember, is the luckiest month of the year. There's so much happening for you here with Jupiter in Cancer and then all the other aspects and everything that's happening for you. But the Ten of Pentacles, again, we're continuing that Virgo story. You've got the South Node in Virgo for another year. You've got Saturn and Neptune in Aries in Virgo's home, the sixth house. All right. And now you just have the Ten of Pentacles, which is attributed to Virgo. It's a Virgo card. So there's a lot of emphasis here in terms of maybe you're shaking things up, switching things up, learning from your past in terms of what do I need to do to build the world that I want to live in? And you're going to have it. Okay? Continue to trust your intuition and take those actions. This is prosperity. This is success. This is in the Rider-Waite-Smith, right? The pentacles raining from the heavens in the form of the tree of life. In fact, you keep getting pentacles in your spreads. So there's your affirmation, okay? And the Ten of Pentacles is this, it's very transcendent. Yeah. It's very, when I talk about your physical realm, right? That's what pentacles are. If you're not here for money, by the way, or, wealth, but you do have Uranus moving into Gemini for 8 years in your 8th house of wealth building. So, Ten of Pentacles is really great. Okay. Because that is very aligned with what's happening for you, but it's also, like I said, your physical realm. All right. I said family, right? You got the 3 generations of family in this card, a lot of family energy. You see the castle, the biggest castle in tarot. I mean, you've got it all. You've got it all. You're going to have everything that you want. Okay. And I want you to believe that. But I also want you to put that energy toward it and not take on too much to the point where it's maybe like burnout, right? With the Saturn-Neptune and Aries, like convincing yourself you can do this and you can do this and you're going to do this for this person, that person, this person. But what about you? Yeah. What about you? All right. You got to be strong enough to take care of others. All right. So this is beautiful. This is amazing. Now, and by the way, that can also be seen as if there's anything that you need to work on, right, is that focusing on that finish line, right? Thinking about where you want to be February 2026 or even by your new moon. But I already told you got a million amazing things happening, right? But that's amazing. It's your kingdom come now. Okay. Yeah, third card, 2 of Wands. There you go. This is what you can expect moving forward for the next 2 years. All right. So this is the next 2 years. And you got the 2 of Wands. That's great. Coming after that 10 of Pentacles. Yeah. Because remember, I said that's ascending. You're ascending. And now, remember, he's got the world in his hand. He's standing at the highest point in the castle. Yeah. So, and this is building the world that she wants to live in. So you got a lot of references to your physical world, to home. Okay. Remember, that's going to be a big theme for you. 2 Wands is really great because there is a sense of accomplishment. And again, it just feels like there's so many that's going to happen. And maybe even many, it's almost like you're doing this, you're going to bring this in, but you're also going to bring this in and you're going to make it all work. But that's why I'm saying just, trust your intuition. But that's great. 2 of Wands, all about planning, all about I've succeeded. What is the next thing? What is the next step? Well, you've got a great view. Okay. You've got a great view. And so that's the beauty of it all for the next 2 years. It's almost like when you've got Uranus and Gemini in your 8th house, which is so deep. It's so, and it like intuition as well. Oh, you're going to know things like 4 or 5 steps before everybody else. Okay. So this is great. The 2 of Wands, because you're always going to have that great view. You're always going to be 1 step ahead. 5 steps or whatever I said. Now, the fourth card, you got the 10 of Swords. Okay. So the 10 of Swords, this card is attributed to just the month of February, where we have the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius and the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries at that 0 degree point. So February is a really big reset for new beginnings. Okay. You got the 10 of Swords. There's going to be something in February where it's, done. It's over. This is the card of new dawn. And so it's a 10, 1 0 equals 1, new beginning, right? So there can be something here. Again, it all starts here. And what I said for you astrologically, because you're going to feel this for the next 2 years, just don't take on more than you can. Yeah. The other thing is, let me just see real quick. The other thing is, you will have your 7th house activated too. So just be mindful with that Neptune and Aries energy. And then, that Taurus energy. Taurus is your opposite sign. And I'm not saying be mindful of Tauruses. I'm just talking about that's your 7th house. And so remember, Neptune does bring that illusion, confusion, that fogginess. And so, there could be something here where if you're overthinking things, and that is it can happen when you have Uranus and Gemini. Gemini is the, thinker, and there's a lot of processing, but so is Pluto and Aquarius. Then I already told you, you've got that overlap of Gemini in your house, Uranus and Gemini in your house, and your ruler in Aquarius's house. So there can be a little overthinking when we get to February, in the month of February. Remember, Aquarius is all about your future. And so just don't, if there is something here that's happening where maybe a little bit of betrayal, maybe something you didn't see coming. But again, you've got to trust your intuition, right? Because you're seeing 1 to 5 steps ahead. You're going to be fine. But whatever this is, it's done. It's done for that reset, for that new beginning for you. All right. And so that's the silver lining here. But when I say it's done, This is the Ten of Wands. Ten of Swords. This card is, it is, his hand gesture is the same as a Hierophant, right? And the Hierophant is Taurus. And that's why I'm bringing up the 7th house energy, because when you have what you have, there can be a little bit of, remember, Neptune's already bringing some deception, illusion. And then this 7th house energy, it can be like open enemies as well. But whatever it is, we're putting it to bed, but we're learning from it. Swords. I think that you're one of only 2 signs so far that's gotten, so it's like so crazy. I thought there would be more with Uranus and Gemini and Pluto and Aquarius, like mental, like a lot happening up here. But anyway, so it is a cycle. That's all it is. Okay. But there's something that you're going to have to let go. Not only let go, learn from it, so you never have to go through that experience again. This is meant to empower you moving forward, because last you got Judgment. And this would be the 5th card. That's it would be attributed to July and August 2026. All right. And I say July and August 2026 because those are going to be big months. That's when we will have North Node moving into Aquarius, South Node moving into Leo, but then Jupiter moving into Leo. And then August, we will have that new moon solar eclipse in Leo. So that's what I was going to tell you. I'm like, I got you. That Leo energy, Leo rules your 10th house of fame and career. And even if you're not here for career, whatever you're exerting your energy into that you want to be known for, 10th house is your reputation. It's very public facing. But look at what you're moving toward this year to next summer. And you got that for a whole year? Oh, that's big. All right. So this is true leadership energy. That 10th house, natively ruled by Capricorn, big leader, a lot of work energy. The fact that you have Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your 6th house of work. So there is this level of fame that is very possible. And that can be just wherever you may be in your neighborhood, your community, your city. It can be a global scale. All right. When you've got the North Node in Pisces up until that time in your 5th house, because the 5th house is Leo ruled, right? You switch them out. And the 5th house has an element of fame to it. And so the fact that you have Jupiter in Leo with the new moon solar eclipse in Leo in your 10th house of fame, so you get a double dose. And Judgment, this is all about having that awakening, that really big wake up call. Like when you turn on HBO, you hear that angelic, like that. That's what's happening over the summer. Something big and monumental is happening for you. Why? Because Judgment is ruled by it's attributed to the planet Pluto, your ruler, your modern ruler. So you got big stuff happening. You got wonderful. You're good. You're absolutely good. I'll clarify that 10 of Swords. We'll see. All right. Oh yeah. Oh, let me see one more. Okay. So what I was getting earlier, what I was picking up is like, yeah, there is got to be something that you're just going to have to remember. Even when I say out with the old, in with the new, yeah, you're going to have to let some things go. And when we get to February, if you haven't let certain things go that you intuitively know you got to let it go, but you're like, no, you're going to have to let it go. All right. Because you got the 9 of Wands. And so that's fine. But that's also, I'm picking up a little bit of the 9 of Wands is very like, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving, I've weathered the storm. Great. Wonderful. But at the same time, it may be like, okay, I've gone through that, but I'm not ready I'm going to be stuck in that energy. Okay. So you got to let something in February, you got to let go because there's going to be something new for you. All right. And when I say new, it was meant for you in the best way possible. When you get the star, the card of everything aligning for you, the stars aligning for you, a card of like wisdom and healing. Yeah. Remember, this is, you don't have to see it. You can see this as like, yeah, that was a blessing in disguise. His hand, the hand gesture of the Hierophant. Blessings, right? There was something you had to learn that's just going to make you stronger and make you a little bit, more empowered. And there you go. Everything just aligns for you in this powerful way with the star. All right. This is true. This is faith. And there's a sense of rebirth here as well. Okay. I love it. I love it. You're good. Scorpio, thanks so much. Oh my gosh. Okay, Scorpio, y'all are amazing. Thanks so much. Very excited for you. I'll see you next week. Bye-bye. Hello, Sagittarius, sun, moon, and rising. Oh my diddly days. You are good already. I don't even have to do a spread. I'm looking at what's going on for y'all. You're good. You're good. You've got, so let me tell you what's happening. You got Saturn and Neptune and Aries, right? That's going to be your 5th house. You're really going to feel that enormously, you being a fellow fire sign, but the 5th house is joy and pleasure. So after, think about where you've been, right? The past year. It's almost like you're putting your foot down and saying, I'm just going to have fun now. And I'm going to bring so much stability to everything that I've been wanting to create in my world. That's what's happening here. Okay. Just remember Neptune, those lower expressions, illusion, delusion, fantasy, all that. Just as long as, you're being your authentic self, you're going to be fine. The 5th house is pleasure and joy. You got Saturn and Neptune here. Saturn is bringing your dreams to reality. This is the 5th house. It's true love. It's romance. It's family. It's children. You had Saturn and the North Node in Pisces for so long in your 4th house, but now it's like, time to have fun. I'm moving out of that energy. Time to have fun. 5th house is also procreation. A lot of y'all are going to be having babies, thinking about having babies. There's going to be a lot of emphasis on children. There could be like grandchildren in the picture as well. If you're not having one, I mean, there's so much happening for you. 5th house is also creativity. It rules that domain. Creativity, creative projects. Okay. Now, why is this a big deal? And Sagittarius, if you're a writer, I want you to write that book now. Okay. Because look at what's happening for you. It gets me so excited. 5th house is self-expression. It's like nothing's holding you back now. You're being your authentic self. It is so beautiful what's happening here. Okay. Now you've got Uranus in Gemini as well, right? So Saturn and Neptune, sextile Uranus in Gemini. That's your 7th house of partnerships and relationships. So do you see what's happening here? There's something big. A lot of y'all may be getting married. A lot of y'all will be signing contracts. Big ones. This is Uranus, breakthroughs, right? This is you doing things that are unexpected when it comes to partnerships and relationships, meeting people that you never thought before that you could meet. And yeah, this can be career too. It's not limited to love, but there's a lot of like home, love, romance happening for y'all, but it can be career, business partners. It can be one-on-one commitments, like maybe your, relationship with your agent or your, brother, uncle, whoever it is, but legal matters and marriage. Okay. A lot of y'all gonna be getting married and having kids. That's just how it is. All right. So, but again, it can be anywhere. Uranus, remember, is all about freedom and innovation and you having these light bulb moments as well. Now, and remember, Mercury is a ruler for Gemini and you vibe with this. Like it's these changes that you want, you're going to get. All right. You got to put that energy there. But you being a mutable sign like Gemini and oh my gosh, there's so much other things. I'm going to tell you some dates too that I want you to mark down. But just know that's going to be amazing for you. Okay. Now, so Uranus, remember, it's trining Pluto. Pluto is in Aquarius. And so there is something here that is your 3rd house. What did I just say about Mercury being the ruler for Gemini? The 3rd house is Gemini's home. So you see that connection there, how they're working together in this trine. And the 3rd house is all about communication. It's the house of writing. That's why I'm saying, are you writing a book? Because I got to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something that's big that's happening in 2026 for you. But either way, this is communication. Social media looks really big for you. especially when we get to October. Maybe you're going to launch something. And remember, we're in a period for the next 2 years where you're going to see innovations and advancements in technology and online and the internet that you just never have seen before. Okay? It's going to be as big as social media. That's only been 10 years, 15 years that it's been in our consciousness. It's been out there. Internet's only been since the 90s. So we're at that time for that next big thing, right? Even 2008, like smartphones, right? So you're going to see things advance in a really big way. Pluto being in Aquarius in your third house. Yeah, y'all going to be the writers, communicators, teachers, educators, but also media reporting. There's so much here in the third house because the third house is launching new businesses. I explained a lot of this in your June forecast, but just prepare for the new, okay? And a lot of y'all, it's going to be with someone else, okay? Or deciding an LLC or just something business-wise. Travel's going to be a big thing for you as well. When you've got Jupiter in Cancer for the entire year, all right? So this is what I'm saying. You've got Jupiter in Cancer for an entire year in your 8th house. So this is kind of a big deal, all right? Jupiter is, your ruler too. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. 8th house is all about transformation. It's all about death and rebirth. There's a new you emerging, and Jupiter is blessings and luck and good fortune. So 8th house is also partnerships. Remember, you've got Uranus bringing that in that Gemini area of your chart. Jupiter in Cancer is deepening these relationships. And again, love or business partners. 8th house is also money. It's shared resources. It's assets. Okay? So this is, again, that you're going to have the most luck out of all the signs in this area of your chart. And 8th house is like inheritance, investments, bonuses, commissions, loans, royalties. Okay? Write that book or start that podcast or whatever you want. There's this money stuff here, and that's for a whole year. And then, but again, at the core of it is your transformation, okay? It's all about your transformation. Saturn natively rules your 2nd house of money and income and salary and finances. So again, this summer, you are one of the few signs where with Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your 5th house, which is also recreation and hobbies, you're one of the few signs where you can easily, something that you love doing on the side, right? Knitting or whatever, making little, fun cookies shaped as turtles, whatever it is, you can monetize. Okay. Capricorn rules your 2nd house of income, salary, finances. So when you connect all the dots, there's nothing you can do but get excited. It's insane. All right. So remember, Pluto is power, bringing power into your 3rd house for 19 years. But again, we're just focusing on the next 2 years. Pluto is that, death and rebirth too. There's a new you emerging. This is your role in humanity and a lot of online stuff for you. A lot of online stuff. You could be starting a website, teaching something online. Maybe you're going back to school, learning something. All right. Because, just wait until next year. All right. Now, I'm going to give you some dates for this year. All right. I've been doing this for other signs and not giving all the same dates for all the signs. So you may have seen your rising or your moon. But first, yes. Remember I said everything from the intro is all about this summer, where you want to be by the time we get to February 2026. Well, when we do get to September, we immediately hit eclipse season. So when I say everyone is going to have big changes in their life this year, when you've got what we have right now, once in a lifetime, and then you immediately go into eclipse season, big. I want you to mark these in your calendars. September 7th, we have a full moon, lunar eclipse in Pisces. And then September 21st, we have that new moon, solar eclipse in Virgo. So what does this mean for you? Yeah, remember, we're on the Pisces Virgo axis, right? With the north node and south node. Well, September 7th, everything that you've been going through at home, parents, children, significant other, family, real estate, things, the foundations of your life. Everything that you've been experiencing and going through, it's ending. It's a lunar eclipse. Okay? There's something here it's ending because Saturn's actually moving back into Pisces at this point. But you're going to have Jupiter sextiling the sun. There's so many amazing things around this time. But anyway, the new moon solar eclipse in Virgo on September 21st, that's your 10th house. And this is where you're serious. You're in it to win it. This is so big because you've been having changes and adjustments and maybe even just thinking, right? In terms of career or in terms of how you want to be seen, or your reputation. You've had the South Node here and you will continue to all year, but this is a new moon solar eclipse, new beginnings. And so this is in your 10th house of fame and career. And if you're not here for career, like I said, this can just be wherever you're exerting your energy into that you're passionate about, that you want to be known for. Those blankets that you're knitting. There's something new here. And it's enormous because remember, this is a 6-month cycle. So what's happening in September carries over into January and February of next year. All right? So a lot of Sagittarians are going to be in new places in your life when it comes to career, your reputation, or the things that you worked on and you took action for over the summer. There's that recognition you're getting. You're good. Now, the last thing that I'm going to tell you, Sagittarius, is I want you to mark down. You're just going to have October's going to be very social for you. All right. You're going to be meeting a lot of people. But the other day that I want you to mark down would be, let me find a good one here. A big one for you. Okay. Yeah. So here we go. And by the way, those eclipses, remember, you're going to feel them a lot because you're a mutable sign. Those are the mutable signs, right? You and Gemini are going to feel the Pisces Virgo energy. So when we get to December 19th, okay, and this is in your birthday season, we have a new moon in your sign. And again, I talk a lot more about this in your 2025 annual forecast, so I'll just leave it at that. Just know there's something new literally at the end of December that you're bringing into 2026. Okay. So just mark that. You're good. You're good. And again, there is this energy that I'm getting of you, just like you're putting your foot down. You're putting your foot down. And that is that empowerment anyway, with all this Aries energy, right? Just this fiery leadership. I'm getting go-getter energy. Anyway, let's break some things down, okay? Let's see what's going on for you. Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising. And I am using the Aquarian deck because we're at the brink of the age of Aquarius and there's so much Aquarius energy. And I am going to tell you some dates in 2026 that we're going to go through here. And I'm doing a 5-card spread and I'll walk you through this. Okay. Sagittarius. And then remember all this Aquarius energy. It's just so big. Your 3rd house. All right. Remember, Aquarius is future forward. It's very forward thinking. All this energy. It's just like this leadership that's coming from you. It's you. People are going to be listening to you. And then remember, the glyph for Aquarius is the water bearer anyway, right? So Ganymede, okay? Sharing this wealth and knowledge for the greater good. It's in your 3rd house where you're sharing the messages. You're the communicators. You're shaping This is all about humanity. Sagittarius, I love what's happened for you. All right, so let's see. This is for 2025 to 2027. Let's see what we got. Okay. All right. Wow. This is going to be a very spiritual journey. And again, I'm not surprised with, Jupiter being very active, exalted right now, and Cancer in your 8th house where that is death and rebirth and transformation anyway. So there's a new you. This is amazing. Let's get started. You got the 10 of Cups. Okay. So this card is attributed to just what you've been going through, what you've been experiencing the past few months. So the Ten of Cups is happy everything, but you've been going through so much domestic stuff, right? And there's this sense of like, even with the Ten of Cups, right? That domestic energy as in like happy couple, happy family, happy children, happy everything, the only rainbow in tarot, right? Indicating this promising future. It's really beautiful. And it just tracks anyway with the astrology with the North Node. That's in Pisces in your 4th house anyway. This is a Pisces card. All right. So you've been learning a lot. All right. And so a lot of y'all have had wonderful moments, okay, when it comes to home and family. And even if there were challenging aspects, what are you taking? What have you learned, okay, to empower you moving forward as you move into 2025 to 2027? Remember, everything that happens for a reason. We're here to learn, right? And so this is beautiful. This is amazing. It doesn't have to be, by the way, family. It's cups, it's emotions, it's relationships, it's your feelings, it's intuition, it's all of that. But it's this beautiful energy, and it's a 10 anyway. 10 is the end, right? So even if it was certain things that you wanted, that you were hoping for, wishing for, right? You're taking that energy into 2025, 2027 and making it real, all right? So you see there's something here that's happening for you, okay? That's going to be enormous, but you've got to take those lessons with you, okay? Now, second card, you got the 5 of Cups, all right? So this card is attributed to, right now, what to work on, okay? Remember what I said, out with the old, in with the new. We can't look at the past anymore. You're bringing what you need with you. That's empowering you, inspiring you, right? 5 of Cups is looking at the past. Cups are spilled. So that's the thing. You got to leave it. Remember, I said in the intro, even old ways of thinking, structures, patterns. If there were it's a universe. If there were certain things that you were being tested in, but you kept saying, no, this is, but like deep down inside, intuitively, you felt like, maybe that's that sign. Look at the 2 cups. Okay? Right behind this figure who can't even see them. Okay? Because he's dwelling on the past. Out with the old, in with the new. If there's anything to work on right now, it's that. Out with the old, in with the new. The way that you're thinking, the way that you're feeling, right? Even circumstances that may have happened. If you are looking at the past, you got to learn. That's all it is. But you got to move forward. Okay? So this is just what you may want to work on now. All right? And, to be honest, you have Chiron in Aries too in your 5th house. So you've been, honestly, you could have been just very hard on yourself. Like, give yourself permission to have fun. Give yourself permission to be your authentic self in everything that you do. Don't let anyone put you in a situation where you can't, right? So do some recreations, try new things. Remember, I've been telling you, just expand your consciousness, and doing new things will do that. All right. So leaving things in the past. Now, a lot of this is in the subconscious too, by the way, because this is attributed to Mars and Scorpio. All right. Scorpio does rule your 12th house of the subconscious. So remember what I said in the intro, 90% of what's up here is the subconscious, and you want to bring more into that conscious, right? The expanding your consciousness, your awareness. So we really got to dig deep and not hold on to old things that have happened in the past. And really, this is all about reshaping yourself as this new person. Right? I said there's a new you moving into 2026. Okay? Now, the third card, what you can expect for the next 2 years. You've got to let some things go and stop holding on to the past, because here's the thing. This is the 10. You got another 10 here, right? 10 is the end when 0 equals 1, right? So this is great because it's saying that, yeah, you're coming to the end of something that could have been you carrying a lot. Okay? This is a card of, burden. It can even be burnout energy. So again, and I'll do clarifiers for you. I'm going to show you, all right, for the next 2 years, this is saying you can't do that anymore. You can't do that. You can be the leader. You can connect with humanity. You can connect with whoever. But you can't take on so much to the point where you can't even see where you are going. All right? This is your card, by the way. 10 of Wands. It's last decan. So it is Saturn in Sagittarius. And there is this element of you being hard on yourself. No more. So that is the big message for you for the next 2 years. Do not take on A, more than you can handle. B, and a lot of that, remember, Neptune in your 5th house, just don't fall into those lower expressions, because you could, that could be, depending on the aspects, right? That could be you convincing yourself, oh, I'm going to take on all of this because I am going to be helping others and supporting others. But what about you? What about you, right? This is for you. And so wherever you have to draw that line, draw that line. These wands are heavy, and this is all about, for y'all, it's career. Okay, it's going to be a big thing. Are you taking on too much? Are you in a role where it's like, I'm just going to do it. I don't love it. I'm just going to do it. No. Remember, it's time for you to have fun. And it's time for you to take life by that Aries energy. Okay? So this is all about you. This is just saying, don't take on too much. Don't overburden yourself. Don't take on other people's responsibilities. As long as you know intuitively, trust your intuition the most. All right? But you're going to have this golden moment once you let these ones go. All right? And yeah. All right. Anyway, let's just keep going. You do have the 4th card would be you got the Hermit. Very interesting. And I feel like this is what, kind of like this is special for you. A lot of this, again, career is coming up a lot here. Maybe your connection with career, emotions with career. Maybe you want big change. Maybe you want to bring something else in. And that's what I'm saying is like, you can have a career. You can do something on the side. Remember what I said, turning a hobby, recreation, monetizing it, doing something else on the side. But just recognize if it's getting to a point where it's like, I don't have time for me. Yeah? Just, that's all it is. Trust your intuition. The Hermit, all right? And so this card is attributed to February 2026. So this card is all about that Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries at 0 degrees, the Great Reset, and the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius. That's happening 3 days before it. So you see there's going to be a big change, right? Huge. You got the Hermit, which is great because this is someone who's made a lot of accomplishments. So by the time you get to February, yeah, big. But this is someone who goes really deep and does that soul searching and that introspection to become a lot wiser, to know where he's going, right? He's the one that's holding that lantern. He knows, he can see, right? But you have to go within for that, okay? The light is inside you. You're connecting with the light inside you. So you see the messages that you're getting here. In February, there's going to be a really big change for you, all right? And remember, the South Node is still going to be in Virgo. It's also coming after that new moon solar eclipse in Virgo, all in your 10th house of career or even profession, where you want to go in that direction. But this is also the Hermit. Back in the days, hundreds of years ago, people would trek for days, weeks, months to get that sage wisdom from the Hermit. I told you, you're going to be the, people are going to come to you anyway. And that's your role anyway, you ruling the 9th house, the house of the gods of, think of like ancient philosophers. Anyway. All right. Judgment. This card, first of all, coming with a Hermit, that's insane. Judgment, that's your big awakening. So, and you're going to have a lot throughout this year, but this is when we get to July, August 2026. Why? Because that is when the North Node moves into Aquarius, South Node moves into Leo. Not only that, Jupiter moves into Leo. Not only that, we have a new moon solar eclipse in Leo, and that's a big one. Okay? Now, remember what I said about writing a book, publishing, things like that? when you got Pluto and Aquarius in your 3rd house, you have Jupiter and Cancer in your 8th house of royalties. Well, Leo rules your 9th house. So that's your house. So when we get to July, August next year, you're good. All right. Because that is the house of spirituality, philosophy, higher mind, your perspective. Everything's going to change. All right. And you are also going to change other people's perspectives through your work, because the other thing is that Leo ruling the 9th house is publishing. Okay. And so do you see what's happening here? You are set up. If you want it, you can write a book. And then you got Jupiter bringing those blessings, right? In your 9th house of publishing. This is it's a big thing, because judgment is actually attributed to the planet Pluto, and Pluto is going to be in Aquarius in your 3rd house, okay, of communication and writing. So you do you, but I'm just saying and it can even be a blog. It can be whatever you want. Remember, you got a lot of online stuff. If the 3rd house is writing, the 9th house is like the printing press. So, but also remember, in the next few years, they're going to seek forms of communication in very different ways. Okay. But out of all the signs, it's you that has this. All right. Gemini too, but it's, flipped, but you're good. I mean, this is having that big, profound spiritual awakening, huge wake up call. This is you having your calling. I know what I want. I know what I'm here for. I know what I'm going to do. And it's because of everything leading up to that moment. All right. So let me clarify. I want to do the 5 of Cups for you. Yeah, you got the High Priestess. So there you go. I mean, you just got the High Priestess, a Hermit, Judgment. Wow. That's big. So that 5 of Cups, remember, out with the old, in with the new. Don't be afraid to go deep. Okay. You've got the High Priestess here, the guardian of the subconscious. Don't be afraid to unroot things. This is saying you have to. There's something here you've got to release and let go. And that's going to help you move forward. All right. And a lot of it's going to be up here. All right. But you just don't want to bring that into this new era for you. And then the 10 of Wands. Let me look at that. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I think you've got the most court cards. I'm sorry, Major Arcana, by the way. That's okay. You got the Chariot. I mean, there you go. All systems go. All right. So that 10 of Wands, as long as just remember the big message, don't take on too much. Okay. That will slow you down. All right. And don't avoid the things that, you know that you have to, because remember, he can't see where he's going. As long as you drop a wand or two, you got the Hermit. He can perfectly see. He's got the, right? But anyway, clarifying that 10 of Wands, you got the Chariot. This is vroom, vroom. This is willpower. This is saying, I got this. This is fast. This is speed. This is courage. This is going after your hopes, your wishes, your dreams. So again, don't take on too much, because look how much you can accomplish when you aren't, carrying other people's responsibilities. All right. Have time for you. This is all about you. Chariot's all about you. And the Chariot is attributed to, it's a Cancer card, right? The Chariot is Cancer. Remember, you got Jupiter, your ruler, and Cancer starting June 9th for a whole year in your 8th house of deepening partnerships and wealth building and transformation and death and rebirth is new you. So there's got to be something that and the next 2 years, you're getting everything. Nothing's holding him back. And he's not looking at the past. He's going straight toward his future. So that's your big message. You're really good. This is very spiritual too. Wow. I love it. I love that you got Judgment in the July, because that is going to be big. And the Hermit, that's going to be big as well. Anyway, it's all about going deep. It's all about going deep for you and not being afraid, because there's so much inside you. When you see what's happening here, by the way, okay? And it actually starts here with the High Priestess. It's like your life lessons and the things that you have gone through, can have so much impact and inspire other people and help other people. And do you know what I mean? Support other people. Remember, it's all about humanity and the collective. And so, yeah, but again, don't be hard on yourself. You gotta let some things go. Have that opening, all right? And just know when you're taking on too much, okay? Just have that awareness. You've got to have some fun. You've got to have some fun. And you will, all right? But that's just everything I said earlier. Anyway, Sagittarius, you're good. You're ready to go. Oh, I love that. It's almost like one of your biggest transformative, like you're set up. Now, I'm going to look at one more thing. You want to look at one more thing? I'm just looking at February. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to look at one more thing. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So again, the third row is for what you can expect 2025, 2027. You drop some of those wands. You got the Chariot. Nothing's holding him back, right? He's not being, slow and sludgy and then going after his dreams. And then you get the Ten of Pentacles. Legacy. This is everything. Prosperity. Success. A lot of family energy here. 3 generations of family here, right? It's a lot of family energy, home energy. Remember I said you've learned all your lessons. Now you're taking it to a whole other level. Look how big this castle is. Yeah? This is Pentacles. So money, wealth. Wealth comes in a lot of different forms too. Wealth in family, wealth in love, wealth in partnerships, wealth in whatever you want. And then also, this is your third 10. Your life is changing big, okay? So the 10 of Pentacles, by the way, is attributed to Virgo too. So 10 of Pentacles, really, again, that is your 10th house. Fame, career, achievements, and again, it doesn't have to be career related. It's just you being recognized for how amazing you are. But drop a wand or two, okay? Don't be hard on yourself. You're going to be absolutely fine. You have a lot to look forward to with that 10 of Pentacles. Remember, it's the Pentacles raining from the heavens in the form of the Tree of Life and the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, all right? And it's your physical reality as well, Pentacles. So things are coming into your world in this beautiful, abundant way. Sagittarius, you're amazing. Thanks so much. I will see you next week. All right, bye-bye. Hello, Capricorn. Wow. All right, there's a lot happening for you. So let's walk through this, okay? So you have Saturn and Neptune in Aries. So that would be your 4th house, right? So there you go. You, out of all the signs, because you have Jupiter in your opposite sign of Cancer, I talked about this in your June forecast. So you're going to have a lot of emphasis on home and your domestic sector. So that would include family, your significant other, parents, grandparents, children, ancestry, home, homeland, all of that. The other thing is that a lot of y'all are 1,000% gonna buy property, maybe move. Very, very likely within the next year, within the next 2 years. Yeah. There's a lot of money stuff too. And we're going to talk about that in a second. But just with that Saturn, Neptune, and Aries for the next 2 years. Yeah. Remember, that is you possibly becoming a parent or possibly having this awakening in terms of your relationship with your children, with your parents, with your significant other. If you are single, maybe wanting something like that, right? So there's so much here for you. Remember, Saturn, your ruling planet, is bringing your dreams to reality. So you've got to use this, please. Please use this. It's really amazing. Remember, Jupiter is just bringing those blessings into your life. So I'm really excited for what's happening with Capricorns moving forward because, whoa, you want to talk about Pluto and your sun since 2008? No, we don't want to talk about that. Everything's changing for you. I want you to get really excited because this is all about your growth too, right? Because Saturn being your ruler, right? So that's you. So you're part of this package, all right? Your role, your identity. I would not be surprised if you do a lot of changes around, even like physically. I wouldn't be surprised, especially for Capricorn rising. Obviously, Capricorn rising, like, oh my goodness, like a lot of this is going to, really hit home. Wink, wink. But all Capricorns are going to feel this. Now, Jupiter and Cancer in your 7th house, that brings partnerships and relationships. I talk again, look at your June forecast, legal matters. Yeah, contracts and legal matters. So that could include a lease. It could include one-on-one connections too. So if you're not here for love, if you're not here for career, but you're Capricorn, right? You rule the 10th house. It would definitely be like signing things, legal matters, which could be a lease and things like that as well as marriage. That is the 7th house, right? So I really love what's happening here for you. And then when you see that Uranus moves into Gemini, whoa. So remember, Saturn and Neptune, this is you becoming that role model, leader, all of that, yeah? In any capacity that you want. A lot of it is going to be on the domestic sector, even your local community. And I'll talk that in a minute. Well, I'll tell you now. It's because the North Node is still in Pisces in your 3rd house, which is like your local community. But here's the thing. You've got Uranus in Gemini for 7-8 years in your 6th house. And so what I love about this is that you're going to be busy, but with work. Yeah, a lot of y'all are going to be taking on more than one roles, possibly going through a lot of different roles until you find that perfect role. If you have the perfect role, if you are a business owner, it's just you're going to have a lot of activity with Uranus here in Gemini. And again, remember, a lot of this is like you're going to have these breakthroughs. You're going to have these like wake up calls, like light bulb moments. Yeah, in terms of moving forward, being very inventive and innovative. 6th house is also health. You're going to have a lot of activity with health. And when I say that I'm looking at what's going on for you, that's all health, physical health, emotional health, mental health, spiritual health, the whole package. Okay. And so use this. Remember, Uranus is a great awakener. What do you have to see? Right. What do you have to see? So that's going to be really nice. And it could just be, as simple as like, oh yeah, I do, boot camp fitness, but now I think I want to do Pilates instead. Whatever it is, I'm just going to let you know now, Saturn being your ruler. And if you don't know astrology, Saturn is, father, right? The father, like I said. So again, that just fits perfectly in this sphere. And for a lot of you, it could just be like maternal energy, but Saturn also is like bones. So there's gonna be a lot of attention for you on your physical health, okay? And it can be just as simple as like, oh, I think I'm gonna stretch more. I think I'm going to stretch every day. So just keep that in mind. But the biggest thing for you is work. And I'm going to give you some dates to mark in your calendar. But you see how, and pets, I feel like a lot of you are going to be involved, as in maybe, you take on a pet, or, your relationship with pets change. So the 6th house also rules pets, domestic animals. So the 6th house is also, and this is where Uranus is in Gemini is. Okay, so again, over the summer, you're getting that preview. Uranus is going to be a Gemini, like even past September too. But anyway, you're just going to feel a lot of changes this summer with work, maybe even your calling, your responsibilities, your duties. When it comes to work, have your moments. Remember, Uranus is freedom. And so it's really nice. And it is your everyday activities, your lifestyle, your routines. Okay. So that's why you're going to have a lot of emphasis there with Uranus and breakthroughs there. Now, Uranus trining Pluto in Aquarius, that would be your 2nd house. And what I love about this is that, well, that's money. That's money. That's money. 2nd house is income, salary, finances. It's the money you earn. And there's just so much here. Jupiter blessing your 7th house. There's something that you could sign within the next year that's going to expand that. And Pluto, remember, is your power. It's your empowerment. But at the end of the day, is transformation. So you are going to have big changes. And a lot of y'all Just wait. Just wait. Even when we get to your birthday season, I'm going to talk about that because I'm seeing some stuff happen for you. Now, here's the other thing. Second house is self-worth, self-value. So you're going to see this big boost, right? Especially with Saturn, Neptune, Aries, that leadership, that fearlessness, this confidence inside you with Pluto and Aquarius. Now, the one thing I am going to say, Pluto is a planet that says, are you going to fear me or are you going to own me? But you've got Saturn and Neptune in Aries. You're a cardinal sign. You have all this cardinal activity activated. So it's almost like you having this effortless, like, I am going to take on this role, right? With the fact that you have the South Node in Virgo in your ninth house anyway. So you're good. You're good. And then Pluto natively rules your 11th house. Again, I'm going to talk about this. And I want you to take out, your Apple Pen or whatever it is. That is your future hopes, long-term goals, wishes, and dreams, okay? And you know that you are, your ruler is there. That's the reason why, right? The 11th house, because Saturn is all about the long-term, is all about long-term commitments and goals and your aspirations. So do you see all this overlap happening for you? Do you see why you should get really excited? A lot of y'all are seeing things happen for you now, but I just really love the next 2 years for you. Food may be a big thing. So you are definitely going to, most Capricorns will be changing your diets, okay? And that comes with that when I said physical, you may change your physical appearance. A lot of y'all are going to be changing your diet for sure. Pluto and Aquarius in the second, that rules food. You have Uranus and Gemini in the sixth. That's health, like I said. The sixth house is Virgo ruled. Virgo rules health and diet and nutrition. So just keep that in mind. That's just some things that you can expect for the next 2 years. You may be processing a lot of that. Yeah. And Pluto, by the way, in Aquarius in your second house, Aquarius being very future forward. Yeah. All about movement too. Y'all gonna be moving. Aquarius does rule like the ankles, right? The feet, like you're going to be moving a lot. You're going to feel, because you also, Uranus and Gemini rules the hands. You're going to be doing things in your sixth house. Yeah. All right. So, especially health wise, like again, like Tai Chi, whatever you want. Now, the other thing is I'm going to give you some dates because this forecast is for 2025 to 2027, right? So going to give you some things that you can expect. So remember how I said you're getting that preview this summer up until September for where you want to be February 2026. When we hit September, boom, we hit eclipse season right off the bat. Write this down. September 7th, you got that full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. And then on the 21st, you have the new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. So you see those two, the nodal axis, they're really triggered this September with the Pisces Virgo axis. Now, the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, Saturn actually is going to be back in Pisces at this point. So there's some things that you've learned throughout the year, right? Your North Node is in Pisces right now. In your third house, which is up here, right? The physical mind, it's communication, it's the way they were thinking, it's logic, it's intellect. But then I see that, around this time as you move into October, well, let me finish things up here. Sorry, you got me so excited. Just know that, remember, all Neptune, Uranus are all vibing at this point. Pluto, Uranus are vibing. There's big things happening. Something's coming to an end. It's almost like there is going to be this commitment or even a conversation that you have that moves the needle forward around this time. Family is a big theme for you, all right? Could be something here with siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, and neighbors. Remember I said your domestic sector is really highlighted, so let things illuminate. And then you have the new moon solar eclipse in Virgo on the 21st, and that is in your ninth house. So the way that I see this for you, with these two, first, a lot of you are going to be traveling over September, all right? It is a given. You got the two travel houses activated. A lot of y'all are going to be going back to school, learning something or teaching, okay? And it could just be on your own. Maybe you're into, astrology, yeah? Maybe you start taking courses. There's so much possibility here for you. And those areas are going to be highlighted strongly. But with what's happening for you, I just feel like there is going to be this major like your spiritual awakening starts right away. And then I feel like there's something really profound for you, okay, in September, where there's this, like I see my path forward. All right. So I really love that. And then another day I want you to mark down that will get you really excited. Yeah. Are you ready for this? I've been excited to tell you about this because this is so you. When we get to October, and please write this in your books, okay? Write it in your thing, calendar. When we get to October 21st, we are going to have a new moon in Libra, all right? That's going to be at 28 degrees. Remember how we had the new moon in Gemini in the end of May? And we had the new moon in Cancer coming up in June. Those are two of the best new moons that I've said. Well, here's another. All right. So when we get to October, one of the best new moons, this one's in Libra. We have a wonderful grand trine with this new moon. We have Uranus in Gemini. We have Pluto in Aquarius. We have the moon in Libra. Oh, this is so profound. Why is this such a big deal for you? Because Libra rules your 10th house. All right. 10th house is fame. 10th house is career. 10th house is, even if you're not here for work, if you're not working, if you're retired, let's say, it's just whatever you're exerting your energy into that you are passionate about, that you want to be known for. 10th house is social status. It's leadership. Yeah. It's legacy. And you have one of the best new moons in your 10th house, which, like I said, you are the ruler. You're the native ruler of that Capricorn. So please mark this in your books, because when you see these eclipses that are going to completely put you on a new path, and then you got this pickup, right? They're handing the torch over to this new moon in Libra for you in your 10th house. Yeah, a lot of y'all are changing careers. Or starting your own business, or getting promoted, or there's just big things happening here. Or again, just something that you're truly passionate about. There's something here where you'll be recognized. So and one of the reasons why this is so big, September, those eclipses and this new moon in Libra, remember, we're talking about 6-month cycles here. Yeah. So they're overlapping the energies of January and February of 2026. All right. So you've got it made, Capricorn. You got it made. The other thing about this new moon in Libra is that Venus will be in her domicile. Remember, Venus rules both Taurus and Libra, right? And so we have a Venus-ruled, new moon. Venus is money and, right, creativity and whatnot. But then I keep looking at what's going on for Capricorns, and I'm like, when we get into November, whoa, you have we have a new moon in Scorpio on the 19th of November. If you want to write this in your books, this is enormous. It's a wacky new moon. There's just so much happening. And again, I talk a lot more about it in your annual forecast or 2025 forecast, but this again is in Scorpio, in your 11th house of your future hopes, long-term goals, wishes, and dreams that I just told you about. And we have a Mercury Cazimi on that same day. Lastly, remember I said you're going to feel a lot of the aspects I was in the intro strongly at certain points throughout the year. Oh, this is one of those strong points. With Uranus sextiling Neptune. Oh, whoa. And the reason why that's a big deal for you, by the way, is because Uranus will have moved back into Taurus at that point. Yeah, remember Uranus in Gemini is just temporary until it moves permanently, and it's in a transit in 2026 for 7-8 years. Taurus bodes well with you. It's your BFF, fellow Earth sign, but Taurus rules your 5th house of joy and pleasure. Okay. And true love and romance, that soulmate energy, family, children, sex, procreation, like you're going to be having kids. That's why you have all this expansion, in the home sector. But anyway, do you see why I'm saying like your life is going to completely change? And a lot of y'all, again, just saying, a lot of y'all already did like the past month. I'm just saying what's happening. So A lot to look forward to, Capricorn. Let's get started. All right. And that's the thing. If you are a cross watcher, I'm not giving the same aspects to everybody. I'm just looking at, I'm just kind of like cherry picking, like what you can, some things that you get really excited about, really excited about. All right. A lot of friendship stuff. I mean, like community and friendships, you're going to be really social by the time you get to your birthday season. And by the way, when we do get to your birthday season, just know that your new moon, you're not going to have it until January. Okay. So it's not going to be in December. It's going to be in January. All right. So let's get started. Let's see what's going on for you. Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising. Okay, Capricorn. Yep. I do I'm not, well, what am I doing? Okay, so I'm just doing a 5-card spread here, all right? And I'll walk you through it. And I'm using the Aquarius deck. Oh, I'm going long for you. Oh, okay. No, we're good. All right, so using the Aquarian deck, we are at the brink of the age of Aquarius. And all this Aquarius energy is big. Money. Capricorn, money. All right. Let's see what, oh, I did 6 cards for you. Okay, so we're going to use that last card as a bonus card, okay? And, oh, gosh. Okay. Woo. All right. Yeah. Where's mine? Yep, let's get started. You got the 7 of Wands. Yep. So the first card would be attributed to where you been? What are the life experiences that you've been having? Yeah. Everything leading up to this point, if you want to call it the past, this card referring to the past, sure, you can do that. But this is more about what you've gained, what you've learned, okay? As you bring that energy into 2025, 2026, and 2027. And the 7 of Wands is standing your ground. All right. It seems like y'all have gone, there could have been a little bit of like, yeah, but back off, back away. There's a lot happening. Just don't be in my space. And it can be with a partnership. It can be with a relationship. It can also be with just, it feels like there was a distancing, maybe in the workspace as well. But what are you learning from that, right? You're tapping into your intuition, right? You're tapping into your intuition, and don't be afraid to do that. Pluto's going to make you, right? Pluto's going to make you go deep in your second house as self-worth and self-value, right? So wands typically, they're just so invigorating. And there is this like competitive spirit with the 7 of Wands, this fighting spirit. There's a lot of energy, okay, with the 7 of Wands. But at the same time, you have to, and he's the victor, right? He's at the top of the hill. So you're fine. You're at a good job. You're doing a good job. But ask yourself, are there things that have happened recently where I do feel like people were, maybe they wanted what I wanted. Maybe they wanted my job title. Maybe they wanted, maybe I got the perfect family and they were just like, I want that too. You know what I mean? Like just whatever those defenses were that were up, ask yourself why they were up. And is there a certain kind of energy that I want to work with moving forward, right? That's what that is. But remember, still the victor, okay? But again, ask yourself if you were stirring things up too, right? So, and I'm not saying that you are, but just with the energy coming through. But that's really great. And there's something here that I'm going to tell you because I'm not done with dates. I'm going to give you some more dates in the future for you to mark down. Just know that the 7 of Wands, okay, is a Leo card. It's a last decan. So it would be Saturn, yeah, in Leo. And Leo rules your 8th house. And that is death and rebirth. Am I right? That's Pluto's home. So it's death and rebirth. It's transformation. It seems like something was forcing you to transform. And were you resisting it or were you growing with it? So ask yourself that too. And it's okay. And just remember, don't get stuck in the past. It's okay to use those energies to think about, to inspire you or empower you moving forward. All right. Now, second card, you got the 9 of Swords. So the funny thing here is that if you're a cross watcher, you may have heard me say this in like another sign or two. I am kind of surprised that there were nobody got swords. There's only like 2 swords. So far, I'm not even, I got a lot more signs to do. I just thought there would be a little bit more with Uranus and Gemini and Pluto and Aquarius. But what that shows for me is like people are going to handle this really well. All these quick changes, communication, there's this enthusiasm with it that I felt anyway. But this is really great because the Nine of Swords, this is overthinking, right? This is also being in a place where maybe there is something where you have to clear the air. You have to clear the energy with someone coming after that Seven of Wands. There's other people in this card. You just can't see them, right? And so the same thing with the Nine of Swords. You see all the swords stacked up over the figure's head here and the hands over the face, right? What do you have to see? What do you have to see? Yeah? So it's all about just taking those swords out one by one. One by one, that's all you got to do is all. And a lot of this is going to be work for a lot of y'all. It's going to resonate. It maybe a boss, maybe a colleague, maybe employee. There is something here. But even if that doesn't resonate with you, it can be something with health matters, right? It can be something with family. It can everything that I mentioned earlier. So this card is attributed to what you need to work on, right? What's in the moment? What do you need to work on? Is that, all right? Don't hold this energy in. That's all it is. Yeah. This is someone who can't sleep at night. This is someone who is, constantly like worrying and doubting. Do you want to carry that energy? And I just told you some great things. You don't want to carry that energy. So now would be the best time. Just go out, go to the park. Okay. Bring a Slurpee, sit there and look at the lake or whatever it is and have those moments. And in that process, as you meditate, as you go within, if there's anything there with someone else involved, text them right on the spot. I'm sorry, or let's talk, or I don't like the way that ended, or yeah. You always want to be the better person in the situation. Remember, you're constantly working with your karma. Okay. And so that's all it is. And yes, it is because I am picking up someone else, and it can be more than one people too. All right. So the third card, let me see what you got here. I'm just looking at one more thing in your chart. Okay. Now you got the Knight of Pentacles. This card is attributed to what you can expect 2025 to 2027. You're on a mission. You're on a mission. We're talking slow and steady wins the race. This is building toward your legacy, okay? This isn't a quick, like, ring me up, Scotty, right? This is a let's put things in the books. Let's invest. All of that. Investing your time, energy into building and growing something. Knight of Pentacles, the biggest field, okay? He's at the biggest field in tarot. So you plant them seeds now over the summer, like I said, and you're going to see them grow. You're going to see them blossom. You're going to reap your rewards. That's the Knight of Pentacles. He's sitting on that horse. He's got all the time in the world. Yeah. He's connected to the oak tree, longevity. You, Saturn being your ruler, it's almost like you got this in the bag. Yeah. So you can expect a lot. And remember, you can plant more than one seed. You can plant more than one seed. You're going to have a lot. This is all about stability moving forward, discipline, structure. I'm owning this. Okay. And this is all about your investments. And when I say that, yeah, what you're investing your time and energy into. So it doesn't have to be money. It doesn't have to be wealth. It's gonna be looking at what's going on for you, because again, I'm gonna tell you something else. There's a lot of money stuff, but yeah, you're good. You're setting yourself up, and everything's gonna be very stable for you. Remember, nights are all about action, so you have to put in the action. Yeah, you have to put in the action, and it's all about grooming everything forward. But you're good. The Knight of Pentacles is wonderful. It's really amazing. And so I think that it's going to bring this just new experience for you as well. It could be a lot of new things that you're investing your time and energy into, but you're going to, that it's like, there's that pot of gold at the end. And again, it feels more long-term. Okay. So it can be a new house. It can be actual literal investments. It can be a relationship. Remember, it is your physical world too here. Amazing. All right. Now, fourth card. Oh, yeah. Whew. You're the only one that's gotten this so far. You got the Hierophant. All right. And so here's the thing. This card is attributed to February 2026. The month that we have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries at 0 degrees, the Great Reset. And 3 days before that, the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius. That's big. That's big. There's something here where it's not only this ownership, but this powerful leadership. I'm getting really big. It's almost like, you know those CEOs that are not just CEOs, but they have that spiritual side to them. They see things through a lens of, let's all do this for the greater good, that type of energy. Okay? Because the Hierophant, he's that spiritual leader. He's that spiritual warrior. You got Saturn and Neptune in your, fourth house. Saturn is your ruler. What did I say? That you, part of the package, you. Saturn is your ruler. Therefore, it's going to impact your first house, your role, your identity. Everything. People are going to look up to you. People are going to, and he's also like a bridge maker as well. Okay. The Hierophant, he connects the divine in our physical world, but really just coming after that Knight of Pentacles where you see the bridge. Yeah. The end of the bridge, and you're going to make it there because you're going to do everything you're good. You're absolutely good. So be prepared to be a leader. And that's the thing. A lot of y'all, when we even get to the end of this year, you're just going to be all Capricorns are going to be in a very different place. I'm not even joking. Okay. It's big what's happened for y'all. Now, remember what I talked about money. You're the Page of Pentacles. Now, listen, this card is attributed to July 2026. All right. Why is that? Because Jupiter will have moved into Leo. Yeah. We have the South Node in Leo. And then we have a new moon solar eclipse in Leo that's really strong as well. So this is July, August. All right. July, August is that time frame next summer, July, August 2026. And you got the Page of Pentacles. So the thing that I was going to tell you is that Leo rules your 8th house. So remember how I told you already, that is death and rebirth. That's transformation. But that's the 8th house. That's wealth building. That's money too. So not only are y'all entering this year and beginning of next year, some new partnership, some new agreement, even, and again, that can be love, that can be, business. But then when you get to summer next year, it's taking that to a next level in some capacity. That's just, you feel the surge of energy because there is an element of like relationships, partnerships with that Leo area of your life in that 8th house. But that's true transformation. And a lot of it has to do with money. All right. So you've got Pluto in Aquarius next year, right? 19 years. So that's money, finances that you earn. Yeah. But then 8th house is shared resources. It's the money. It's like royalties. Okay. Commissions. That's what that is. 8th house. It's joint bank accounts. It's loans. It's taxes. It's anything that is not you earn. It's inheritance. It's investments. It's all of that. So you see how you have the two money houses really activated by the time we get to next summer. And with the fact that you've got the North Node moving into your 2nd, South Node moving into your 8th anyway, you're going to have the biggest transformation, especially your relationship with finances and money when we get to next summer for a whole year. Yeah. But everything is leading up to money. Page of Pentacles. There you go. There's something here that you can expect with that new moon solar eclipse in Leo in your 8th house. And it's a seeding point. All right. And that energy carries for 6 months. So it's throughout the year of 2026. Big. All right. Page of Pentacles. Pages bring that fresh new energy. There's some new start here as well. And it doesn't mean that, it's like I said, you can plant a lot of seeds. It seems there's just going to be another seed being planted around that time. Yeah. So, wow, that's great. Now, the card that popped out, or that I pulled for the extra card, because everyone's only getting 5 cards. I can't even believe this. You got your card. You got the world, which is attributed to the planet Saturn. Thus, it's your card. You and Aquarius. Saturn rules you and Aquarius. But the world, there you go. When I say out with the old, in with the new, truly, when I say your life is going to change, and don't tell any other signs, but to be honest, you're up there in the top, like 3, 4, like you're, oh my gosh, especially with Jupiter in your opposite sign. And then your ruler, that's both the two, like Aries is very activated, right? And then Aquarius is very activated, and Saturn rules both. So Saturn is so highly activated. I just can't even, like, you're going to have a big year, all right? And you see that here with the world, all right? The end of the major arcana, you're at the end of the hero's journey, as I explained, for a new one, yeah? Brand new one, where there's, you know, the 4 fixed signs. You see that here, bringing that kind of like stability into this next chapter. It's not even a chapter, it's an era. You're entering a brand new era. All right, Capricorn. So very excited for you. Oh my goodness. So it just feels like there's some big celebration too. There's something, it's like you're going to be celebrating something this year. And again, I'm already getting the energy of like, y'all already have, a lot of y'all already have. There's already some things that you're seeing that you're going to see more of it in June. Okay. I'm just going to look, I'm gonna do a time check. Okay. I really wanted to see that 9 of Swords. I'll just do it. 9 of Swords. Yeah. Remember what I said, you got to leave things in the past. There's your affirmation, that 8 of Cups. Okay. So remember, this is what you need to work on. Okay. So there's just clearing the air. That's all it is. Don't just make some room up here. If you have a lot going on up here, switch over to the higher mind. Yeah. That spiritual energy. And then you got that 8 of Cups, which is attributed to Saturn. Yeah. In Pisces. And you see him walking away from the cups. Okay. Guided by the moon, guided by your intuition through the waters, moving to higher ground. Okay. So, wonderful. There's something here. It's just saying, out with the old, in with the new. You got to leave something behind. You got to trust your intuition. You're doing something that is, you know, empowering you. And this figure feels very empowered moving forward. You got the North Node in Pisces up until next summer. All right. Your 3rd house of communication. What do you have to communicate? Yeah. It's also a big change of mindset, and something, once that happens here, it opens up so much. Right here, when you got that 9 of Swords, 8 of Cups. Anyway, Capricorn, y'all are amazing. Thanks so much. I will see you. Oh my gosh, you're the law. Okay, you're the law. Okay, y'all are amazing. I'll see you next week. All right, thanks so much. Bye bye. Hello, Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Team Aquarius, what is going on? I'm looking at what's happening for you. You have no idea. I'm going to walk you through this, all right? This is going to be bonkers for you the next 2 years. Actually, to be honest, the next 19 years with Pluto in your sign. But because we're focusing on the next 2 years, I'm going to give you some dates too, all right? Oh my goodness. All right, so let's just get started. Saturn and Neptune in Aries. Clearly, that's going to have a big impact on you, yeah? That is your 3rd house. So what does that even mean? Remember, everything that I said in the intro, apply it here. 3rd house is communication, okay? And so it's almost like a lot, with the fact that you got Pluto in your sign, by the way, it's almost like a lot of you are going to be, well, first of all, you know you're leading the brigade, right? In terms of this new world that we're moving into, this new era, it's Aquarians, okay? You're up there. Pluto in your sign, all about humanity. And here's the thing. The 3rd house is communication. And like I said in the intro, we don't know what communication is going to be like. Everything evolves, but it's going to be at light speed, right? Once Uranus moves into Gemini and then trines Pluto in your sign. So everything's going to evolve in a huge way, but it just seems like y'all are going to be part of this, and somehow social media may be a really big thing for you, as well as writing may be a big thing for you. You may start writing a book, a novel, memoir, starting a website, launching a business. Whatever it is, remember, it's that cardinal energy, that leadership energy. There's that part of spirituality with Neptune, creative energy in a huge way as well. Visionary energy. That's you, Aquarius. Now, it's having this harmonious moment with Neptune as well, which is creativity as well, imagination and dreams and ideals. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of you are writing fantasy novels as well, or doing something in that regard. A lot of you are going to be teaching. You're going to become the teachers in any capacity, okay? And it can be on a global scale, or it can just be you as a mother being, that role model for your children, teaching them wisdom. There's just so much happening for you, but just know that there could also be something with your local community. You've got some family stuff here as well. I wouldn't be surprised if you're in the process of signing some contracts. There's new projects coming in. You're going to get really busy, all right? Especially with Jupiter, remember, moved into Cancer for the next year. That is your 6th house of your everyday activities. I mean, if you're Aquarius rising, you are really going to feel this, but every Aquarius is going to feel this. So 6th house is just, I've talked about your June forecast. Just know that there's going to be a lot happening here. All right. There's going to be a lot happening here for you. But social media comes through, power couples coming through. I'm channeling too for the, and I don't do it often, but I'm channeling here too. But so power couple, something about that. And so I'm just looking at your chart anyway. Okay, so Saturn, Neptune, and Aries, now you know, all right? So you're going to become those leaders and speakers. 3rd house is communication, like I said. You're going to be speakers, leaders. You're going to be guiding people in some capacity, and travel will be a big thing. There may be some short distance travel. You may be still buying property throughout the year, okay? Or moving throughout the year. And so there could be some short distance travel. If you're buying property, maybe an hour away or something like that, okay? Now, the other thing is Uranus and Gemini. I want you to get really excited about this, all right? So you've got Uranus and Gemini. Remember, this is all over the summer. Where do you want to be by February 2026, your birthday season? And you're going to have Uranus and Gemini for 7-8 years. And this does so much better than Uranus and Taurus for you. And speaking of moving, that's your 4th house anyway. So a lot of y'all moved. A lot of y'all moved twice. A lot of y'all were surprised you had to move, because that's what Uranus is. Surprises, the unexpected. Things that happen to home. There were surprises, okay? If you're new to my channel, I'm an Aquarius. All right. I moved twice since Uranus moved into Taurus. Anyway, 3 times actually. So here's the thing. You now have Uranus and Gemini, your BFF, Uranus, your ruling planet, right? In a fellow air sign. So when I say you're going to see a dramatic shift, for the better, buckle up. You're going to live and breathe this energy. You're going to take it to a whole other level. Now, why is the Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your 3rd house so important for you? Is because Uranus and Gemini alone. Gemini is a native ruler of the 3rd house. So you see that overlap there. So it's really amplifying that communication, that 3rd house energy for you. But Uranus and Gemini rules your 5th. Okay. So as we know, the 5th house is the house of pleasure and joy. You're going to have so many bonkers, fun, exciting, just unexpected experiences that are just, you're going to, again, thriving with it. 5th house is true love and romance. It's that soulmate energy. It's family. It's children. A lot of y'all having babies. And surprising, and it could even be you, maybe grandkids. You're surprised that your daughter, your son had a child, like things like that, like exciting, like, oh my gosh, so the 5th house is also sex, as we know. It's procreation. You for the next year will have a lot of, you could be exploring your bunny stuff, okay? Because you do have the South Node in Virgo in your 8th, and those are the two, bunny houses. So 5th house is also creativity, creative projects, creative pursuits. So do you see when you add the math with that 3rd house energy that the aspects are so harmonious? I love what's happening for you. And this is Uranus, your ruler. You're going to own this. You are going to have those big breakthroughs. You are going to have those big, great awakenings. And you are the ones that are going to awaken others. That's your role. I'm looking at what's going on for you. That's your role. Uranus and Gemini, that's all about, remember, freedom, innovation, inventions. You're going to debut your time machine. There's so much happening here for you that's exciting for you. And remember, you're just going to have so much more fun for 8 years. But the next 2 years, a lot of fun. Now, remember, Uranus does bring surprises, unexpected. And so it can be things like breakups. It can be things like you didn't see coming. But you see the path far, like these are meant to happen for you, but Uranus is your ruler. So you're just going to understand it. It's almost like I don't even have to tell you that. Like it's like, okay, yeah, well, that wasn't meant to happen. Like I know that something better is coming, like things like that. Now you see Uranus is going to be trining Pluto in your sign. And that is why you are the leaders. You're leading the brigade. This is all about you. Remember, Pluto at the end of the day is transformation. It's in your sign. Aquarians are going through the biggest transformations out of all the signs. Yeah? The biggest. That's that death and rebirth. All right? This is the new you. Pluto is power too. So that empowerment energy is going to be really strong. So don't be afraid to go deep. And a lot of y'all are going to be going deep. I mean, you're Aquarians, right? Y'all are deep. We're the deep ones, right? So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Trust your intuition. Let it guide you. Oh, please just always trust your intuition. With Pluto, there is that level of intuition. And it is, like I said, very psychological too. So don't overanalyze things. Have the whole package, mind, body, spirit. Yeah. You are going to change. You are going to be powerful leaders. It's just built. It's in the stars and the planets. All right, for the next 2 years. And this can be your role with humanity. Like I said, on a global scale, Aquarius is very, the humanitarian. Aquarius is very future forward. A lot of you are going to be doing a lot of movement, by the way. And I wouldn't be surprised for the next year with Jupiter in Cancer in your sex, because that also, that is your everyday activities. It's also health matters in addition to work. So a lot of y'all are going to have a lot of blessings in this area in your life. And, Aquarius does rule the ankles, right? You got to be doing some movement. You got Uranus and Gemini, your ruler in Gemini rules the hands. Oh, you're going to be doing some movement, and it could be physical fitness. It could be you becoming a personal trainer. It's going to be something in the health, physical health. Okay. And I encourage it. But yeah, you're definitely going to be very active. Yeah. The next year. And the other thing is that you're just going to have, it's in your 1st house. You're going to have enormous change next 2 years. Use this energy, because remember, Pluto, I always say this, Pluto is that planet that says, are you going to fear me or are you going to own me? You're going to own Pluto, because you have this just gaggle of planets that are so supportive in terms of your growth. You're going to go through some of the biggest growth you've ever had. Now, Pluto natively rules your 10th house. So when you add up everything that's happening for you, oh, whoa, that is fame. That's public recognition. That's career. Okay. So you are going to feel that too. And even if you're not working, if you're retired, it doesn't matter. The 10th house is your reputation. And so if you want to be known as, the best empanada maker in your gated community, there you go. That's where you're putting your energy. But you can take this big. Right? You can take this big. 10th house is also honors and achievements and, social status, leadership, it's Capricorn ruled. I mean, so all this cardinal energy is really strong. You are going to be the leaders. All right. It's just in this, like I said, in the stars for you. And it can be in any role that you want. Right. 10th house is also like legacy. So You're good. You're good. You're absolutely good. Now, I'm going to give you some dates because this is going to be bonkers. And and so I'm doing this for every sign. If you're a cross watcher, you may have already seen some of your others, like your moon or your rising, and you'll notice I'm not doing all the same dates for every sign. I'm just picking what's the most important for you to know. So, do you got your Apple Pen? You ready to take notes? Remember what I said, everything from the intro from now until September, right? To give you that preview of where you want to be, you taking action where you want to be when we get to your birthday season, February 2026. Well, when we get to September, boom, we hit eclipse season. That's right. So when I say this is a life change, I mean, this is happening right after the 4 outer planets start. So here's the thing. Mark down September 7th. We got that full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. Mark down September 21st. We got that new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. This is going to be humongous for you because these are, the eclipses of the nodes. You remember North Node in Pisces, South Node in Virgo up until next summer. Yeah. And so there's lessons with money here for you. Lessons with money. All right. Now, with the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, on September 7th, that is in your second house, income, salary, finances. Saturn will have moved back into Pisces at this point. So everything that you learned here the past few years, there's almost like a signing off, Saturn doing that last check-in. Like, okay, you learned everything? You're gonna be like, yeah. Thumbs up. This is actually, we'll talk more about it when we get to September, but Jupiter's going to be sextiling the sun. You got Neptune and Uranus vibing. You got Pluto and your sign vibing with Uranus. I mean, come on. There's something big here for you because second house is, if you're not here for money, by the way, because here's the thing. Sure, the second house and the eighth house, where the nodes are for you right now, that is all money. All right. The two money houses in the Zodiac wheel. But if you're not here for money for any reason, the second house is self-worth. It's self-value. It's the things that you value. It's the things that bring you pleasure. There's something here. There's an adjustment. Let's just keep it light. All right. But a lot of y'all are getting new jobs. Okay. So, or, maybe getting promoted, big things like that, launching your own business is a big thing for Aquarians right now. The fact that you got Saturn, Neptune, and Aries all summer. Yeah. In your third. Yeah. Out of all the signs, you're launching something new. It could even just be something on the side as well. Side hustle, side gig. Now, the other thing that I have to say is that with this full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, that Pisces story is not done. Remember that North Node is going to be in Pisces here for the first half of next year. All right. So just keep that in mind. But there is something definitely ending for this new beginning. When you get to the 21st of September, you got the new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. And that is your eighth house. And so that's other people's money. That's shared assets and resources. That's royalties. That's investments, inheritance, bonuses, commissions, loans, taxes, things like that. So there's something ending. A beginning. Well, yeah, it's something ending in September for something new. All right. I would not be surprised with the fact that you have Jupiter in Cancer in your sixth, Virgo being the native ruler of the sixth. Again, work stuff, health stuff. Yeah. And there's just something like you're not playing around at this Virgo solar eclipse. You're like, I'm in it to win it. Why? What did I say? It's your eighth house. So not only is that everything I said about money, shared assets, but eighth house is death and rebirth. It's transformation. Okay. It's Pluto's home. Pluto's in your sign. Do you see how this is going to be a really big solar eclipse for you? So there's something brand new happening for you as part of your transformation, that death and rebirth that I talked about, right? Caterpillar to butterfly. There's something major. Now, these eclipses, remember the energy, 6 months, right? So it carries over into January and February of next year. You've got big stuff happening, Aquarius. Now, the other thing I'm going to tell you, the other day I want you to mark down is, I like this one for you. Okay, well, I'm going to give you, listen, we're a team. We're Team Aquarius. I'm going to give you a little bit more than the other signs. All right. So, tell me where you've been with career. You're going to have big career moments. Like I said, a lot of you are going to be changing careers, or just have adjustments there, starting your own business, launching things, maybe a side hustle, side gig. And when I say that, when you've got Uranus and Gemini, right? That's big because fifth house is also recreation, hobbies. And so it is very likely, Gemini is the twin. I think I've explained this. Things come in twos, but you can have more than one thing here when you got Uranus and Gemini in your fifth. So a lot of y'all, the possibility for you to take some of your hobbies and monetize them, oh, please think about it, okay? Think about it this summer, all right? If you love chess, maybe you start some sort of chess tournament in your local community. People got to pay $1 to come say, whatever it is. You got what I'm saying. Write a book, things like that. Anyway, but you do have Saturn-Neptune in your third. A lot of you are going to be writing books. I wrote one. Anyway, what else can I tell you here? So, yeah, I'm going to tell you October too, okay? October, I want you to mark October 21st. We have a new moon in Libra. So remember, end of May, we had that new moon in Gemini, one of the best of the year. All right. June, we have that one coming up. End of June, with the new moon in Cancer, one of the best of the year. Now, when you get to October, you get another one. This is a new moon in Libra. And the reason why I absolutely love this for you is because it's such a great new moon, one of the best, again. But why is this different? Because we have this amazing grand trine. When have you seen that with the new moon recently? And this grand trine is an air trine. So for this new moon in Libra, we have Uranus, your ruler, in Gemini. We have Pluto in your sign, right? And then the moon in Libra, all air, right? That connection here, I can't. I honestly can't. And so this new moon in Libra is going to be in your ninth house. The ninth house is the house of the gods, Jupiter's home. So when I talk about writing that book, remember, even new moons carry that energy. You want to plant seeds. Yeah, you got that energy for 2 weeks, but it plays out for 6 months. And this is ninth house is publishing. So do you see what's happening here? You've got Saturn, Neptune, Aries for 2 years, right? With the connection, the aspects in your third house of writing. Yeah. And then that Libra energy, that ninth house, that's like the printing press. It's publishing. It's also broadcasting. It's also like podcasts. You got a lot. And that's something that you can monetize, right? So just please market please take advantage of these aspects. All right. Because the other thing is it's a Venus ruled new moon. Venus will be in Libra at that point. And there's something here connected to what you can expect next summer that I said power couple earlier. There's something here. There's something here with contracts, agreements. There's something here with partnerships for you as well. This is all about higher mind. This is when you're going to have a huge awakening. This is also where you're going to start seeing yourself as that leader. This is also almost like if you didn't do it now or over the summer, this is when you decide, okay, I am going to be a leader. I am going to be a teacher. I am going to impart my wisdom and travel really big around this time for you. All right. Now, I'm going to tell you one last thing, okay? And then we're going to get going. One thing that I really want you to get excited about, Aquarius, would be... The other thing I wanted you to get excited about would be November, okay? We're going to have a new moon in Scorpio. And this new moon is bonkers. It's a little wacky. I talk more about all of this in your 2025 annual forecast. So take a look at that because we're there now. We're at that the last 6 months and whatnot. But the reason why I love this for you, because I just said, like, what's been going on with career for y'all? And a lot of you are changing. There's this element of fame. Yeah. Well, this new moon in Scorpio, again, it's a little wacky. There's some wacky things happen around this time. That's just like, okay, but it's, I I love this for you because Scorpio rules your 10th house of career. And remember, you got Pluto, Scorpio's modern ruler, in your sign right now. So you just got to do all the math with everything that's happening here. And a lot of you are starting new jobs, new careers, launching new things. There's something here where you're going to be famous for something that you have launched. You'll get an element of fame. And again, it can be on a small scale. It can be on a global scale. You got stuff happening for you, because another thing that's really unique about this new moon in Scorpio, November 19th, is we have a Mercury Cazimi in Scorpio right then. What? So, oh my goodness. And here's another big awakening for you that you're going to have, possibly when it comes to your reputation or career. But you got to throw it. Remember, I said everything that I said in the intro, all those aspects, right? Saturn, Neptune, sextile, Uranus, Pluto, Uranus, trine, everything, right? And some months are going to feel it more than others. This is a day. This is a day, the 19th, 20th, where Uranus sextiling Neptune, we just haven't seen something like this since the 60s. It's strong. And again, Uranus is your ruler. So that I honestly don't know what to say. And Neptune at this point will have moved back into Pisces. Yeah? Your second house of money, income, salary. So that's why I'm like, pay attention to this new moon, but plant seeds AF. Okay, those are the things. Those are it. The last thing I'm going to tell you, again, with all this energy, by the time we get to November, Uranus in Gemini over the summer, and Uranus will be in Gemini up until September, October. I got to check the dates, but the 5th house is Leo ruled. And so there is this element of fame with the 5th house too. And so when you get to October, there is this handoff into the bigger area of fame and recognition. You're getting the attention that you deserve, Aquarius. Let's break it down. Let's do it. Let's do your 2025 to 2027. Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Rising. All right, Aquarius. And I am using the Aquarian deck. I love David Palladini's artwork. You may notice it. Aquarius, y'all rule space and science fiction and things like that. So you may recognize his artwork on like the covers of science fiction. I think he did a couple Stephen King novels too. Aquarius, y'all are so funny. Y'all crack me up. The other thing is Pluto and Aquarius in your sign. Just real quickly, remember how I said you're going to be leading the brigade and the leaders? You know that you are the future forward ones, right? You're the forward thinking ones, right? You're all about movement, that, you know, and think about that in so many different capacities of that word. But remember, your glyph is the water bearer, Ganymede, yeah? Sharing that wealth of wisdom and knowledge for the greater good to the world. You're on stage starting now until 2044. All right, Aquarius, let's do that. Oh gosh, don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so I'm doing a 5-card spread, yeah, and I'm gonna walk you through what everything means. You got the 6 of Pentacles, yeah. So this card is, first of all, amazing, okay, but this card is attributed to where you've been, the life experiences you've been having up until this moment. Okay. So everything. So if you want to call it the past, you can call it the past. You got the 6 of Pentacles. That's so much harmony and love there. There's so much beauty there. All right. And there's a sense of like sharing with others. There's a sense of like, okay, I think that if there's anything that I learned, it's opening up my heart to other people. And that is what makes me Aquarius. Yeah, Aquarius is a humanitarian. Aquarius is, and there's a huge sense of humanitarian in the 6 of Pentacles. It's all about that sharing. Remember, it's a very philanthropic man, you know? supporting others, and the Rider-Waite-Smith card with the scales as well, and the Six of Pentacles. And we call him, it's like the younger version of the Hierophant, who's the spiritual leader, right? So there is a sense of just all about the greater good. There could have been life experiences that you had. Maybe you needed support and you got it. And it was so meaningful. You had to think about that, right? Or maybe you were the one that was helping others, supporting others, and you felt the karma of that. So the biggest thing is your connection with other people. And again, it doesn't even have to be people you know. It's your contribution. All right? And that's going to be a big picture for the next year with Jupiter in Cancer in your 6th house and the South Node in Virgo anyway. Yeah? Because the 6th house is all about service to others. And so everything that you're doing, where you're getting those blessings, where you're getting that luck that Jupiter brings, that expands in your 6th house, whether it's work or health or your daily activities, your routines, any of that, it's really like, how can I contribute? Okay? How can what I do, the book that I write, the company I own, you know, the pet sitting service I got, whatever it is, how can I contribute? And that is truly, authentically Aquarius. So I really love this, and bring those energies into your future. All right? Just know that balance. And when I say know that balance, make sure that no one's taking from you more than they need to. And I'm talking about energy as well, right? So have that balance. The other thing is with the 6 of Pentacles, yeah, it's money, it's wealth. Remember, that's your biggest lessons. North Node, South Node, Rahu, Ketu, and your money houses. Only you. Well, you and Leo, your opposite sign, but in different ways, right? So anyway, that's the big takeaway. There can be something here with money and finances, things that you have learned, and but Pentacles are a physical world as well. All right, now, oh, that's so beautiful. You're giving me tingles. Now, second card, 4 of Pentacles. Interesting. This would be attributed to where you're at now, where you need to put your energy, what you need to work on, or what you want to work on now. Okay, things that are coming into your consciousness. And this is just stability moving forward. So the 4 is, four of Pentacles, it really is all about stability. It's all about structure. It's attributed to Capricorn. Remember Saturn, you share with that. That's all about the long term. Yeah. And so, yeah, there's been money matters on your mind. You've been feeling it. You've been, right? So just at this point, having that moment, I've got my lessons learned. I'm in that place now where I want to build this structure for the next 2 years and beyond. But remember, we're focusing on 2025 to 2027. So don't disconnect yourself. That's all it is, from other people. Okay? You can have your moments, but don't like fully, because you're going to be the leaders. You're going to be connecting with others in ways that you could have never imagined. When I say technology, space, discoveries, the fast evolution of it, oh, you just wait. You just wait. You can even come back to this reading when we get to even January. Come back to this reading. All right, you'll see a lot of new things. I don't want to drink out of that anymore. I'm going to drink that. So that's really great. So it's all about just building those foundations and those structures. And you are going to have Uranus move back into Taurus anyway. So you're going to have focus there anyway, your domestic sector too. But even all this money stuff throughout up until next summer, you know, just you're going to see growth. You're going to see, you know, your relationship with finances, money, all of that. There's going to be some growth, change. What's it? Glow up? The glow thing that people say. Anyway, do they still say that? So that's great. Now, you and your Pentacles. Who are you? All right. Now, you got the Queen of Pentacles. What does this mean? This card is attributed to what you can expect from 2025 to 2027. You're gonna have that. You're gonna have all the resources you need to build the world that you want to live in. You got to put your that 4 of Pentacles. You got to remember, strategize. You got to think about the long term. Okay. Think 2 years from now, or where you want to be by February 26, but you can think 2 years from now, 3 years from now, setting yourself up, but that's what you get when you do that. So that's amazing. Queen of Pentacles, the richest queen. There is a sense of like, there's magic here. All right. There's magic here. And there's a sense of something new happening, a new way that you're feeling. And again, the Queen of Pentacles, what makes her different from the King of Pentacles is that she does have that maternal side. So remember, taking care of others. You are going to be the leader. You are going to, you got the Six of Pentacles. So, and she has that side. Okay. So not only building the world that you want to live in, but the world that you want to live in with other people. Okay. The people that you care about. And again, for a lot of y'all, it is going to be the world. Okay. It's going to be humanity. So this is really great, but on a personal scale for you, this is you just being in that throne and always sitting on that throne. And what makes you sit on that throne and have the resources you need and be the richest queen? It's that confidence, that self-belief. Okay. So that's amazing. That's amazing. Now, your fourth card. Wow. This card would be attributed to February 2026 when we have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries at 0 degrees, the Great Reset. That's February 20th. And February 17th, the new moon solar eclipse in your sign. So when I say February is big, and that's happening just 3 days before, right? You got the Page of Swords. Of course you got the Page of Swords. That's a reset. That's a huge reset of the mind. You got Saturn Neptune conjuncting your third house of the mind. Yeah. So there's when I say your mindset's going to change, your perspective's going to shift, everything, because there's going to be something that happens in the month of February in your birthday season. Happy birthday, Aquarius. You're going to be enthusiastic about something changing for you. There's a sense of, and it could be something, again, that you've already been working on this summer that you built up to. And there you go. It's just like, let's do it. It's something very new. And again, I'm getting something that your mind can't even grasp at this point. So just continue to put your energy out there. There's something great happening for you. And someone coming into your life for sure. February, for sure. It's all year, actually. Okay. But in the end, there is this new, you're like a sponge, right? There's so much happening in your world. There's this enthusiasm, but again, fresh, new, and something that makes you see things in a new way. And then the last card. I can't make this up. You got the Magician, right? And so this card is attributed to July and August 2026. Why? Because those are big months. July and August 2026. Remember, we're going to have Jupiter in Leo. We're going to have the South Node in Leo. And in August, we're going to have a new moon solar eclipse in Leo. That's your opposite sign. July is when the North Node moves into your sign. So July, August for you, Aquarius, is really big. When I say the next 2 years are going to be big for you, you got Pluto in your sign. You're going to have the North Node in your sign. Yeah. All right. So I even told you what happened in January, or what's going to happen this coming January. So anyway, you got the Magician. Everything's going to change in your life. Everything's going to change. And by the time we get to summer next year, all this Leo energy Leo is your opposite sign. So it does rule partnerships and relationships. Okay. I said power couple, or there's something here with you and someone else. You could start a YouTube channel with your husband, with your daughter. You could do, you know what I mean? There's just something where you're going to get recognition for. It can be business partner. There's so many possibilities. But remember, the 7th house, July and August, with all this Leo activity, when you got Jupiter there, the planet of luck, bringing you the most luck and abundance and expansion in partnerships and relationships in over 12 years, that's huge. Okay. And remember, seventh house is also marriage. A lot of y'all getting married. You got Uranus and Gemini in your fifth. A lot of you are going to get, do those last minute, let's get married moments and go get married. It's, surprising yourself, but, because you're just going to have a lot of fun. A lot of it's like tapping into your inner child too, your Uranus and Gemini. And by the way, fifth house, yeah, there's going to be strokes of luck. You've got the fifth house is when it comes to like, well, you know how I said recreation? Well, it is also like fun money, like casinos and things like that. Now, I'm not like telling you to do it or anything, but when you got Uranus and Gemini, the planet of the unexpected surprises in your fifth house, like I'm just, okay. But we'll talk more about this, of course, in your weeklies and monthlies. But you got the Magician. You got this brand new journey that you were starting when soon as a North Node moves into your sign, right? July and August 2026, you got the Magician, brand new journey. I mean, you got all this divine energy. You're going to have this power, this level of power you couldn't even believe. And you're going to say, look at what I'm going to be doing for humanity. And again, for a lot of you, it can just be on a smaller scale for your community, for your family. But either way, you're going to have all the tools that you need, all right? At this point, everything that you need. Why? Because remember, you got that Queen of Pentacles here. You got the resources. He's got the tools, right? He's got all tools of tarot. And so your new journey starts now, but you see, you're getting a big journey, not only in February, but also July. So a lot of big changes happening for you. And remember what I said, Queen of Pentacles, what you can expect from 2025 to 2027. You got the Queen of Pentacles. I said, there's a lot of association with the Queen of Pentacles and the Magician. It's huge. And I feel like you've gotten that before too. But anyway, they share a lot in common. As above, so below. All right. And the other thing, the Magician is all about action. There's going to be some big things happening with partnerships and relationships for you. Leo rules the fifth. And so even when you get to next summer, that element of fame that I was talking about, you got something. You got something. Okay. Aquarius, thanks so much. I will. Oh, gosh. Okay. Okay. I got to go. Thank you so much. Aquarius, y'all are amazing. You're all set. I love y'all. I'll see you next week. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising. My secret crush. How are y'all doing? Listen, you are, first of all, you're going through one of the biggest changes that you have in over 18 years, 19 years. You got the North Node in your sign up until July 2026. And I'm going to tell you what happens for you in July 2026. But before we even get there, Saturn and Neptune in Aries for you is all about money. Money, money, money. Okay. So remember, this is all about stepping up to that plate, being that big leader, owning this. This is going to bring some opportunities for you. Remember, Saturn is turning your dreams into reality. Neptune is here. Neptune is your native ruler. So your modern ruler. Use this, please use this. Second house is also self-worth and self-value. And so I really love what's going on for you here this year. Oh my goodness, you're learning a lot. You're growing, you're becoming wiser. So I love this. Second house is also material possessions. Now, this is going to be a big deal for you. All right. So again, just put that energy in terms of what you want for this summer, where you want to be by February 2026, material possessions, things that you value, things that your heart desires. Now, Uranus and Gemini, that is your fourth house, okay? So when I see what's going on for you, Uranus and Gemini for the next 7-8 years, right? But again, I'm just focusing on the summer here for you for now. That's your fourth house. That's your domestic sector, okay? Jupiter, which is exalted in your sign, being in Cancer for a full year, right? Until June 2026, your fifth house. So you're good already, but there is going to be a lot of expansion on the domestic front here. So family, significant other, parents, children, right? Grandparents, grandkids, a lot of that energy, as well as neighbors. Yeah. You're possibly buying real estate, working in housing, real estate, things like that. All right. They're that next 7-8 years as well. Or there's just something here with the home space where you've got these big breakthroughs, yeah, with Uranus, and you can, in the next year, meet your soulmate. And that's where you're going to see all these breakthroughs throughout the next 7 years in your domestic sector. You could meet your soulmate. You could meet, there's, by the time we get to October, November, you could have a second marriage. I'm just looking at, things that are happening for you. I'm like, I want you to get excited. I want you to get very excited here. A lot of y'all already have moved. You already moved, yeah, into, bigger spaces or better spaces or spaces that you're comfortable with. But anyway, just that domestic sector, the foundations of your life really highlighted. Now, the other thing is when you do the math, remember what I said, material possession. So again, a lot of y'all may just buy property too or buy land. Uranus and Gemini will be having that trine with Pluto and Aquarius, and that is your 12th house, and you are the native ruler of the 12th house. So do you see all the overlaps here? Natively and with what's happening currently astrologically, it's just bonkers, because you've got Pluto and Aquarius in your 12th house that's trining Uranus and Gemini, right? 12th house is, that's your home. All right. It's very spiritual. It's healing. It's a subconscious. It's things happening behind the scenes. It's dreams, everything here. You're just becoming a lot more psychic. Pluto's all about power, empowerment. And it's almost like y'all are becoming the true visionaries too, okay, for the next 2 years. Because here's the other thing. Pluto, yeah, sure, is an Aquarius for the next 19 years for you. However, Pluto natively rules your 9th house. So those are the 12th house and the 9th house. They're the two most spiritual houses in the Zodiac wheel. And the 9th house is all about inner wisdom. It's all about your belief system, your perspective. You're going to have the biggest shifts in the way that you see things, both spiritual and physical mind, especially, with Uranus and Gemini. That's, the physical mind. Whoa, you got a lot to look forward to. And when I talk about, the intro, I said spiritual leaders, right? That's you. That's you. Okay? That's Pluto. That's you. So use this. And it can be, we're talking about Pluto and Aquarius. So remember, on a global scale, humanity, the masses, it can be wherever you put that energy. If you want to put that energy into family, into your neighborhood, your career, wherever you want to put it. But it's almost like you're imparting all this wisdom. It looks like you're traveling too by the end of the month. End of the year. There's going to be some travel for you. All right. Now, I'm going to give you some dates, and I'm doing this for every sign, right? Because this is for 2025 to 2027, but I'm giving every sign different dates, just what I see that I want you to mark in your calendar or just in your consciousness. Okay. And speaking of consciousness, Pluto and Aquarius in your 12th house. So again, for the next 2 years with all these aspects, Aquarius is so future forward, right? And it's so visionary. Oh my goodness. Y'all are going to become so much more intuitive. Harness that energy, please. That is so much intuitive energy going through you. And as I always say, everyone has intuition. What really matters is connecting with it. And when you connect with your intuition, you're going to be transcending. Pluto is so much power, but so much transformation. There's something here really powerful. Like, you're going to be able to, if you're new to my channel, I do channeling, right? I do remote viewing. I do, psychic predictions and all that. Y'all are going to be doing that. But that's only if you want to, okay? I'm just reading your chart. Now, big month for you. Now, remember what I said earlier. Everything that's happening now, prepare yourself for February 2026, where you want to be, in your life by February 26th, when you get to your birthday season, this summer, right? Now, when we get to September, that's when we go immediately into eclipse season. So, you got a pen? Mark these in your books. September 7th, we have a full moon lunar eclipse in your sign. So when I say you are changing and your life will be changing, and we're in the most concentrated period of time of change, when you got the North Node in your sign, you got this eclipse coming up. And by the way, you got another one in early in early 2026, by the way. All right. That's going to be a new moon eclipse in your sign. But anyway, you got this full moon lunar eclipse. Listen, you're changing. This is in your sign. There's so much happening around this time. I don't even know where to begin. I honestly don't even know where to begin. But just know Neptune is going to be vibing really well with Uranus at that time. Pluto and Uranus really vibing well. So remember, lunar eclipse, something's coming to an end. Within you, this is in your sign. You're the role that you play. You're you, okay? I want you to mark the 21st, because this, I feel like, is a little bit more important for you. September 21st, when we have the new moon solar eclipse in Virgo. Yeah. So all the life lessons, remember South Node in Virgo all year so far, right? All those life lessons when it comes to partnerships and relationships, what you have, what you don't have, right? That you've been going through those karmic lessons. Well, you have a new moon solar eclipse here in Virgo. And this is one where you're not messing around. This is when you're not messing around. So there is the likelihood of some brand new partnership, relationship. It can be love. Yeah. It can be career. It can be a one-on-one commitment. It can be marriage. Some of you are going to be getting married. Yeah. And I'm not surprised, because when you do the math, what's happening around this time, this new moon solar eclipse in Virgo, at the same time that Jupiter is going to be in Cancer in your 5th house of true love and romance anyway. And the 5th house is also children, your relationship with your children. It's procreation. It's having children. You got Uranus and Gemini for 7 years in your 4th house of your domestic sector. Do you see what's happening for you? The direction you're going? So again, it can be career. Absolutely. If you're here for career, and I'm going to give you another date, best like career. All right. But just pay attention to this new moon solar eclipse in Virgo, but also the lunar eclipse in your sign. You're changing. You're becoming a new you. It is in the stars. It's in the planets, these aspects. But listen to this. Remember, these eclipses carry you over for about 6 months. So it's going to be overlapping January and February of next year anyway. So when I say you're going to be a completely different person February 2026, you better believe it. Pisces, y'all crack me up. All right. So the next day I want to give you that I really, really love for you. And I'm just going to give you one more here. Because that's like September is going to be major. This summer to September is going to be major for you. The last one I'm going to give you. There is something happening. I'll give you two, Pisces. I love y'all. Okay. So when we get to October, I want you to mark this in your books. Okay. Do people still, what does that even mean? Mark it in your calendar. October 21st, we have a new moon in Libra. And why do I love this for you? Well, because when we get to this point, new moon in Libra, we have a grand air trine for this new moon. So remember what I said, May, we had a new moon in Gemini, one of the best of the year. June, you got one coming up in Cancer, one of the best of the year. Well, now in October, it's up there. We have this air trine. You got Uranus in Gemini. You have Pluto in Aquarius, and then you have the moon in Libra. Yeah? And so even the new moon, I mean, this is at 28 degrees. I mean, it's that would plants, please plant seeds, because remember what I said. You've got Saturn, Neptune, and Aries all summer in your 2nd house of money. Yeah, income, salary, finances. This new moon in Libra, that would be your 8th house. So it's the other money house. Okay. And what's really interesting here is that Saturn will have moved back into your sign, and Neptune. Okay. And so it's almost like there was something building up over the summer for you to have this big moment with money in October. Use this, because 8th house is, when I say the other money house, it's shared resources, it's assets, it's royalties, okay? It's bonuses, commissions, it's inheritance, it's investments, loans, taxes, all of that, okay? And this is a gorgeous new moon. It's you got Uranus and Pluto together. It's a gorgeous new moon, because when I say it's a new moon in Libra, Venus, which is Libra's ruler. Remember, Venus rules both Taurus and Libra, right? Venus will be in Libra in her domicile. This is a Venus ruled new moon in Libra. Venus is money. So I just see something big happening around this time. Remember, just plant seeds. You got to take that action, plant them seeds. But a lot of you are just going to see things. You're going to see things. I mean, Venus will be trining Uranus and Pluto. I mean, you got to, okay? Now, I'm going to give you one more day, all right? Career. I want you to know that. I'll give you 2 days, Pisces. I love y'all. November 2nd. Mars is going to move into Sagittarius, okay? That's big. Because Sagittarius rules your 10th house of career and fame. And public recognition. It's very public facing. It's very, and even if you're not here for career, if you're not here for, if you're retired or any of that, it's just whatever you're exerting your energy into that you want to be known for. Yeah. 10th house is also like achievement. It's your reputation, all of that. So you have Mars here now for 2 months until the end of the year. That's amazing. You're getting all that power from Mars. But December, if you want to mark this date, we do have a new moon in Sagittarius, December 19th. So that one's a little, remember, if you saw your look at your annual forecast I did for you for 2025, I talked about December, but December's just a little funny. But anyway, nonetheless, it's a new moon in your 10th house of career. A lot of you are going to be in new jobs by the end of the year. A lot of you are going to have fame for whatever you're working on now, whatever you launch over the summer. I mean, there's so much happening for you. All right. So all this mutable energy, it's just like you're going to be changing. You're going to be changing. Lots going to be changing, and you're going to love it. You're going to absolutely love it. Okay, so let's do this. All right, and I'm going to give you more dates as we do your spread. All right, so Pisces, let's see what's going on for you. Pisces, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Pisces. So, something that's coming through is that it's not over, as in, so I'm talking about the summer, right? Putting your energy into that, all the energy, using it. Oh my gosh, you like once a lifetime aspects, right? But even I guess I just said it anyway. September is going to be a big month for you, but so will the fall and winter. It's just coming in strong. The energies, okay? So you're going to be going through some major, massive change this year. Really big. I want you to really look forward to it. Now, I'm doing a 5-card spread here, and I'm going to walk you through it, okay? And I'm using the Aquarian deck because we are on the brink of the age of Aquarius and all this Aquarius energy anyway. And again, I'm going to tell you something big, all right? July 2026. All right, let's see what we got. Okay. So I think that you're the only sign. You're the only sign that this has happened to. Oh, I don't even know what to say. All right, let's get started. Okay, so you got the Hermit. Okay. Now, this card is attributed to the first card, the Hermit, where you've been, what you've been going through, the life experiences that you've been having, okay, past few months, past year. This is saying there's possibility where you were going really deep. So this is amazing. Connecting with your intuition, because there could have been some circumstances that were happening in your life where you're just like, what? Whoa. But like those kind of, remember what I talked about January to March anyway. And then March was a big period for you, right? When we had that 6 planet conjunction hovering you and Aries, moving into that 0 degree point. You've gone through changes already, is what I'm saying. So this is great, the Hermit, because that is doing that soul searching. You're already doing the work. Remember, you had the North Node move into your sign earlier this year. You've been doing the work. You've been going within anyway. You've been asking yourself the big questions. What do I want? What brings me joy? What is the direction I want to go? Where do I want to be by the end of the year? Where do I want to be in 2 years? You've been asking the deep questions, okay? All of that just makes you wiser. And what did I say earlier? Just looking at what's happening for you, you will become the spiritual leaders. You are going to become the mystics, the psychics, it's just there. It's there, the intuitives, and you're going to channel that energy, and you're going to be using that energy for the greater good in any capacity, whether it is family, whether it is home, whether it is work or career, whether you are, starting a podcast, writing a book, whatever it is, you're imparting that wisdom that from your life experiences, okay? And you're changing, okay? In a big way. Because, the North Node's in your sign, but the South Node's in Virgo. The Hermit, attributed to Virgo. So whatever you've been going through, those were life lessons for you to ask yourself, is this something that I need to let go? And you can only have the answers when you go within, when you go deep, all right? And don't be afraid. That's the only thing. Pluto can come in hard. Pluto can be extremes. Pluto being in your 12th house. Don't be afraid to go deep. There's going to be circumstances, pretty much, when I look at your, pretty much, you're going to have to go deep. But that is how you come out stronger, wiser, your authentic self, and the best version of yourself. So use that, okay? Anything that you've learned, bring it with you, okay? That's going to be useful, because the second card you got the Sun. The biggest yes in tarot, if you've ever gotten a tarot reading, this card is attributed to now. What's the advice now? What should you work on now? What can you expect now? Well, you got the Sun, all right? So optimism. Jupiter moving into Cancer in your 5th house on June 9th, that's a big deal in itself. You have that for a whole year. That's a house of pleasure and joy. Okay? Optimism, you're going to feel a lot more optimistic. And I want you to harness that energy. But there is a sense of it's almost like things that are coming in, things that you've gone through, right? Have experienced. You've gone through those life lessons, and now you can impart your wisdom, and now you can be the teacher, and now you can help others and support others and contribute to the collective. That's coming in brightly. Think of this as like a spotlight on you too. Now, the Sun is opportunities. You're going to have a lot of opportunities come through. It's clearly there, especially just even through the summer. But this is kind of like the big rebirth that you've been seeking. And again, it only comes when you go within, and you've got to leave some things in the past, out with the old, in with the new. I'll show you something here. The Sun, right? Card 19. 1 + 9. 10. Okay? 1. So you are going to have this new beginning right off the bat. All right? It's all like rebirth energy. Okay? Big. Again, Pluto and Aquarius. Pluto is death and rebirth, like I said. You're just going to be going through this big transformation, but you can expect it to be extraordinarily positive. But you got to put your energy there. Remember, even the Sun has the frequency coming from the Sun, so vibrating at the high frequency, but you're good. Now, wow. Justice. Come on. This card, third card, is what you can expect for the next 2 years. You're good. Justice. I love this for you. This is you. It's almost like, remember, how do I say this? It's almost like if you have been going through experiences, and you probably have the past few months, if you've been going through experiences or having moments where you're asking yourself, am I doing the right thing? Is this the right thing to do? You're not going to do that anymore. You're just going to know. You're going to know. Connect with your intuition, but higher mind, physical mind, all of that, you're just going to know. It's almost like you're the one who's going to be, the decision maker. The, truth and justice is going to be very important to you for the next 2 years. Yeah. And it's almost like you're going to be this person. You're going to be the one, like even mediator in some scenarios, or you're the one that people are going to come to. I told you that like everyone has a sense of responsibility when it comes to this leadership role, creative visionary, whatever it is, right? With Saturn, Neptune, and Aries, it's different for everyone else. Every sign feels it differently, but yeah, it's almost like you're the one. And I really want you to pay special attention to that new moon in Libra that I mentioned, okay? Because there's so many other things happening around that date that's just really strong. And, we're going to be in Libra season anyway, but or moving into it, but even still, Libra rules your 8th house, like I said. So that is true. Like, that's power. That's empowerment. Okay. Oh my goodness. You are going to be changing in ways that you had never. It's just, and remember, justice is highly associated with karma too. So it's just this karmic journey. There's something where it's almost like you get this awakening right away, and it's such a beautiful one. All right. Okay, so let's look at the 4th card. This card is attributed to February 2026, when we have Saturn Neptune conjuncting in Aries at that 0-degree point, the Great Reset, but also the new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius just a few days before. Now you have the 4 of Pentacles. Great. This is all about making sure that this is that point in February where everything is going to make sense for you. And you're like, okay, now I know this is the structure, everything about the foundations of your life that I just talked about, right? You have so much emphasis there for the next few years. That's what this card is, the 4 of Pentacles, bringing that stability, okay? Bringing it in the long term as well. So beyond 2027, even the fact you got Uranus and Gemini. All right. And with Saturn and Aries, until 2028, Saturn being the ruler of Capricorn, that brings that element for you in terms of like your long-term goals and plans anyway, and your aspirations and long-term commitments. It can be with money and finances. Yeah. Or it could even be, whatever your Pentacles are a physical world. You're, like I said, material possessions, things like that, but your physical world. So it can be relationships, whatever it is. There's something here new brewing. When you get to that point, amazing. That's amazing. All right. There's this sense of like, okay, this new start, new beginning in February. We're going to build that stability moving forward. And in a sense together, there's someone else involved. Even with a justice card, there could be marriage here that I mentioned, within the next year. I said second marriage by the time we get to fall for a lot of y'all. Third marriage when you get to winter, if that's, that it just, there's so much happening for you. And then remember, you have that new moon solar eclipse in Virgo anyway in September, where you could be meeting someone, a partner. Okay. But like I said, it can be career too. Legal matters. I wouldn't be surprised if, even if pay attention to the fall. Yeah. Pay attention to October, November. There's going to be some things that you may be signing, and there may be something there with the courts, as in like marriage. All right. Now, the last card. This card, the Hanged Man, is attributed to July and August 2026. Why is that a big deal? Well, the North Node moves into Aquarius. South Node moves into Leo. But that's not it. Jupiter will be in Leo at that point. And in August, we'll have a very, very big, powerful new moon solar eclipse in Leo. And Leo rules your 6th house. That is your everyday activities. It's your routines. Okay? It's work. Your responsibilities, duties when it comes to work. But again, the 6th house is all about service to others. And the fact that you have the South Node in Virgo all year until we get to July 2026, that is still something that you would be learning too on this karmic level. And remember, I said it's all about the collective, humanity. And so you are going to have this profound moment because you got the Hanged Man it's all about that perspective, that shift in perspective. I want to see things in different ways. This is all about your worldview and how you're seeing things. Prepare for this big transformation in terms of transforming other people's lives too, with, you know, the sixth house activity through the work that you do. But it requires that complete surrender of everything that at that point, you've got the North Node leaving your sign, the South Node leaving Virgo. And so you see how you are going to be a very different person at that point because you have learned so much. This is really big, all right? And lastly, yeah, the Hangman is attributed to the planet Neptune. Therefore, there's a lot of Piscean energy in the Hangman. I said you are going to go like transcendent spiritually. It's a very spiritual card. So when we get to July, wow, that's going to be really big. When you got the North Node in Aquarius in your 12th house with Pluto, what? And you got Jupiter in Leo with the South Node in Leo in your 6th house. So again, just expect big change July and August. And that's where, remember what I said, the way that we communicate with each other, it's going to change dramatically. We're at that point the next 2 years in ways you've never seen. Okay. You can even go back in history. All right. Like social media. That's only been, what, a decade when it was a thing, right? A decade, 15 years. You go before that, the internet, right? That was big. So everything I'm talking about, we've got that next big thing coming in the next 2 years. And a lot of it's going to be spiritual. And you're going to be the leaders. And you're going to help people transform through the work that you do and the person you are. Pisces, y'all are amazing. Thanks so much. I'm very excited for you. Just know September is going to be a big month, all right? With the full moon, lunar eclipse in Pisces, or in your sign. Just, you know, even ask yourself over the summer with the North Node in your sign still, who is that person that I want to be? And if you're already that person, that's great. That's amazing. You're way ahead of the curve. But that South Node in Virgo, what needs to change? What needs to shift? Let me take that time going within. All right. So anyway, Pisces, y'all are amazing. I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.